Yeah, there you
Bill,
go.
as always, of course.
Don't say the F word.
Don't say the F word, please. All right, let me throw Jeremy's video. Don't do it.
You're live, by the way.
Hello, everybody.
There you go.
How's it going? This week's been weird for conservatism.
Yes,
we have some things to talk about.
This is conservative corporate.
Well, I mean, we have streamed twice since the Steven Crowder Daily Wire thing popped off. I didn't want to talk about it on Wednesday because I just didn't. I didn't really understand the situation. I hadn't had time to digest it. And then more stuff has happened. We didn't talk about it on Sunday either because, well, we just wanted to watch those two videos. But I think that I've had time to think about it now, and yeah, I think I have a couple things to say. Can
I just point something out stupid? Because I said this to you just now. I just want to point this out to the chat because this is how stupid YouTube is, right? Like, you guys know that my normal videos are
oh yeah,
maybe roughly 5 to 10 minutes ish. Usually, occasionally there'll be a long one if there's a dumb thing I want to make fun of, right? But I've seen some John Talks Memology's work, right? Which is, they don't do any commentary. They just take 2 or 3 clips, splice it together with a transition between them, maybe do some funny background music, and they get thousands and thousands of views, right? It's this very minimal effort, right?
Well, it's minimal effort, I guess, but people want to find that stuff because they want to see that it particularly in this case. Was it also displaying hypocrisy, the one you just put out?
Yes, I made fun of The View.
Oh, which we're going to talk about The View today, as usual.
Yeah, it's because the one stupid woman just said Joe Biden is a straight talker. That's why people like him. And I went, are you high?
Joe Biden is a straight talker.
Yes,
I mean, my response to you was he's a straight mumbler. That's for sure.
And then I just went, and then took a clip from 1988 when he dropped out. When he dropped out because of issues of plagiarism and being disingenuous and a liar. And then I just took it back to that and just in black and white zoomed in. And then I took an end clip was Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan saying, because there's nothing worse than The View. That's it. That's a clip. That's all I did, right? That clip I did yesterday. It is now the second most viewed video that I've done on my entire channel.
Whereas my shitpost usually... The only short videos I've ever posted on my main channel are shit posts, and they don't do well. Yeah, they usually don't, even though I think they're hilarious. Yeah. Actually, that's not true. One of them did really, really well for my channel back in the day. We can just play it really quick.
But it's insane. It's insane to me that all you have to do so little. Here's what I can do. I can almost just do a video. A good channel to go on is the Republican Twitter handle, because they always do 30-minute clips of all the stupid crap the Democrats do. That and Clown World on Twitter. There's 2 or 3 accounts you can follow. Just take that stuff. And just
just left for a minute.
Did I?
Yeah, it was weird.
I can hear myself still now, so I don't know what the hell you're looking at. But all you have to do is just look at those clips. Take 2 or 3. You could just go on Twitter and follow those 3 accounts. Just look at what they do. Take 2 or 3 of their clips and splice together with movie bits and add a backing track, and you will get thousands of views. This is
okay. So right,
it's insane.
Actually, no, that's not true. I thought this video did really well, but the video before it has 75,000 views, and the one after it has 41,000, and this shitpost has 29,000. Most of my shitposts don't do well. I thought this one did well. I just think it's really funny. I want to play it real quick because I haven't watched it.
Because
it's also really funny.
I'm looking at it now because I did it yesterday and I was like, oh, look, it's done well. It's got 1,102. And then I looked at it a couple of minutes ago and holy shit, it has 9,000 views. What the fuck? Because I'd said to Aiden before, you know what I've noticed? My viewing count, my subscriber count goes up much faster the shorter the videos are. The less effort I put in, the more reward I get.
No, see, I have the opposite.
Which for a content creator is so freaking backwards. But I'm looking at it now, 10,000 views.
It's just because it got picked up by something. Because I have the exact opposite. Although, like I said, it depends. Because sometimes it depends on the topic. Because, the video I did about death after the Queen died, that one didn't do very well. I wonder why. It's because the topic's depressing. I thought it was a fascinating topic of how people deal with the death of a celebrity. Yeah. I do think that's because people can get really weird about it.
Yeah.
But anywho, that one didn't do well. It's just the topic.
I'm looking at it now. Look, when you should really shut up. People like a provocative title that makes you click, and then just make it funny.
Yeah. This one did, here's this video though. I'll play my shit. What?
Like 40 subscribers, like, holy shit. This video got like, what, 91 hours. It's like a minute long.
Goddamn.
What in the fuck? That's the...
Well, yeah, not even if you got 9,000 views, yeah. That, I guess do more of that stuff then. Here's my shit post here.
This is what I need to do with my channel. I need to stop making longer content where I talk, and I just need to just splice shit together. Because evidently it makes way more money.
I would just do both. Do both. Like do both. That's actually probably the best idea.
One for the money and one for the soul.
People might not subscribe for shit posts. You know what I mean? I don't think they tend to. Here's mine, by the way.
You can't have this opinion. It's too conservative. We're not going to allow.
This is from 5 years ago.
That's a bad move. I'm a First Amendment absolutist. I believe in only two.
I didn't even have a second video up. You didn't tell me to put it up.
I have it on Watch Together.
Yeah, but it's on mine now. There you go.
Oh, sorry. All right, restart. Here we go.
You can't have this opinion. It's too conservative. We're not going to allow it. I think that's a bad move. I'm a First Amendment absolutist. I believe in only two things completely: the First Amendment and boobs. And so once they made the decision that they were not going to allow a conservative, non-sports related commentary, they couldn't do it.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly as a woman anchoring the show. Did you say, what did you say? You believe in the First Amendment and BWBS?
Boobs. Two things that have only never let me down in this entire country's history: the First Amendment and boobs. So those are the only two things I believe in absolutely in the country. And so I don't think Jemele Hill should be fired, but I do think straight up that once you make the decision that you are going to let Kurt Schilling go,
someone had done this art of my character around the same time, so I had to use it.
Jemele Hill go. I think that's a bad decision. I think ESPN has made bad decisions that have led to 13 million subscribers.
There you go. There's my shit.
My music lined up perfectly with the ending of that clip.
Nice.
I didn't even realize that, but there you go. Also...
Well done. Oh, right, there's a... There was that one. Where was I? Alright, Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder.
Also, I like the woman's face, like she's never heard that before.
I know. She's so... She's clutching her pearls so hard over the word boobs.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I mean, she is a boob. I know. So here's the main reason I want to watch Crowder's video. Oh my god, it's this long. I don't know.
You know that? Have you seen that clip that people post of the whore with her legs open, and the priest is like looking away from her? Like behind front of a fireplace, right? Steven's face looks like the priest right now.
He looks so disappointed. Like, the main thing I wanted to look at in this though is he puts up parts of the document. So.
Oh shit! Yo, I'm saying. Amazang's in the chat. I like him. He's good people. He's one of those people that's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
If he watches your videos, then you know it's there's like 5 followers on YouTube that follow like big content creators.
Oh, but I see people I see everywhere. Yeah, it's always funny.
Yeah, I consider him one of them. If you can get some F word, I don't know if you've ever seen him in.
Yes. He posts everywhere with that picture, the fat guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a Jewish dude, actually.
I have no idea.
I swear it's a Jew.
Well, I don't think that's probably a picture of him.
No,
I don't know.
Not.
So
he's too fat to be a Jew.
Should I? What? What does that even mean? What?
I don't know many like Jews that are massively overweight.
Ethan Klein.
Ethan Klein is barely human. I should take that comment back.
Ethan Klein, walk that back, Susan. Because you have to also you can't talk shit. You can't talk shit about Ethan Klein. Actually, I don't think that's true anymore. Ethan has really, I think, burned his bridges even with Susan at this point, because they started issuing them strikes as well. So. Should I start with reading a comment I left on Adam and Sitch's channel? Because the other day, Adam and Sitch had Actual Justice Warrior and Shadiversity on, and it was interesting because at first, and I watched AJW's video on it, and I was like, oh yeah, I really agree with what he's saying. I really agree. I think AJW is probably right. I viewed. Because at first, my first initial response to all this happening, my first reaction was, this looks really scummy on the Daily Wire's part, right? Then I listened to AJW. I was like, oh, maybe not so much. And then Shad came in, and Shad has a completely different take, like the exact opposite take as AJW. And they got a little heated, to put it lightly, but it was cordial at the end, I think. And I came out of that debate being like, I don't know who's right. So here's a comment I left on it that I think also summarizes my ideas, largely. Before we get into Crowder's video, because I also, Ricada just dropped a video on the legality of this stuff. And then I was like, yeah, well, of course, Ricada brings up really good points about the contract. The contract is the issue. I don't really care about anything else other than this contract. And I'm going to explain why. Here's a comment I left. I said the issues with this boilerplate contract. I mean, does everybody here know, like in the or everybody in the chat, what's happened? This the TLDR. If you have somehow managed to avoid this giant catastrophe, is that, and again, the reason why I wanted to wait to talk about it is because things were really unclear at first. Now they're, a bit more
clear, but there's more of a clusterfuck.
It's more of a cluster, but I now understand what's happening more because so much stuff was happening at once, a couple days ago. So the basic TLDR is Steven Crowder approached the Daily Wire and asked, yes, that's also when Crowder was on Tim Pool the other day, he didn't look good, but I'll get into that. I don't think so. Crowder seemed really nervous. Like, it seemed like he was like sweating profusely on that show, and he contradicted himself a bunch of times. AJW, Actual Justice Warrior Sean, did a video about that as well. And then again, I was like, So he approached the Daily Wire about essentially just putting feelers out, saying, hey, Daily Wire's making movies. They've clearly got a lot of money. They're doing very well for themselves, and good for them. And so Crowder approached them for a potential offer. Basically, trying to say, like, hey, do you want to hire me? Do you want to buy Louder with Crowder? And I can look, Crowder did get dicked over by The Blaze, which was the network he worked for before. And that's apparently why. Sorry, I have to put things in order. Okay. When Crowder worked for The Blaze, he was doing his Louder with Crowder show, and he came up with something called Mug Club. And Mug Club is, if you ever see a Steven Crowder video, at the end he'll say, we're going over to Mug Club, YouTube piss off, and he does, content that's too spicy for YouTube over on Mug Club. And you pay a certain amount of money, it's like $100 a year or something. I know, because I joined it. Do you know the reason why I joined Crowder's Mug Club for a year?
Because you like the shit show?
No, my mom loves Steven Crowder, and it was a gift to her.
Oh, there you go.
And she wanted the mug. My mom loves Steven Crowder. So, I don't even think that we managed to get it set up so she could use Mug Club, but she wanted the mug, and I wanted to get it for her. So, yeah. And she thinks he's hilarious. Also, my mom is probably listening, so hi, Mom. But she often does. I hope you enjoy the Crowder mug. But,
This is Aiden's mother.
Yeah. But, she usually listens after the fact, not live.
Oh.
Anywho, so...
Well, she's not going to hear this.
The Blaze really screwed me. So the Blaze are the ones who have access to exactly like how many people are joined and signed up for Mug Club. Steven himself doesn't know that. He has guesstimates because he made that under the Blaze. So yeah, I know. Yeah, Flannel McMahon. I know Mug Club's been around for forever. I'm trying to explain it to TLDR it, and it's not happening. I'm not making it too long. Didn't read. Summarize. But the fact of the matter is, Crowder doesn't actually. Yeah, obviously. What am I? Crowder doesn't actually know how much money he makes from Mug Club, which is insane. Or at least he doesn't know how many. I'm guessing he knows how much money he makes. But he must know to some degree, but he doesn't know exactly, from my understanding of it. So he doesn't really know how much he's worth, which is insane. I mean, that is messed up on the Blaze's part, and screw them for that. That's crazy. But this is the problem with these kinds of contracts, is that Steven Crowder's an independent agent and doesn't even know how many people are currently subscribed to his service. And I'm guessing the Blaze takes a cut of that. But it would also mean that if he went, well, I'm guessing that's why he doesn't know the exact numbers. So, but if he were to go over to Daily Wire, that would be something that you'd have to sell. And that's really what the Daily Wire was probably buying more than anything, was Steven Crowder's viewer base. I mean, of course they are.
Well, of course, that's why you're buying him, because he's got eyeballs.
Right. Now, very, very likely, there's a massive crossover between people who are subscribed to Mug Club and people who would subscribe to Daily Wire Plus.
Oh yeah, hugely.
It's going to be a massive crossover. Now, not everybody. It's not going to be everybody, because a lot of people like Steven Crowder because he's funny and he does the skits and all that stuff, and they don't like the Daily Wire because they're serious, you know, or not just not their cup of tea or whatever.
They're the Fox News of the internet.
Mm.
No offense to them.
They're.
I like
they're
Michael
corporate.
Knowles the best out of everyone on the Daily Wire.
Yeah, I like Michael Knowles.
Ben Shapiro, I've noticed, has really soured with a lot of people.
A lot of people do not like Ben Shapiro because a lot of his takes I don't agree with. But whatever.
I saw someone saying, and this was a good take, is that I sort of realized I do the opposite of this with my content, is that Ben has a position, he will say the position, and then tell you how to defend it, which is the exact same that the left does, which is that here's a position you should take and here's how you should defend it. But you don't really learn anything. You're learning how to do automatic fire, but you don't really know how to handle the gun yourself when the gun jams.
True.
Whereas I feel like the reason, this may be more me than you, but the reason I liked Molebug is because Molebug went like, here's how it actually works, and then makes you read a whole bunch of shit to see like how good is your mind really, to see how you can grapple with it.
Oh, I have a bit of an update on the James Lindsay Moldbug situation. Speaking of it,
I can do a whole stream just on that because I have my own feelings on.
We already did.
Yeah, but like, okay, so here's from what you told me. Here's where I disagree with James's assessment of Moldbug.
Well, let me tell people listening what he said first, without not verbatim, and I'm not linking DMs. He essentially said that he doesn't care for Moldbug, that he met him once in person, and he called him like a Gollum-like person. The exact word Gollum was used. And then he said that like a year later, that Curtis sent him like a crazy email, like yelling at him. What?
I wouldn't have said that, by the way.
Well, no, that makes sense. If James doesn't want to talk to Moldbug, and I understand why. At that time, people probably don't know this, Curtis' wife passed away like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And he probably was in a really bad place in his life. Yeah. I would understand.
I don't blame him.
So that's all James says. So he's not like real keen on talking to Moldbug. So I don't know. And he also said he's really busy too. But he said. He didn't give me like a hard no, but I know a lot of people have asked me about this, like in the day since we mentioned it, because I really would love to have them talk. But if there is existing bad blood there, understandable. Is my mic peaking?
No, your mic's not peaking. You sound fine.
You might also. I have noticed that I'm always really loud in the stream.
Really?
So you might actually want to. Yeah, everyone says that, and I have really listened to him, and I am very loud. You might want to turn. So just for my own. Just to feel better, just turn me down. No matter even if you think I sound fine, just turn me down a little bit.
There we go.
All right.
There we go.
So
no, but the reason I disagree with his take is because who is one of Moldbug's biggest supporters?
Us?
No, someone that has like a particular ideological worldview.
Who?
Michael Malice.
Oh yeah, true.
Michael Malice is a fucking anarchist.
Mm-hmm.
Right, who is more concerned with freedom than fucking James Lindsay. So if Michael Malice is a fan of Moldbug, I'm gonna say like your perception of this man is like snake oil. Is like I disagree.
That's also indicative of well, besides what we know that the anarchic stuff is not about
anti-liberty.
It's not anti-liberty, and it's also not like big government. It's not about collectivism.
It's competent government.
It's not about collectivism at all, and
also, like, he's a massive fan of Austrian economics. Like, he's an Austrian extremist, and all the people he tells you to read. Like, he's like, read Lenin. Lenin is like, main thing is like, how's it best to preserve freedom? Austrian is like, here's how you not get the state involved with massively crushing people. Like, his whole thing is like, how do you get the most amount of, I don't say money, but sort of function in your society? Like, whereas I think other people are more concerned with the cultural aspect. He's more concerned with statecraft.
Yes, and I think that is a big difference, right? Yeah. Like, that's the most succinct way of it. Is that
Michael
is that James is more concerned with the cultural stuff. One thing that's it's interesting that James called him Golem, and because both of them use Lord of the Rings metaphors and talk about Lord of the Rings in association with politics a lot. And so I was thinking about that also. I was like, goddamn, like I really wish they could have a productive conversation, because I think they would. It would be productive, you know, like just talk about Lord of the Rings then. As a jumping off point, right?
Yeah. But I do think the conversation would come from two entirely different views. Because I mean, this is the reason why I like Mulbug so much, is because the cultural stuff to me involves people, whereas the statecraft involves people in the state, and it's more of a mesh of this dysfunction, and I want to know why the hell do we have this dysfunction, and his whole perception of how do you fix the dysfunction and the statecraft, I found that much more interesting, whereas the culture is just, here's why you should do X and Y. I'm like, yeah, I can read Marcus Aurelius for that kind of shit. The depth of Mulbug's mind is what I find fascinating, and also completely insane. Because the man's mind is a million miles an hour.
It is, which is why I can understand seeing him as a golem person. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can totally understand that. He is a kind of weird guy. And
anyone who advocates for monarchy, James, this is no offense to James, but he suffers from the typical American thing of I'm American, Republic, whereas like Mulbug is what's more effective, monarchy.
Right,
he's concerned with the effectiveness. Yes.
Yeah. He's like,
he doesn't have the ideological warmth of the Constitution.
Like with everything with Mulbug, it's chess.
Yes, he's very heretical in his approach.
He's just. And I love Mulbug. He's Mulbug. He's a little autistic. Okay,
yes.
Like, you know.
But I like that about him because I like the weirdness.
I do
weirdness
too.
Is fun.
That's right. Again, I think they. Well, we'll see. Dr. Lindsay is also just busy as hell right now. Obviously, like everybody, he's in the center of so much shit. You know. So, but he didn't like give me like a hard no. It was more just like. I really have not had a good experience with Mulbug. Yeah, I would say that was probably a hard pass, but I don't know. I did ask Benjamin Boyce. I said, like, if anybody could try to smooth it out, do it. Maybe we should on your channel, not on ours, because if anybody could smooth it out, probably Benjamin Boyce could. So I was like, if you want to try it, and he knows both of them, and because he said Mulbug on. Yes. So I was like, maybe you should be the one to, if anybody could try and set this up, probably.
Boyce knows how to handle him really well.
Well, and Boyce is just like a really like
chill,
calm, chill guy who I think but again,
he was able to handle your giddy quite well.
My what?
Your giddy.
Oh yeah, I was just just excited. It was like early in the day.
I listened
for me,
to you on him a while ago.
I was
the
talking
dissident
really
rights thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, now you're in my wheelhouse. Like,
yeah, now you're in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, he does have
a
very soothing voice.
Yes.
Because he knows how to remain calm.
Right. Which he probably would be the best. Like, us moderating or being whatever in that debate in the first place or discussion would not really be
conducive to a healthy discussion, you think?
No, because we both agree with Mulbug on it. So, like that.
Speak for yourself, honey.
What? Then we both agree with Mulbug on monarchy?
Yeah, but okay, but we don't. We like Mulbug for the statecraft, but we also like James Lindsay for his critique on the cultural thing. So I don't particularly think we'd be biased.
No, I don't think we would. No, it wasn't that I think that we would be biased inherent. It's that I think we would come off as biased.
Well, the whole if we come off as biased, we're bad moderators.
Right,
the whole
but
thing
I'm just saying.
Those fucking two people.
Well, I know, but Benjamin definitely wouldn't get that perception. So. I think if it were to happen again, I would love to hear it. I am down to hear that.
I think James might feel cornered if he knew we were both monarchists.
I told him. I mean, he knows that.
Does he? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, James isn't like my best friend, but we talk every once in a while. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't Lindsay gross?
James Lindsay is like a really easy person to talk to. He's a really nice guy.
Yes. Yeah, he's actually replied to my DMs on Twitter before. He's actually a nice guy. So
yeah, he's a very cool dude.
Yeah.
So.
But I think
that was just the update on that.
I think with Mulbug, you said before that you would be nervous, not the fangirl.
Mm-hmm.
I think even just talking about it is making you giddy.
Yeah, it would be hard. Because he's a very intelligent guy.
Yes, and he's
And it would be,
a big
and I
influence on your
would be
thinking.
afraid of and has been, and I would be afraid of looking stupid. You know.
You do realize, this is not the case he's asked, but most people next to him look quite insane. Because he's the most intelligent person in the room, and most rooms he goes to. Yes.
Yeah.
Michael Malice knows how to handle him pretty well as well.
Michael Malice is a smart guy though too.
Yes. Yeah, but Michael Malice is also quite a sharp guy.
Right.
He also says that everyone is low IQ compared to him. It's like a good there's a good balance of those two. By the way, I keep seeing the word grifting in the chat.
Oh,
the word grifter is so overused.
it's really lost its meaning.
Yes, it's like it's become like the word fascist.
Like I don't know what
It's
people mean by grifter anymore. Do you mean they make money off of what they do? Then everybody who does anything is a grifter.
Yes.
Like anybody who's not a homeless person is a grifter.
Yeah,
But
I think when people say
grifting implies that you don't mean what you say, and
I always thought it meant that.
That's how I have interpreted it, is that you're making money on, like, I would say someone who's going to come up in this story here, getting back to Crowder in just a moment, who I would consider a grifter would be Candace Owens.
I think most people don't really like her.
I have never met Candace. I've never interacted with her, which does make her one of like a few number of people that I don't have any contact with, nor do I really want to. But the reality about Candace Owens is that I remember when she got caught on that social autopsy shit. And although I think people can grow and change, and I want people to grow and change, she never really apologized for that. And she gets very anxious, it seems, anytime anyone brings it up. People don't remember what social autopsy was. Back in the day, Candace Owens was a lefty and started this campaign that was to get, basically to create a list of people with unapproved of, not okay opinions. And I guess to cancel them or do something with it. And Social Autopsy was supposed to be a website where you could just go to it and it would have, any influencer, any YouTuber on it that people had reported on and be like, and here's this. So it would be like Kiwi Farms for normies and for normie lefties. And that really rubbed me the wrong way. I did not like that at all. And she's just kind of...
Chat is asking you a question.
Oh, real quick, she just kind of changed that and then was like, "Oh no, I'm not on the left anymore. Here's my how I came to the right story, and now I'm a traditional conservative."
Narrative.
Right. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's true. I just she should. If she has apologized for that, I'm not aware of it. Gary Thomas for 10 says, "Hey, Eden, not to go on too much of a tangent, can you explain to me why the left are so pro-open borders and want every city on earth to look like New York City? It's really weird to me because that's their voter base. Immigrants overwhelmingly vote for Democrats because Democrats promise them things. They want as many immigrants as possible because it's their Democrat plantation.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how they win. They don't win votes by doing anything. Not that the conservatives do much either. But they win votes by importing new people.
Yeah, because that's the only way they will ever fucking win.
Right.
Yeah.
And the point is to turn every country into a country of tons and tons of immigrants, just because they can get them to vote for them.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the Democratic politician, but that's not the leftist mind.
Oh, but they're just following orders.
Yeah, I feel like the leftists, the very concept of a nation border is offensive to their ideology.
Right, and then there is also, the way it synergizes is that, moral foundations theory. As we know, the left, there's 6 moral virtues or moral values, and the left values two of them, the conservatives value all 6. The 2 that leftists value is the Harm/Care Foundation and the Fairness Foundation. I should say specifically what fairness is perceived fairness. So what do they see? They see, oh, look at these poor people. All they want is to come to America and have a chance, and they're so poor and they're starving. And how cruel of you to not let them in unmitigated. And it's the average person. That's the average leftist. That's where their mindset's coming from. It's moral foundations theory. Whereas, it's just pure emotion. Most things for the average leftist, like the average, lefty on the street, shit, that they are reacting very much just based on emotion. Everyone reacts based on emotion, by the way, but it's what emotions, and in this case, it's what moral foundations. So they get
have emotions?
triggered. Occasionally.
I barely have feelings.
Bruh. Okay, so so let me read my.
I'm very cruel.
No, not really. You want to give off that, but you're really not.
Shut your face! Stop ruining my reputation.
Okay, so
I
here's
must
a comment.
be known as bastard always because it's much for 2 reasons. It's much more fun to be known as bastard, and also people don't really know this about me, but I'm actually extremely nice.
You are. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, but like for the
big
purposes of you just call me puff out. There's things I can't say on stream now because this one has rattled my ire, and I'm just not amused. No, it's freaking hell. Like, I think it's because I'm known for being aggressive on my videos. I've noticed the best videos are the ones where I'm just really mean.
Yeah, and apparently ones where you do a little clip show.
Yes, or the ones where I don't actually say anything, and I just say, "Here's politicians dumb," and just take 2 videos where they say completely opposite thing.
Dumb.
Big dumb.
Anywho, here's what I said in response to the Adam and Such video. I'm just gonna. Oh, did I get through everything with? No, I didn't even finish TLDR, and I got distracted in the middle of my TLDR. Man, it's really we're being going for half an hour almost, and I still haven't gotten through my TLDR on the Crowder thing. Okay, Crowder approaches the Daily Wire. Basically, like, how much are you gonna pay me? Would you buy me out? Daily Wire comes back to him with a contract. The contract is okay. Shit. I don't think anybody who is defending Daily Wire or is castigating Crowder, whichever one it is, can in any way say that a Daily Wire.
That's offensive. How dare you call me German?
Oh, fuck no.
No offense to my German viewers.
No.
No.
Well, you know who. Wait, you don't know anything about. Don't worry. That is an old drama that I have done everything to try and ameliorate over the years. And that man, he is a typical German. Actually,
did you want to say German fascist?
No, I said German fashion, and then I stopped because just as a little bit of tidbit of information about that particular human being is much like another very famous person in history. He's not German. He's an Austrian LARPing as a German, but no one else has ever done that. Yeah, no one else has ever done that before, though, have they?
I think there was like one tiny mustache man who did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Was there one?
Yeah, for several years actually. He may have done some bad shit. I think there was like there's people that we call like God's chosen people. I think like he wasn't a fan of them particularly.
No, and by the way, I've tried to like make amends with Kraut over the years. He's like just very stubborn.
He accused Sargon of being a conservative now, and it's like,
well, because Sargon is a conservative.
Yeah,
Sargon calls himself a conservative now.
He calls himself a sensible centrist, which is like the gayest thing Sargon ever does.
Yeah, but if you push Sargon on that at all, he'll call himself a conservative.
Yeah, because he hates modernity, which is like extremely conservative. I feel like the label conservative is just tainted with the level of it's not cool to be a conservative.
Well, of course,
for whatever reason.
This has been a problem with conservatism. Well, okay, because conservatism is about conserving, protecting things of the past, and the past is stodgy and not cool. The kids like hip new stuff, right? I mean, it's just an inherent thing with conservatism.
Yeah, but you need past controls with modern shit.
Well, you can't just have limitless, debauchery and degeneracy. That's what
you can. You just need to live in Hollywood.
Well, and then you burn out.
Yeah, but then you die, and then you go to like Hollywood heaven.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm talking about, by the way. This is a complete shit.
Yeah. Fondue for 5 says, but the moral foundations of most immigrants are conservative. This is true.
Yeah, that's
Democrats
true.
would change their mind if Republicans began courting them. Okay, but the Republican Party wants to crack down on immigration. They want to get rid of illegal immigrants. A lot of these people are illegal or know people who are illegal. I mean, not the ones voting aren't. In some states, yeah, California lets you vote. I think you don't have to be an American citizen because they don't check IDs, So you can just do whatever the hell you want, essentially. You can vote for however way you please. In either way, all these people know how they have family who are back in other countries.
Someone in the chat says I'd rather be a Kraut than a French. It's like, Well, I mean, okay, I'll give one thing to the French. They decapitated their leader.
Bruh.
That's kind of based.
Yeah, that was.
The Dutch are by far the best when it comes to dealing with leaders.
It just because you're South African, which is
no, it's because the Dutch ate their freaking prime minister.
You have to know that how. What was my Dutch joke I had in my new
That's
video?
insane. Like if you give a shit, we'll literally eat you.
What was my
that's
Dutch
the most
joke?
like based way of killing your leader ever. It's like we will literally feast on your corpse.
Oh, I said there was the Dutch joke in my new video was.
I'm not gonna fuck with someone who's willing to go that far to kick my ass, like literally consume me.
Let's see.
No.
Oh yeah, so it was like these scholars provided 8 categories of behavior that might elicit vindictiveness. Then I go over the behaviors. Okay, again, behaviors that would elicit vindictiveness, of which the most commonly listed events are false accusations, etc., etc. And I said 17% reported that they had experienced some other violation that was not included in the available options, but obviously they were referring to the natural vindictiveness of existing Dutch. I have to just slip a Dutch joke into every single like an insult in every video now, like just as a swipe at you.
Yeah.
You're not even.
It's just me. Like my co-host hates my jeans.
I do not. It's just a little. It's an Easter egg now.
It's okay. I mean, she as well. She has to do what she cope with it.
Rude. But also the thing is that like there's a huge amount of social science research comes out of the Netherlands. So
oh really?
So inevitably I end up citing a Dutch study in almost every single video.
You should say thankful to them though.
I know, but I'm thankful to the Dutch researchers. But I'm
not your co-host,
playfully jabbing it. I'm playfully jabbing at you. Oh no, a Dutchman in the chat.
We have a Dutchman chat. Ah, good.
His name is just a Dutchman. I'm sorry, a Dutchman.
I know she's very mean.
It's playful banter. Did you hear
I heard
Bill?
Bill in the background, yeah.
Bill is the one who really hates the Dutch, don't worry.
And yet he and I get along.
I know. Okay.
I don't really actually not get along with most people.
No, I know.
Except if they're rampaging leftists, like then I tend to butt heads because I just go, yeah, you guys, your democracy is cringe and gay and monarchy's base, and they instantly think I want an authoritarian, which is ironic considering they're socialists.
But you understand why they think that, because
they're
unless
dumb.
they think if you say democracy is cringe and gay, I want communism, then they would think, they were like, oh wow, great. But if you say democracy is cringe and gay,
democracy leads to communism.
And you're not agreeing with everything else that they're already saying, then they are going to assume that you are just.
I want blood and soil.
Yeah, but I mean that's why you're getting the fascist claim. Though, if you say blood and soil, my dude, that's why you're getting the fascist claim.
But here's the thing about blood and soil. Blood and soil is okay sometimes.
What's the word for soil in German? I don't remember. Blut and what?
Ask. We have some Germans in the chat, Austin.
Yeah, I know.
No, but like here's the thing, right? If you say like a blood and soil Germany, horribly bad. Blood and soil African tribe, good.
Well, of course.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, you don't really hate it. You just hate the people who are going for the blood and soil argument.
No shit.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Gary Thomas for 10 says, I asked this because whenever a country like Hungary or Japan isn't having enough babies, I have an update on that one. Japan now currently has the highest birth rate in Asia. At least that's what Bill told me the other day.
Okay, but that's not saying much as in compared to who?
In East Asia? Compared to China?
Yeah, but like,
China's got that rule, you know?
But my point that I'm asking is it still below the required rate?
Japan's
it's relative.
Japan's
blood and soil
big
is monarchist,
Japan's got big issues with the social awkwardness, and it's really, really bad. That's why they're birth. But this is
westernized.
Japan birth rate. No, it's something. It's intrinsically Japanese.
Yeah, but that's good though. That you keep its culture.
Are you sure about that, Bill? Because I don't see that. Were you sure about that birth rate thing in Japan?
Bill has insider knowledge.
He told me about this the other day. What was it?
It's 1.3.
Oh, Bill said he saw one report about it. So I don't know.
If you guys can get us any information about that.
So sounds like it's fake news because Bill says he saw another report that says it's in free fall. So I don't know. It was such a weird. I was like, whoa, really? How? But
I wonder who does actually have the highest one.
Probably China anyway.
South
Even
Korea,
though
maybe?
Again they got the North Korea.
No,
they're
South
starving.
Korea.
Oh, South Korea.
Why the fuck would I say North Korea?
All of East Asia's got weird sex issues. Hungary and Japan not having enough babies, they immediately jumped to mass immigration instead of finding ways to make parenthood more appealing. Well, look, Japan's not going to take any immigrants. Like,
yeah, I don't really blame them.
They're just not.
Yeah, because they're a very proud country.
But with Hungary and if it's a European country or predominantly white country, yes, of course they say
Hungary.
But that again goes towards Hungary's very conservative.
Yeah, it's like their Autobahn.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you.
But the reason why they would say that there is again because of the because the leftists will vote for, because they think you're helping people, and then they get a whole bunch of people who it's in Mongolia. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know where Bill got that.
He says Japan has 1.3 birth rate, which is going up. It's bad, but it is getting better. Mongolia has an above replacement birth rate.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Well, I guess it's going up then. That's still not. Yeah, that's not replacement. So that's not good.
Nothing is making nationalism rise fast in the World Economic Forum.
Oh, I know. Oh, did you hear that? I didn't put it in the show notes. The terrible like singer they had who was going like she was just making weird noises. It was really
this is like
embarrassing.
I said this to Aiden before. If you look at the World Economic Forum, right? Just like because they had Brian Stelter on there. Like, this is the thing. If you actually look at the World Economic Forum,
America's favorite thumb.
Yes, and Mark Dice's famous puppet. But if you just look at the World Economic Forum, not as in this like scary boogeyman, but just like objectively who they are, they come across as the most stupidest people in the world. Like you're like, these are the crazy people that are going to take over the world. Yeah. They look like fucking they like cartoon villains.
Interestingly, both cartoonishly evil and completely
incompetent,
ridiculous at the same time. Yeah.
Like that's the one thing I will say that about them that appear utterly unscary is that, or not particularly frightening, is when you look at what they say. Like you guys just come off like insane villains where you don't really look all that threatening.
Could you send the link to me, Bill? Sorry. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Bill said he might have found it, but it was like a meme screenshot, so I don't know if it's real. Sounds like no. Anywho, maybe, I don't know.
A meme
might be outdated. Like it was like it was like on Twitter or something. It was a screenshot. It wasn't an actual link to an article. Anywho.
God damn it.
So you must double check.
Fact proof everything, yeah.
Bean Warrior for 10 says, "Hey there, I think I remember Aiden saying she was some kind of no true people Catholic from some stream, or no true Pope Catholic from some streams years ago. Could you expand if time allows? Also, hello, Daddy Spoon."
God damn it.
If I said something like that, I don't remember it. I didn't become a Catholic until, and I haven't gone to church yet. There's no Catholic church on Guernsey. I just sometimes watch masses on Sundays. Don't even every Sunday. Like a proper Catholic, I don't even watch mass on Sunday.
Was it Ledden who will help with that, by the way?
Help with what? No,
made you the Catholic thing. He's a Catholic.
No, it was more that like I decided that I wanted to return to Christianity, and I still haven't really decided. But I'll watch Orthodox services sometimes, and then I'll have them on, and then sometimes I'll have Catholic. But it's like one or the other. It's Catholicism or Orthodoxy for me personally, and that's just my choice. No, the reason why is because I went to Catholic school. I hated the Catholic school I went to when I was a child. I got bullied really horribly. But I went to a Catholic Jesuit school for my undergraduate degrees, and I loved that. It was fascinating. I mean, the religion classes I took, were particularly the ones I took with the priests, were like, some of those people were so incredibly intelligent. I was awed by it.
Well, yeah, because before, there was not exactly this animosity between religion and science as it is now. Mm-hmm. Because religion now is used as a weapon to dismantle
Jesuits
the church.
In particular, Jesuitism is very like pro-science. It's just an order.
Why is everyone saying Nain Spoo in the chat? What the fuck?
Nain? I don't know. Ew, Jesuits. A lot of people hate Jesuits. I get it, but I had a lovely experience at the Jesuit Institute. Aiden is a bad Christian. Yeah, I was a lapsed Christian. I was never actually as a kid. I never believed in it or anything. I just I had to go to church. I didn't really, well, as a kid, I don't know how much you
Opposite BTFO.
Whatever. Yeah, I don't think kids can really fully understand religion, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's...
And then when I was between the ages of 11 and 13, I was horribly bullied in a Catholic school. So yeah, I didn't like Christianity. So I had a spat of years where I was an edgy atheist. Like, by the way, as like most teenagers are anyway. Oh, Nyan, the cat spoon. Yeah, cat spoon.
Okay.
Dark Phoenix 5 says, sure, French guillotine, but their philosophy is what led to tyrants in the first place. Yes, it did. Even with it even infected England, never choose French based. And then earlier, DRT's King said for $2, Crowder's in the right. DW was incredibly bad. The DW was incredibly bad. And E equals MCG for £5 says, I'm just here for 80s ooh voice. There you go. Anywho, finally, let's get to Crowder since I.
Oh yeah, people do like your freaking Japanese voice.
Anywho, okay, so here I'm just gonna read my statement.
Have you ever
first.
done a video in Japanese?
No, my Japanese sucks. Like it is so it is. It's not that it's like Japanglish or something, but it's just my grammar has totally fallen apart over the years. Because I told you this thing that pissed me off the other day on Twitter is that I just asked a question, like an honest question, and because I was watching Kitchen Nightmare while I was cooking, and I wasn't really watching it. I was doing other stuff. I'm cooking, and some of the people in the kitchen at some point start speaking in Spanish, and something that I've noticed for years now, but I just put my thoughts out there on Twitter because it's like what Twitter is for shower thought level type thinking, hence the character limit, and apparently major
Shower
political
thought
news,
thinking?
but like just random thoughts.
Most of my
You
best I kind of said it improperly. Most of my best thoughts come when I'm in the shower, actually.
Well, that's what a lot of people.
Because I just think weird shit when I'm in the shower.
Yeah, because you're not really doing anything, so you're just there alone with your thoughts, which is why I only take baths, and I have a bath table that I can put my phone or my laptop on and sit there and have a cocktail and sit because I'm terminally online, and but also so I can enjoy
I sit in the
cocktail
shower.
and you do. I do too.
Yeah, I just sit
don't
down and
standing.
think.
Yeah, I
things.
like having a chair.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of need one because of my problems with my feet now, but like I've always liked to do that. Anywho, let me finally get to my state. Oh fuck! I should have finished describing the Crowder thing. This is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah,
We're all
but
over the place.
people like this because it's fun.
Okay. So, Crowder solicits the Daily Wire. Daily Wire comes back with a contract. The contract is shit. We're gonna go over in this video how it's shit. Some people are saying, whatever. Crowder then decides to release. Well, first of all, what he does is he makes a website called Stop Big Con, or what is it? Something like that.
Did he?
Well, yeah, his website is called like Stop Big Con or something like that. He makes it in December. So he had already planned to do this for at least a month, if not months. He comes public then last week with just publishes the document, and he makes this video that we're going to watch some of where he talks about how horrible, the Daily Wire is and how they're so predatory and it's awful, etc., etc. Daily Wire hits back, says, no, in fact, we gave Crowder a great deal. And then essentially everybody gets dragged under the bus, or dragged into this conflict, I should say. Candace Owens goes on Tim Pool and has things to say that we'll look at. And everybody kind of is throwing their, it's a war. It's this big war between these two sides of who is in the right. Is it Steven Crowder? Is it Daily Wire? And are creators being treated dirty by the Daily Wire? Were they trying to treat Steven Crowder dirty? Here is my, my opinion on it. Just summarize before we get into it.
I didn't know he went to them.
Yeah, I didn't find that out till later. That's why, again, I wanted to wait until I had all the information.
I'm somewhat
Weird,
feeling a
right?
bit different about it.
It's right. That's why I wanted to wait until I had more information about this before I commented on it.
Yeah, because I feel like if the Daily Wire gave it to you, that
And they just apropos of nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's kind of bad. But like if you went to them.
Yeah. That's another aspect that Amish saying is that when Crowder released this document originally, as we're going to watch, he didn't even say that who gave him the contract. He didn't out the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire outed themselves. So this whole thing has been a mess. I mean, anybody could reasonably assume it was probably the Daily Wire. They're the only ones who really had the money to hire Crowder. Yeah.
Yeah, it was only going to be that of the Blaze. It was only going to be that of the Blaze. And the Blaze.
Can't be the Blaze.
Yeah, because he left them.
He left them. It can't be Fox News because guess what? Crowder left them too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's just a process of elimination. It is only going to be the Daily Wire.
So by basic process of elimination,
there's only fucking two of them. So
it's the Daily Wire. Yeah. So anywho, here's what I wrote. I said the issue with the boilerplate contracts are interesting. Actual Justice Warrior argues that there's no way Crowder's lawyers would have let him sign a document that would have cost him a huge chunk of money, a huge chunk of the deal, because his channels are entirely demonetized. This is part of the document that is crazy. I want to go over it. Actually, let's just go through, because I don't really care what Crowder says so much as to pull up the pages of the document. I don't. Okay, here it is. All right, this is the part I was talking about. Reduction of fee from lost revenue from boycotts, content strikes, or bans from major social media platforms. A, ad drop. If Crowder is boycotted or dropped by more than 50% of his then extant advertising partners, is 50% of the revenue from those partners, and the company is not able to replace them within 90 days, then the fee will be reduced by 25% until such time that ad revenue has been restored for a period of 90 days. Mercatus said this, and I'll repeat it. Good job showing the left that boycotting and pitching a fit on Twitter works.
Yeah, because they're going to be empowered by that.
How would you not be?
Yeah.
You just showed... Well, actually, Crowder, you now showed them that the way that the Daily Wire contract operates is that if you go scream at some company that they work with, not many companies working with the Daily Wire at this point pretty solidly, but you're showing them that it worked. Crowder's whole big thing, his framing of all of this is that Daily Wire is totally bending the knee to censorship and to YouTube. I don't know why he didn't talk about this ad drop stuff more, because I think that might even be more egregious, right? Like, just in terms of like, yeah, good job showing them that it works. 2, and this is the part where it gets more bizarre, in my opinion, the more obvious part. Content strike. If any of the major platforms, e.g. YouTube, Facebook, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, issue a content strike other than a company-wide content strike, such that the Crowder content cannot be monetized on such platform, and the company is not able to resolve the issue within 90 days, then the fee will be reduced by 25% from that point forward. Crowder's channel has been demonetized for years on YouTube.
It's in 2017, wasn't it?
Right. So
I think so.
You're Steven Crowder, just from his position. I'm going to keep reading my interpretation, or when I get into reading my interpretation of events. Or I'll just sprinkle it, whatever.
God damn, I like the blues music.
You get this. Now, again, we know now that he solicited the Daily Wire for this, and they send this back. Again, Steven Crowder is the biggest conservative on YouTube, arguably. Independent conservative on YouTube, for sure.
Oh, by far.
He's massive.
He's bigger than the Daily Wire.
Right. So this is, the Daily Wire is courting, in this case, like, I don't know, Michael Jackson, right? Like back in the day. I mean, he's, you know, but like it's like the guy, like, you know, someone who you really want on your label. If you look at this from a media or music industry perspective, which is, it gives me a lot of music industry vibes. And in terms of, you know, the music industry is very well known, particularly in the past, for being extremely predatory, particularly towards upcoming creators. And Crowder really framed it that way. I don't know if he cares so much about up-and-coming creators. I think this is about money at the end of the day. I really do think it is.
Yeah,
but of course it's about money.
Ideological.
But of course it's about money.
Of course.
And here's a thing in this document they sent him back that says, out of the gate, so whatever he's being offered, it sounds like it's 50 million, right? Now, that's 50 million for Crowder and all his staff. Crowder's going to keep doing the productions because he has the production equipment already.
Yeah, he's got like 30 people that he has to employ, so he's got a fair bit of money he has got to spend to splash.
50 million sounds huge. 50 million over the course of 4 years. And then to pay for all the staff.
And he also has got to pay the lawyer fees and all that shit, though.
And all that kind of stuff. It's a lot. I mean, it sounds like a huge amount of money.
But
it is a huge amount of money.
Evaporate really fast, though.
It is a huge amount of money, but let's say it's $50 million, which I think has been confirmed. But it's $50 million, right? Well, Crowder's demonetized. So 50 million. There we go. And then time is 0.25. So that's 12 million off the table. 12.5 million off the table. So it's not 50 million, the offer. It's 37.5.
Also, he's got to pay taxes on that.
Right. So it's
Uncle Sam is going to take
but
a
I'm just
slice.
saying that if it's a $50 million contract, if this were to, now hang on, this is why you negotiate, this is why you work on the contract. But can you see how Crowder or anybody might look at that, and then it's, make a look at a contract like this, it says we're going to give you $50 million, but by the way, we're actually offering 37.5 because it doesn't apply to you. It seems like they're being scummy. It seems like they're trying to sneak something in here, right?
You realize the Daily Wire could have played this completely differently.
no shit.
Because I feel
They
like
should have sent him a specialized. I mean, like, even though he approached them first, it doesn't matter. You don't send Steven Crowder, who is, again, the biggest conservative on YouTube.
He's bigger than your company. Like, you would look at this and think
Well, I don't know if he's... No, he's not bigger than the Daily Wire as a whole company, but he's the biggest, like, independent individual person.
As far as people who watch him, he's got a bigger sub count than the Daily Wire.
Yeah, but Daily Wire has
yeah, they may be bigger.
Look,
yeah, the company might be bigger, but as far as the audience retention goes, I think the Crowder is bigger than the Daily Wire. And if your business is to get eyeballs, he is a bigger name than you. If I'm going, I could be wrong, but if I'm going on that metric, he probably is bigger for So I feel like if you were a business,
either way, if he's not, it's a massive purchase. This is buying the biggest in the business.
Yes, but I feel like my point of it is that if he's that much of an asset to your company, then he may be worth a bit of a headache. Like it would behoove you to pay him more to get him, because in the long run he would bring more people than you have now.
Yeah.
So I can understand, like, you're being like fucking Scrooge McDuck over here because you're trying to get money out of the guy because, like, he's a big asset.
Well,
but
the people who are against Crowder seem to say he's being greedy, and it's like, I mean, yeah. Okay, first of all,
considering who runs the Daily Wire, I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt.
Okay, yeah, he's being greedy, but it's not just him. He has to pay for his employees.
Yes.
Duh, and also, obviously, it's not greedy. It's like,
and the terms of the contract are shady as fuck.
When there's shit like this in the contract, it would mean, actually, because Crowder's already demonetized, it's not a $50 million offer, is it? It's $37.5 million.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
That seems like you are intentionally being disingenuous.
Yeah.
Am I sure that Crowder approached the Daily Wire? That's what I have been told. If that's not confirmed, then let's say it's not. Either it makes it way worse if that's not true. If Daily Wire approached Crowder with this document, if that's the case, then that is so much worse, right? Because that means they knew they were courting the biggest name in conservatism on YouTube, and they didn't bother. Because here's the Daily Wire's reaction to this all coming out, right? Is that, well, it's a boilerplate. It's a boilerplate document. We send the same document to everybody. You don't send... If you're
that makes it worse.
Yeah, if you're RFI, you don't send a boilerplate standardized contract...
To Steven Crowder.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's one of these big music industry. I don't know who's a big artist that... I don't listen to pop music.
I don't freaking know.
Like,
I'm a fucking metalhead, for God's sake.
You're sending a contract to sign Michael Jackson at the height of his career, right? You don't send Michael Jackson a boilerplate standard contract.
No.
That particularly has such a glaring flaw in it like this. Not if you actually intend to sign him. So I think that if it is... Because I had heard that, again, the Crowder had approached DW.
Ooh, noodling. If
DW approached Crowder, that's even more insulting. That's way more insulting. Because then it's like, you didn't... I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Oh, it's just a standard contract. No, it really shouldn't have been. And then, okay, so ban. If the Crowder content cannot be released on any other major platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, because of Crowder or his content being banned from those platforms, the fee will be reduced by YouTube 20%, Apple Podcasts 20%, etc.
I feel like Steven would have taken that if the rules were not so fucking arbitrary. Because you can get ice from YouTube for like any particular fucking reason.
And that's the thing that a lot of people are not, I think, are like missing in all of this, is that
the rules are really mismatched.
The people who a lot of people who I've seen defending the Daily Wire have said, Crowder, all you have to do is just stop being incendiary. Just don't curse. It's like, no. That's not it at all. You have no idea.
Don't call Ezra Klein.
None of us have a single goddamn clue what gets things demonetized on this website. YouTube can put out as many, they do all these explainers of here's how you make sure that you get monetized. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not.
Getting monetized is easy. Staying monetized is hard, apparently.
First of all, Crowder's whole channel is demonetized anyway, so it's a moot point. But this is where it does matter for other people who would be sent this contract, right? How about with COVID, right? You could not talk about COVID for nearly 3 years at all.
Read the super chat there.
T3 Dragoon for $10 says Crowder did not seek DW out. Oh, okay. his agent put out an open call for lots of folks to send him their offers if they want to work with him. He talked about it on Tim Pool. That's the that contract is what they sent. Okay, I misinterpreted that then. Okay, so he didn't seek out DW exclusively.
That's worse.
So he just put himself out there. So he was just on a little fishing expedition. Which okay, which makes my metaphor. I have a metaphor in my post that I thought was pretty all right. So I'm gonna keep my metaphor.
That to me is worse than from the
Thank
Daily
you,
Wire.
T3 Dragoon. This is again like even after all this stuff's happened, and I've had time to collect my thoughts on it. I'm still not 100% on absolutely all of the
details.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
though.
that is shady as fuck though. On behalf of the
So. Okay, yeah, now he seems to be kind of blaming his agent a little bit from what I heard from him on Timcast.
Well, that's not his agent's fault.
No, but okay, so his agent just puts out a blanket who wants to buy Steven Crowder thing. Yeah, it's and then you get an offer and you don't like it, and then you decide to burn every bridge. I don't know about that one, my dude.
Yeah,
that's
Steven,
not great.
That's not the smartest move.
Let me see.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that makes people think you're a bit too big for your bridges.
I mean, that's how it comes off. Yeah, they add drop the content straight. But here's the thing though about the content policy, right? Whatever. I think I read most of what I wanted to read from the document. You don't know. That's not fair. You have no idea with the COVID stuff. Like you just couldn't. It didn't matter what you were saying, unless you were saying, go get your vaccine, get as many vaccines as you possibly can.
Your 18th booster
as fast as possible, and get and wear a mask and just even people who
follow the status quo.
Even people who were just regurgitating CDC guidelines, if they were conservative, they were still getting demonetized. Like there was just you could not. First of all, the biggest news story on the planet, and you could not talk about it.
Was already shady as fuck.
If you were a conservative, was it because again, like any kind of Steven Crowder himself, speaking of which, has had streams pulled for misinformation where he was literally reading from the CDC.
Yeah, one of my videos got struck for that same reason.
Yeah,
because here's the problem with them. The CDC's guidelines were shit because they weren't following the science; they were following money.
Yeah,
that was it. Because the entire thing was a fucking experiment on the human mind. Like, how will humans react to certain stimuli? Essentially, that was essentially the giant experiment. And there was periods where how quick the CDC would update it versus how quickly YouTube's policies would be updated would be completely off the fucking mark. So the CDC could say something, and then within 5 minutes, if you repeat it, it's still on YouTube's old terms of service, so you will get gapped for that, even if it came from the CDC. That was the fucking problem with it. Is there was an update lag with YouTube's policies that was shit. So if there was breaking news, you couldn't instantly say like, hey, look, this is what the CDC now. It's like, oh, this is what YouTube says. Like, motherfucker, I came from the CDC. Update your policies, you lazy shitheads.
Yes, and that was that's just COVID is just one particular example. But the reality is that YouTube will demonetize you for almost anything. Yeah. Like it is so easy to get demonetized. I mean, we're monetized, but every stream gets demonetized. That's why super chats really help.
My videos don't get demonetized because I say some pretty racist shit.
Well, on my main channel, I'm really careful about stuff, and
I will say there is one.
Actually, never. If I get demonetized, I go figure out how to fix it.
There is one sort of silver lining with the you have to be careful with thing, is that it does force you to use funny language.
Oh yeah,
and makes you creative in a sense.
But sometimes it can feel very infantile. I don't like it.
Yes, I do agree with that. Like it does like the blunt force trauma, but depending on who it is, they can make it funny. Because I like how Salty Cracker says climate change.
Yeah.
And I like because I like the way he says that. He says racisms. He goes like definitely racisms and climate change, and I find that funny as hell.
Yeah. Hasselhopper5 says Crowder did not out anyone to start. Yeah, I clarified that earlier. He said he received multiple predatory contracts. Yeah, the way he framed it in the video, he said, like, be careful out there, young up-and-coming conservatives, because this is just an example, which does, imply that he got one that he got, and criticize how they would shackle and suppress new creators. That is the part where I think that Crowder was personally slighted either by this offer or was pissed off at the Daily Wire for some other reason. I mean, he did not oust them. Yeah, he didn't name. He said it was the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire did that to themselves, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But
I feel like he put them on the defensive though, because everyone knew it was.
To be right, and everyone knew it was them because process of elimination. It couldn't be Fox because Crowder's burned his bridge with Fox. It couldn't be Daily or the Blaze because Crowder's burned his bridge at the Blaze. So it was probably the Daily Wire. Who else could give him $50 million or give him like kind of like ridiculous?
Yeah, it's not the conservative.
Even though we didn't know it was $50 million at first either, but the things that are in the document about like how much you would be docked. It's like 100,000 for this and like 100,000 for that. And there are things in it that are crazy. Like for example, let me. I didn't do timestamps because I thought we just watched the video. Oh, here we go. Oh, I found it and then I lost it. Hang on, I'm gonna mute it and go really fast because I just saw it. But it's about the sick day stuff. Because that stuff is really weird, and like, not sick days, but like how much content he has to produce.
Don't sign forms, channels, in perpetuity the rights to your content name, image, likeness.
Email list. Okay, so,
don't sign this. Certainly not without professional legal counsel representation. Do not sign something
really
that includes.
I just want to see the document. Okay, merch rates. This is not the part I wanted to see, but this makes sense. We'll maintain exclusive rights to create Crowder and Crowder branded merchandise. Remuneration for the blanket exploitation of these rights is included in the fee. I'm not sure if this exclusive right is in perpetuity. Like if Crowder leaves, because the way that part of it was worded is that, you know, any content that he makes while working for the Daily Wire is owned by the Daily Wire forever. That does make sense to me. That one I think is relatively fine. I mean, it would be frustrating though if you are a small creator. Well, if you're a small creator and you work for the Daily Wire and then you leave, it's like, well, anything you did while you were there, you can't put in your catalog. You can't. I mean, it should be fine. But I mean, it depends. That one I'm a little bit okay with. Social media manager. Okay, wait. Email list. We'll maintain exclusive right to manage, grow, and monetize all Crowder email lists during the term. Yeah, fine. But that's going to include, you know, mug.
That's a bit shaded to get his entire email list.
This is weird.
Weird.
Social media management will have the exclusive right to manage, curate, and monetize Crowder's official Facebook, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Snapchat, Rumble, and other social media accounts,
that's just great.
Excluding Crowder's personal Twitter and Instagram accounts during the term. Additionally, DW will have perpetual and exclusive rights to create, own, manage, curate, and monetize any and all social media on any social media or similar platform as determined by the Daily Wire on the Crowder content or shows. Perpetual and exclusive right. That sounds like after the terms are over. Perpetual. It doesn't say during the term. It says perpetual. So they would get Steven Crowder's Facebook for forever? Because that's how that sounds to me.
It sounds like they're buying him.
What? I mean, they are. Sort of, they're buying his image. Here we go. This is okay. This part's also. This is the daily, monthly, annual content stuff. Where, again, it's just not a good contract, in my opinion. A daily content. If Crowder fails for any reason to deliver 192 episodes of Daily Show, so this is just his regular coverage, including any and all ad reads, and Daily Wire promo reads approved and deemed satisfactory by the company, 100,000 reduction in fees per instance.
Quick, Aiden, read a VPN ad.
But hang on, you see what that means? Is that if Crowder, like, can't do something, if he can't do a show...
For whatever reason, yeah.
For whatever reason. Now, they do have a disability stipulation here, but we'll get to that, okay? Because the disability stipulation is...
iffy at best.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so if something happens to Crowder, he can't do the show, he's charged $100,000 essentially out of his payment. $100,000. Monthly and quarterly content. If Crowder fails to deliver monthly content, etc., so I don't know, like a special episode or something, then it's $250,000.
So if he lands in the hospital, then
right. Well, hang on, we'll get there. Annual content. This would be like the election streams or something. You know, a big thing. That's $1 million reduction. The fee reduction calendar resets each year. Here's the disability clause. If in the event of temporary disability or serious illness that prevents Crowder from performing, the fees will be reduced on a pro rata basis. Which means, it doesn't mean he's absolved, it means we'll think about it in different ways.
Yeah, that's shady.
And by the way, you see how it says the fees will be reduced on a pro rata basis. He's still gonna get in trouble for not being able to stream or whatever. But I mean, that's really okay.
Shady as fuck.
Here's where the problem where all of this comes into. Okay, so all right. Okay, couple things to keep in mind now that we've got clarification of things. Crowder's agent puts out feelers. He receives this document. This document is fucked, okay? In my opinion, there's some bad stuff in here, because, like, here's the thing. They know that Crowder streams every weekday. That's why they have 192 episodes a year. But everything else about this is completely boilerplate.
A little bit.
So why would they include stuff like all that stuff about the monetization, which does not apply to Crowder because YouTube's demonetized? Why would that? I mean, this looks really bad, in my opinion. And where Crowder is right, and this is the problem, right? Crowder really sells this over the course of this video as, I'm just out here looking out for the little guy.
Yeah, because little guys earn $50 million a year.
Like, no,
over 4 years.
Are you looking out for the little guy?
Nah.
Okay, so I don't actually think so. But in terms of if you are a little guy, this contract is awful for you, right? And the reason why it's more awful is that a little guy probably does not have a lawyer to be able, and should get one before you sign anything. But if they do get a lawyer, isn't going to be a lawyer who knows how YouTube works, most likely. You know, Crowder has that on he's got Bill Richmond. Most people, you know, if you're someone like me, you know, like 130, 140,000 subs, well, I mean, I'll read my statement here, I guess, or I could just say it. Like, I have a friend who's a lawyer, you know, but just because I have a friend who could help me out with this kind of stuff. But that's an extreme privilege on my part, right? That I just happen to have a friend who's a lawyer. Most people don't have that.
Yeah, it's your white privilege.
No, I just went to college with him. Then he ended up becoming a lawyer.
College. That's some white shit.
Yeah, well, anywho. So that's an unusual thing to have. And then I think also it's just like the comparisons I made earlier to the music industry. If you've got 100,000 subscribers and you get this, you're not going to be offered $50 million, okay, by the way. Like, your contract is not going to be for $50 million. And all these numbers here, I would imagine they would be reduced massively, right? It wouldn't be $1 million fee reduction. I think this part, actually, all this part here is probably specific to Crowder. So the fact that there's other parts in it that are so generic that clearly can't apply to Crowder, like the monetization issues, then that probably means there's our boilerplate, like this part, and that content strike and ad drop stuff. Again, you're saying that boycotting works, and you're saying that you can't talk about a whole bunch of stuff. Any spicy topic is not allowed, because otherwise you're going to lose 25%. And if you signed this document straight up, if you were demonetized like Crowder is, then you start out at 25% loss. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, from the basis, it's not exactly a very good one.
So, yeah, here's what I read. I said, it seems that Crowder took this all as a slight, and
I don't blame
him.
Again,
if his, because yeah, I forgot about that on Tim Guessett. Yeah, he did like kind of throw his agent under the bus and be like, oh, I had no control over what my agent was doing or something. Like, I think you did. I would find that to be really bizarre. You had no idea that this was, you know, just whatever. On top of the low balling, and it is probably a low ball. The 50 million is probably a low ball for what Crowder's worth, right? I think he's overestimating how much his mug club is worth, because he doesn't actually know, as we covered. I think that that's probably, and I do think the 50 million is probably underestimating Crowder. Like, how much he's worth over the course of 4 years. I think that is quite a low ball. That's not unusual, though. Here's what I say here. Like, the low balling, even though neither of these things are really unusual in terms of contracts, both starting with the low ball or with a generic contract. But as I just said a minute ago, with some of that stuff about the 192 episodes a year, that seems very much more specific to Crowder. Or at least to people who are all doing a daily show, which not everybody does. You know, most people don't do a daily. And that's also, you know, or at least 5 days a week. Where was it? Okay, where was it? This is also where Crowder's otherwise seemingly hollow, I'm out here to protect the little guy angle actually does hold water, because while Crowder has lawyers who are experts in the specific arena of media contracts, I sure as hell don't. I only have an attorney on retainer because my college best friend became a lawyer. How many YouTubers with 100 or 150,000 subs have that privilege? Not many, I would assume. Where it gets more bizarre, okay, that was me misunderstanding about the feeler aspect. Yeah, Crowder seemingly went on a fishing expedition. He reeled in a generic guppy contract with his multi-million-dollar fishing pole and lure, and then taking it personally, responded by dumping uranium in the proverbial conservative media pond. But neither side did not end up coming out covered in muck. There's my little metaphor. Here's my conclusion here. The Daily Wire should not have sent Crowder a generic contract with massive issues in it, like, yeah, it's 50 million. Wink, wink, it's actually 37.5 for you because you're demonetized already. Crowder should not necessarily, but has good reason to, expect to be treated like royalty with a specialized contract adapted specifically for his circumstance. I think he probably should have kind of expected that.
Really?
You know? I think he should expect some... I don't think it should be like... Okay. If his agent put it out there, and the Daily Wire did not approach him, then I think I'm gonna... Again, this is something I read before. So no, I don't think so. I think he should think that he should get some kind of... a little different treatment from somebody like me, right? If the Daily Wire wanted to court me, I would probably get a generic contract, right? But Steven Crowder's the biggest name in the business, like I said. So but again, now it sounds like, yeah, he probably got a whole bunch of these because his agent sought them out.
Yeah,
in which case,
from that perspective, yeah.
Right.
But
so,
it's still, yeah.
So his lawyer solicited the stuff.
But
I know, nor do I, but it...
fault.
Right. The only things that I actually find upsetting, like I said, are Crowder does his argument about like the big guy versus the little guy thing does hold some merit, right? Like, you know, I can see if I got an offer from the Daily Wire saying we're going to give you $1 million over 4 years, you know, which even that probably would be insane. But I don't know, that's crazy. What would they realistically offer me?
I have no idea.
Like what? $250,000 over the course of 4 years, right? How about that one? That would be rough. I couldn't say no to that, even if it was a really shitty contract like this. But the thing is, also the way this ends up working is you don't end up getting that. I wouldn't get that $250,000. You know, I wouldn't.
Probably not. No.
No, because by the terms of the thing, like if I get demonetized that in a way that I could never be able to predict because YouTube changes all the time and just does shit randomly. The difference is that the one benefit you have is that if you work for the Daily Wire, you've got them on your side. They don't want to lose their money either.
Yeah.
So now I would say that part of the contract is that they will help you get legal services using their legal services, and you only have to pay 50% of the lawyer fees. Arcade seemed to think that was a decent deal, but I'm not so sure about that.
Say that again?
Like that you could basically like use. You would only have to pay half of the normal lawyer fees to use Daily Wire's lawyers if you're on contract with them. It's still like, I mean, imagine like a lot of it is the Daily Wire probably could just email you, Susan, and they have way more pull to be able to get most stuff taken care of in a way that you and I could never do. But still, I feel like
that's Steven like saying, "Hey, look, Steven swallowed jizz." That's basically what that is.
Yeah.
Because I think this might just be my take. I could be horribly wrong. It'd actually be better if I'm horribly wrong. I think Steven views the fact that the Daily Wire have like boasted about being in with Susan at YouTube. That is a snake in the grass admittance that Steven does not like. I think because Steven perceives Like I said this before.
I think he took it as a slight.
Yes.
He expected to be treated like royalty,
but
and he got this.
And
look, there's bad stuff in this. I think as we've explicated, there's bad stuff in this document.
But I don't even think it's that. I think it's for Steven. It's that. Like I said this in my video that it's almost like with big tech is that you can roll around with them, but once you're in bed and you swallow, like then you're a sellout slut.
Oh.
And that is the point where I think people would think if you go that far, then you are compromised, essentially.
I mean, it is in that sense, and one of Crowder's other major criticisms, of course, is that this is bowing to big tech.
Yes, that's what I mean.
The part that he should have really hammered in on that was the boycotting thing. I mean, he like that one too. He didn't talk about that one as much as the demonetization thing, because the demonetization thing is awful. Like, it is so easy to get demonetized for no comprehensible reason. Because first of all, here's the thing, guys. If you're not aware, YouTube doesn't tell you. They give you a reason. They don't show you where the problem was. They don't show you anywhere in the video where there's an issue.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, unless you hit for copyright.
Yeah.
And then in which case
for copyright, it will which of course means YouTube is fully capable of showing you where the problem is. You get a copyright strike.
Yeah, it'll tell you where in the video
it pops up.
Yeah.
You can just say remove it. You can say remove the music, which doesn't work great sometimes, but you can just say remove the music, take it out. It just usually mutes the entire segment, right? It's supposed to like let you keep talking, but it can't really figure that out.
You know, one of my ones got hit a while ago. The video that I made on Top Gun. Mm-hmm. Right? Now this is where I wanted to almost appeal it because it just pissed me off. So I did what the Critical Drinker does when he does like a video, like he will loop the trailer, essentially, which is what I did, right? And so my most of the video, apart from like 2 clips that I use from the original Top Gun, right, is just looping the trailer, and there's like 20 seconds of my video that I got hit. I'm like, but the entire video is looping this bit that you clipped. What the fuck? Why is this bit copyright and the entire video is that?
Yeah.
What the? That makes no sense.
It's frustrating. Legit Love Talker says, I'm surprised you have time to pay attention to me when you're so invested in Steven Crowder from the Bad Men at DW. Well, I did notice your comment then, because I'm... Bro, what?
What are we doing?
I think we're being very critical of Crowder here. Anywho, are we simping for Crowder?
I don't know.
I think we've been quite critical of him. I think neither side looks particularly good, but
saving Crowder from the Daily Wire. I don't think we're saving Crowder.
with the clarification in particular that his agent was the one who put the feelers out there in the first place, and they just sent him this shit and be like, oh, okay, here you go. We didn't know. I mean, by the way, I was surprised. I would have been surprised by that too, because Crowder seems so fiercely independent. Yeah. If I was the Daily Wire, I'd be like, is he? In which case, it really, maybe the reason they sent him a generic contract is because they didn't think he was serious.
Yeah.
So they weren't being serious back. I think it's because they were just like, well, take this, come back to us. We'll go to the negotiation table to see, because I don't think they believed his agent was serious. I would, now the more that knowing that for sure about the agent thing, or that seems to be clarified, because I do remember he said that on Tim's show, but again, there's been so much stuff and it gets my brain puddled. Then I don't think necessarily. Look, I think the problem with the contract is that it's not a good contract. Yeah. Okay, but Crowder making this like whole big thing about it, it's like he was kind of a douchebag to bring all this out. I do think people should probably be aware that this contract, I mean, if it is all boilerplate, which is what the Daily Wire said, they said it was a largely just generic contract. This isn't a good generic contract. That demonetization stuff, that missing days stuff, that
seems a bit shady as fuck.
It's pretty rough. I mean, I don't know how specific to Crowder the missing days stuff was.
Apparently we have to read super chats because there's a lot of them now.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been trying to figure this, but could you get through the Crowder stuff? I think we're done. So with most of the Crowder stuff, but let's see what you guys have. Since I'm not looking at text and stuff anymore. Okay. Yes. Yep. Okay. Porch for $5 says Shinzo Abe assassinated. Japan's birth rate immediately jumps. Lamau, bro. Yeah. DRT is king for $5 says Crowder, who after medical issues he's had for years, has stated he wants to semi-retire within 5 years. So having a bench checks with his statements. Crowder does have serious medical issues. So that whole thing of being like, if you can't now, we'll do it pro rata if you can't show up. Well, Crowder, like his chest is like inverted weirdly or something. He's got heart issues. He's got a lot of health problems.
Yeah,
I don't know how serious it is anymore.
After seeing that fucking contract.
Well, I can see why. Even if his agent did solicit it, which is what it sounds like happened, you might get that and be pissed. But I really think, like, it seems that who brought this up earlier in the chat too, that Crowder thought about working with Lauren Chen, I think, was it? And then Lauren Chen was gonna maybe work with Crowder, but that didn't end up working out either. And people were trying to bring up that, like, Crowder has a bad relationship with his ex-employees, and there's one who I don't know anything about that's allegedly with, but I don't think he necessarily has a bad relationship with Quarter Black Garrett. It caved in sternum last year. I remember when that happened. Yeah. But yeah, I think he wants, and I can understand him saying his pass the torch stuff. But one thing other people have brought up is that the Daily Wire can claim credit for elevating a whole bunch of people into semi-stardom. Crowder really can't make that claim. Crowder is out for Crowder in that sense. Like, he can't, at least that's a criticism I've heard. Because if he's saying I'm out here for the little guy, Steven Crowder can't point to anybody that he personally has elevated. Like, Quarterback Garrett's doing okay. I mean, doing fine. He was working with Nerdrotic. I assume he's fine, but he didn't, like, make Quarterback Garrett a star. You know what I mean? Like, so Crowder didn't make it to give Garrett a position where he could go do his own show. Well, he does, but I mean, like a produced show. Do you know what I mean? On the same kind of level. Yeah, Quarterback Garrett, not Gay Jared. It's not Gay Jared, not Quarterback Garrett. Blech, I got them screwed up. But Quarterback Garrett, he doesn't work for him anymore though, does he either? It's not Gay Jared. They're 3-part names, both work for Crowder. Got a little confused. Or wait, right? Yeah. But they both don't work for him anymore, right?
Why are you asking me?
Oh, no, Quarterback. I'm asking the chat. Oh, Kel Panthera says that Quarterblack sometimes comes back on. That's what I thought. I got the two of them confused. They were both guys who worked with the audio and stuff. Not Gay Jared hasn't said anything about it, so now they got them correct. Not Gay Jared hasn't said anything about it other than that he parted ways amicably with Crowder. But so it wasn't Garrett. It was Jared who said anything about it at all. So, and Quarterback, I guess, is just doing his own thing. But and I don't know if he still works at all. He just comes on for like guest appearances. I don't watch Louder Crowder religiously. I do watch it quite frequently, actually, but I'm not up to date on all the independent workings. Yeah, Not Gay Jared disappeared. So I don't know. But Crowder hasn't made anybody else a star, right? No. The Daily Wire has done that, to their credit. So, and here's the thing with all of this, is that like one or two people in the chat I've seen who are like saying that we're simping for DW or we're simping for Crowder. I think it's pretty clear, at least for me. I'm not simping for anybody here. I think they both come off. I think that in the long run, Crowder probably looks worse.
I think
Crowder looked really nervous on Tim Pool. He seemed to be, and he seemed nervous in this video too. He seemed to be like sweating, like he was scared. Yeah, I know Quarterback works for Nerdrotic. That's why I got him and Jared confused though. Again, it's that 3-part name. Both worked for Crowder, and I like Jared. I've interacted with him before, but it's my bad. I apologize. I am sorry about that. All right, back to the super chat. Sorry, Kizza. I'll get into it now. Okay.
Yeah, Aiden, you slacker.
T3 Dragoon for $10. Thank you, man. Says he didn't throw his agent under the bus. He had nothing but praise for his agent. Tim asked for the full story, so Crowder gave it, along with emails and transcripts of stuff for Tim to read. Well, it sounded like what he said is that like he doesn't have control over his agent, so the agent was just doing stuff that he wasn't within his control. Which I probably phrased it poorly to say he threw him under the bus. But how about he put the onus of agency on his agent? How about that? And which is how it came off to me from when I listened to it the other day. Mike Mysterio for 10 says, "Here's my thing. One, DW talked about being friends, but sent a shit contract. Apparently, well, the guy that who was friends with Crowder at DW, the lawyer, apparently they had been friends for like 10 years.
And more.
And so that's another added layer of me being able to understand. Sven Computer was the other guy, yeah, who left Crowder. Another reason why I can understand why Crowder would be offended by this, knowing that Crowder solicited it, essentially makes it weirder, because if DW had sent this to him apropos of nothing and it's this shit, that would be really, really
shady, bad
look for DW. But considering his agent solicited it, the people at the DW obviously know him, and they know he's the biggest, name on YouTube in conservatism stuff. It's weird. Not Gay Jared hasn't said anything, but he did like a bunch of anti-Crowder tweets. I did see that as well. So that would be the indication that he's not too pleased about it. I did see that, yeah. Okay, 2, as part of the contract, Crowder is covering cost of production. Yes.
Yeah.
And 3, the talent poaching is pretty sus too. Though, look, there's not good stuff in this. Again, I don't think anyone comes out of this not looking like they're covered in muck. The question is who looks worse. I think Crowder, just some of the ways, the way he acted. He does sweat all the time. That's true. Someone in the chat said that. But he does. He just sweats a lot. But it makes him look a little shady. I have to be honest. Pure Stress for 5 says the problem is they represent it as a friend when they put in penalties on monetization that add up to 110%. That's actually not true. Somebody went over that. I've watched so many videos about this now that I can't remember who said it. But it doesn't act that Crowder was incorrect about that. I think it adds up to 80%. It doesn't add up to over 100 though, because that was his claim, which is crazy to the point where he's paying the Daily Wire to work for them. But no, but it could be that basically it ended up that if all the fees compounded. I believe, okay, this is what I've heard. I have not double checked this one, but that was Crowder's claim. That seems to have been fact checked that it was up. It would be up to 80, which would be again, then he would be making 12 million a year instead of 50, or 12 million over the course of 4 years. So yeah, Sean mentioned. Yes, it was probably Sean. I've watched so many videos about this. It was probably Sean. Kids It for £5 says, so DW got their contract terms and conditions from EA. Also, DW are neocon Zionists, not conservatives. Please stop pushing this big lie. Your king demands it. I mean, there's a reason why this stream is called RINO Stampede. I don't, yeah. If you get 2 strikes, that's 50%. Yeah. So if you do anything wrong that YouTube decides wrong, you're out 50% immediately. And yeah, because there's a reason I called them rhinos in the title. Let's see. Orna for $20. Hey, thank you, man. Says I was determined to ignore this, but Shad's video dragged me in. Yeah, it's Shad. I think both Shad and AJW had good points on it, and my ultimate position is I think everybody kind of looks like a scumbag in this, to greater or lesser degrees. Noodle Among Men for $10 says, why would Crowder go public with this? That's a good question, Spoon. What do you think?
Well, he has a point. I think depending on who his fans are, some will side with him. He could have been testing the waters for all we fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like if he did that, he probably succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm being honest, because like I said, I don't like either of these two people, because I think Crowder's humor is kind of cringe. And the Daily Wire is sus as fuck, because, Shapiro. I said, Razorfist had this thing of, I don't like the Daily Wire because of, I don't like Ben Shapiro, we are not the same. Like,
Yeah.
I'd kind of side with him because Ben Shapiro is really kind of soured on a lot of people.
I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, and like he served his purpose.
His takes are like he gets stuff. I mean, he just has bad takes a lot that I don't agree with.
Yeah, like,
That's all it is.
He's just like,
And he's very corporate.
yes.
He just gives me a very corporate vibe that I don't gel with.
He's basically a younger Sean Hannity.
He's old. Yeah, he's old school, and like that. A lot of people like that. It's not my cup of tea, you know. I mean, like again,
said,
Daily
he's a
Wire. I said this the other day. I think last week is that the Daily Wire seems more stodgy to me than Fox News.
Yeah, I said the same thing in my video.
Right, because like at Fox News, you've got Greg Gutfeld, who's basically just doing a comedy show, you know, more or less. It has a very similar vibe as it, and Tucker Carlson, who's hilarious. You know, you've got a lot of comedy stuff on Fox. Or so that's very.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still very corporate, but comparatively to not everybody at the Daily Wire, but compared to Ben Shapiro, yeah. I mean, not that Ben Shapiro can't be absolutely hilarious.
I think
WAP
Tucker. I think
really
Tucker
funny.
is funnier than Crowder.
I think Tucker's funnier than Crowder. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But I find Crowder's humor to be a little cringe.
Yeah.
Like not more than a little cringe. I find it to be quite cringe. But I mean, it doesn't mean it's not fun. A lot of his skits are very funny.
Yeah.
But it's just.
But
it's not,
I think Greg Gutfeld is funnier than.
I think Greg Gutfeld's funnier than Crowder too.
Yeah.
And I think Greg Gutfeld's, I mean, at least as edgy as Crowder. And I don't think Crowder's that edgy.
Do you know what? I think on Fridays he does videos where he makes the jokes that he couldn't fit in the rest of the week, and one of them was extremely dark. He just said, conservatives are complaining about banning certain like gender books, and he said librarians are saying you should stop letting out books on suicide because they don't come back. Mm-hmm. I'm like, God damn, that is a fucking dark joke. More fun, like, ooh, like, yeah, I could see why you didn't say that, because that's pretty dark for a corporate news show. It is. But like, it's still pretty funny though. But
yeah, I mean, it's funny, but yeah, that's a bit rough.
Yeah, that's quite dark. Yeah, so I think it's almost just a case of I still think it's trying to appeal to a corporate model.
It is, and to finish reading Noodle Among Men's super chat here, he says, "Why would Crowder go public with this? I believe the intentions are to raise public awareness to types of predatory contracts. That's what his claim is. That this is for the little guy. So that you know that, actually. How bad these.
Because what else would he have to gain?
That's the next question. What other reasons could he have? I don't see what he gains from this. Well, he starts." Stop Big Con. I don't know if he's that petty. If it really, it's one of two things. It either is that he's sincerely, and I do think the contract's shit. So it either is sincerely that he wants to raise public awareness. But you know, one thing though that Candace Owens did bring up is that Daily Wire's not hiring a whole bunch of like small 100,000 sub YouTubers, right?
Yeah, because they're big time.
They're not doing that. So who are the little guys that they're poaching? I mean, if we had evidence, right? If we had evidence of somebody, there are some that Daily Wire has plucked out of obscurity.
Her and Brett Cooper, for example.
Like Brett Cooper is the big one. Candace brought her up. So, I mean, I don't know. Does Brett hate her contract? I don't know. Does Brett feel like she's being taken advantage of?
Peterson?
Had to ask her. Peterson, Peterson was prime rib, like, you know, like they didn't give him a shitty contract.
Michaela Peterson did do a video actually about it.
Did she?
Yeah, about their contract, her father's contract with the Daily Wire.
Oh, I heard about it. What did she have to say?
I actually didn't watch it. Is that like?
Okay, neither was Steve then. Whatever.
Yeah, yeah, because like, the whole thing is, I just think it's if I'm being.
And this is premeditated, yeah.
If I'm being honest, I think it's a clash of ego.
I think that's probably what it is too. Again, I think he put his feelers out, or his agents put his feelers out. He got this bag.
He's not wrong though.
No, he's not wrong. It's a bad contract. What he could stand to gain from it is to look. You want my real opinion? I think Crowder's got a fucking axe to grind with somebody at Daily Wire.
Oh, you think that's it?
That's my opinion. I have no evidence to back it up. But
you just sense a petty vibe?
Because it feels petty to me.
Okay.
And I have no evidence to back that up. That is just my completely baseless interpretation as to why he would do this. It seems like an insane thing to burn, like every bridge over, but unless he really did feel that strongly about the contract being predatory, you know.
But the thing is the contract predatory?
It's shitty. I wouldn't say it's necessarily predatory.
Okay, well, he's got at least plausible credibility on that front.
Yeah,
like
it's not a good
shitty
contract.
Contract, and then there's evidence for it. Like, yeah, that's at least plausible.
No, it's no, you know, it's not great, but I don't think it's as bad as like the old, you know, music industry stuff of like, you're gonna give me. I'm quoting what's his name? Don Mulaney bit. It's like, you're gonna give me a whole $10 for all of my songs. Where do I sign, Mr. Berry Gordy? I said last week too. I mean, I quoted that. Like, it's not that bad. I don't think it's that bad, right? It's not quite that bad, at least. It's shitty, but it's not like
bad.
It's not, you know, music industry level bad. It's not great though. So I guess that would be why he did it. I don't know. It's probably one or the other. A cigar chomping penguin for $10 says, I'd wager not gay Jared left for his safety more than anyone else. He was the one who went undercover with Antifa. Oh, right. And went to the cops after being handed a knife. Yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe, I mean, I would have probably. Oof, like, that's crazy. Ardent Party for 2 Canadians says, gotta go, but hashtag Team Crowder for lack of hypocritical shit. Look, yeah. Yeah, owning the Crowder merch in perpetuity, that one's weird. There's all kinds of stuff in this contract that are like, what? You know, just crazy. Like, again, I can understand if it's like merch that you created, like, you know, things that you created while you're under contract with us. Yeah, that makes sense. The in perpetuity stuff, Barnes says it's the worst contract he's personally seen, DRT. I mean, it's bad. I don't look at a lot of contracts, but I would trust Robert Barnes to know what he's talking about, you know?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
Obviously. Yeah, and he's a damn good lawyer. So, from everything I know about Mr. Barnes, so yeah, I if he says it's the worst contract or one of the worst contracts he's ever seen, I mean,
that's the kind of thing that gives Steven Crowder plausibility in his.
Yeah, it does. Well, because okay. Robert Barnes is a lawyer, Abigail.
Yes.
He originally was he does a show with Viva Fry, and he at one point was, I think, representing Kyle Rittenhouse. Was going to, or something. Yeah, or was going to, or something like that. It fell apart, but they were involved at some point, or going to be. I don't remember the exact details on that one. Anywho, I think that here's what I wrote in my comment. Here's how I ended it. In short, I can see both sides of the argument. I don't trust either side as being completely honest, because at this point, and it's all Crowder's fault that it's become this way, it's a war. So I don't know. I think coming out of it the other side, I'm more on Daily Wire side than Steven Crowder. But
really?
I think so.
I'm more on Crowder's side.
I don't know. I'm really mixed. I really still don't know how I feel about it. Because I do see both sides.
Oh my god, Aiden and I are disagreeing for once.
I don't think we're disagreeing, because I don't know, I said that, but then it's like, I don't know. Because then, like, I mean, this contract is so shitty.
Yeah. The only thing I got you to change your mind on was the recording.
Hmm?
So that's the him recording the wage slave thing. I got you to kind of
yeah, because so that was a big contention for a lot of people, of course, as part of this Crowder. Okay, so Crowder recorded.
Woman moment.
Yeah, I normally don't have women moments like this. I normally like can figure out where I stand on an issue, but I don't know with this one. So he records his friend who he's talking to about this contract with, and the reason why people find it really scummy, and here's the thing, is that they talked about Christmas, they talked about family, they talked about like normal friend stuff, and then he brings up the contract, and then he records them and releases it, right? It's not something you do to your friend. Now, your argument was, well, Crowder does that all the time. He pretends to be friends with people, but this is someone who is actually friends with, right? This is someone that
I didn't say that.
But no, he gets people, he records people privately all the time, right?
Okay, but that was not my argument.
I thought that was your argument. Wait,
No, I didn't even
you
say that.
Your argument then. Okay.
My argument was human beings, when it comes to this kind of shit, if the information is fucking good, they won't care how it was obtained.
Oh, in terms of
that is the honest truth. Like I said, look at Project Veritas. Like, he does shady shit to get his stuff, but people don't give a fuck because the information.
Oh, you were talking about
reliable.
Project Veritas, not Carter. Yeah, but
yeah.
But yeah, everyone likes when Project Veritas does it. But the difference is the Project Veritas, the people in those videos, the person they're talking to might think that the Project Veritas person is their real friend.
Yeah, but again, that's not the point. That's not relevant. It's the fact that what is the information they get. Like, that makes it like, if you did that and your friend does some shady shit, then it's gonna say like, they're not gonna go, wow, you saw what your friend's like. Wow, your friend's kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah. Elder Gusto says this is like Aiden's Trump takes. She's unsure of her own opinions because of other people's opinions. And
don't worry, I'll get it back in the Trump train. I'm still working on it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It probably is true though. I do get I do get influenced by other people's opinions. That's why, like, when I'm working on my videos,
Mainly
if I see someone covering the same topic, I don't watch it. I don't watch their video on it because I'm like, no. I don't want anyone else's opinion to influence mine. But with this situation, there's no way you don't hear people's opinions because it's gotta come from different people, and so I don't know.
I can probably do it. I got it to reconsider that one. I got it to the Absolute Monarch, which well done.
Yeah, you did.
And now I have to get it back on the Trump train. So.
All right, give me a second. I have to go grab a drink, and then let's move. I want to talk about the. Well, we have to move over into the Eliza Blue drama, right? Because this is the other.
That involves Jeremy.
The Jeremy thing.
Yeah.
Do you want to put Jeremy's video on? I think we need to like get into the Eliza. We need to explain it first. So before I go grab a drink and before I leave, let's introduce topic 2, which is different, but it's another like giant stupid drama that happened. I'm gonna share my screen with you here in a second, Spoon, because I have an article up, and then or do you want to know what? Let's keep the watch together. No, I don't know.
Gee, make up your mind.
Let's do it. I know. I'm having a lot of women moments today.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah, I know. Let's do the article first because it'll explain it. Because we need to explain before we watch Jeremy's video, because otherwise it won't make sense.
Well, Jeremy's video explains it wrong well, but okay, fine, whatever.
You think it does? Oh, I thought you said you hadn't watched it yet. I hadn't.
It's possible, but I wanted to watch it with you.
Okay. Well, I will do that. Where was I? Okay, the article. So Twitter bans Brittany Venti and the Quartering over posting YouTube screenshot of Eliza Blue. Now, I did not see the episode of Timcast that Eliza Blue was on. I had never heard of her before this. Apparently, she was a big name. And the reason why she was a big name is that this woman claims to be or is famous for being an anti-trafficking advocate. She claims that she was trafficked twice, and that and her recommendations were taken into consideration by Elon in terms of him forming the new rules. You didn't know this?
No, someone in the chat just said something that is, I don't want to say it's true of you, but I feel like it could be true.
What is it?
Someone said, Aiden, as a woman, she tries to keep all the positions with her group to avoid conflicts. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's true. I don't like conflict. I don't mean to do it on purpose, but I really don't like to, I don't like conflict. Yeah, I don't like I like people to get along, and so I don't.
Whereas I'm the exact opposite.
I know.
I don't know how the hell we're friends.
Well, I mean, because I'm trying.
Spoon's gonna go on the lion dead and do shit, and I'm like, I don't want to get involved. And I'm like, fuck you, I'll say some damn shit.
I'm trying to see both sides, and I really don't have. I still don't think I have strong opinions on the Crowder thing. I think both sides aren't totally clean on it.
Aiden's like, no, we must get along because we're friends. That's Aiden's position, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and my position is like, you're a dumbass, and I'm gonna show you why you're a dumbass.
Okay, probably true, but okay. So
back and forth.
This woman was working with Elon to develop their new rules against CP and child endangerment on Twitter. Because guess what? When Elon took over, that shit was just out there. So that's awesome. Good for her. But
that's probably why he's siding with her.
I mean, that's
That's the perception.
What, the the perception that what?
That she is a person that is against this kind of crap, and therefore she has some
Who
kind of pull with
who on
Elon.
planet Earth who isn't actively a human trafficker or benefiting from human trafficking is pro-human trafficking? I mean, just
have
a
you
general.
seen Hollywood?
No, I'm saying as in the people involved in it. So now every normal person, like, yeah, raise awareness about it. That's great. But everybody is against human trafficking,
Yeah,
obviously.
but the person who claims that like they've actively combated it in some fucking way.
Which there's a question about that to be had of what has she actually done?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
what in terms of what she's actually done, it appears to be talking about it, which is not nothing. Okay, it's not nothing.
yeah, it may as well be.
But it's
like you said, like, oh look, I'm raising awareness about something that everyone fucking really disagrees with. Like, it's stupid.
And I think she's raised awareness. She's helped other people come forward and stuff like that, which is good. That's good. That's awesome. But what's happened now
I
is
hate that phrase, by the way.
What? Raising
Like,
awareness?
raising awareness. It's like,
Well, yeah, what
yeah.
are any of us going to do? I mean, like, still, the victims' stories should be heard on this.
yeah, I know,
But-
but again, like the idea that you're raising awareness of something that everybody already universally agrees with, that doesn't do anything. That's
I mean,
just
it is,
fucking worse
that part
out.
of it is true. It's like, yeah, like, everybody agrees that human
Yeah.
trafficking is bad, you know?
I'm raising
So-
awareness on human trafficking by what? Like getting a bunch of people to agree with you? Like,
raising,
that's stupid
raising
shit.
awareness on why puppy murder is bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, everyone's on board. We all agree. Yes, we're on the same page here.
If you can raise awareness why a certain medication might do you, like, I don't know, myocarditis, like, yeah, that's maybe good raising awareness.
Right.
Yeah.
Twitter suspended YouTubers Brittany Venti and The Quartering on Friday after both posted screenshots of a publicly posted hip-hop music video from YouTube. The video, I think, is now off of YouTube. At least I couldn't find it from earlier. It looked like it was taken down. But
Jeez, I wonder why.
it had been up for over 6 years,
Yeah.
this video. I talked about it briefly the other day. We're not going to watch any of it. Even though it was sitting on YouTube, unage restricted, it is pseudo-pornographic. Like, you can see her
Whole
everything
ass.
but her butthole. Like, everything but her butthole you could see. And just
Butthole.
very, very explicit. It was from over 6 years ago. It had sat there, and it's even if it's gone from YouTube now, because I couldn't find it at least right before starting the stream. I mean, I do have it. I have it, but I couldn't find it on YouTube.
Sluts.
She, like, it's extremely sexual, and this, we'll go over the timeline of events.
It's basically
But-
a lap dance in slow motion.
Yeah, so Brittany just, all she did, she said, like, this is the thing, this is what she said, the first tweet, this is what she get, violating the rules of for sharing or posting privately produced or distributed intimate media of someone without their express consent. She said, I saw this tweet just now, but I think it starts to blur the line about what is trafficking and versus what is voluntary. I think it's fair to ask questions when things like this distract from the anti-trafficking message, which Brittany's been also very vocal about human trafficking, and she's been very negative towards Andrew Tate, right? When it's not clarified. So that she posts a screenshot from the video. And all Brittany's saying there is that, was she trafficked, or did she choose to engage in pseudo sex work, or perhaps real sex work, and is now regrets it, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing with a lot of fucking women is that they do
Right.
really shady shit, and then they go, "Oh, I was trafficked." Like, no, bitch, you went through a voluntarily crap stage in your life, and you did some shit, and now you want
Yes.
to get compensated because of bad decisions. Like, fuck you.
Yes. Brittany also said this is the other problem, or the other thing that Twitter found an issue with. If she's addressed it before, let me know, but I'm just curious because I came across the videos, like maybe she was trafficked via being coerced. She's asking the questions, like, was this video produced
Or the
under
person who
duress?
trafficked you, yeah.
It doesn't look like it, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
mean it isn't.
no, I'm gonna call bollocks on that.
Exactly. What, that it doesn't look like it was produced under duress?
Yeah, I think that's total crap.
I think it can't. I think it could look like you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that,
Then
right?
why would it be up for 6 fucking years then?
Well, okay, that's that. But I'm saying the video being produced at all. Is it possible that someone could have been sold into sex slavery, and then be like, you have to shake your ass in this music video? Yeah, I mean, she does it. Look, everything about this narrative fell apart instantly, right?
Yeah, because it sounds shady as fuck.
Well, okay, for example, the music video in question, right? That she has had taken down. because it is so incredibly awful and evil and terrible, and it has to be removed because
you're gyrating your vagina on a fucking camera.
Intimate behavior against her consent. Was it against your consent, Eliza, when you said this?
Hi guys.
I think it's here. Where did she make the call to her mom? I don't know when it's in it. Here we go. Is that okay?
To see what you thought.
This is her calling her mom. This was posted 10 years ago. So this is not in relation to that particular video, but it was a different music video that she was in. Okay? Here's her talking to her mom about it.
Hold up, I couldn't hear you.
She just looks like a shady hole.
Did you turn it up?
Yeah,
see if this is someone who considers...
Okay, I just wanted to see...
Is this somebody, just asking you, chat, is this somebody who considers being involved in these rap music videos to be... and to be posting intimate material against her consent?
See
No.
what you thought about me being in music videos.
That's fine. You've done music videos before.
I know, but what do you think about it?
I enjoy it. I think it's fun. You've always loved music. You love to dance. You like to have fun. Right? It's fun.
Have you watched a couple of the music videos that I was in?
Yeah, I've watched a few of them.
You told me that you thought they were funny, right?
Well, they're funny because they're so stereotypical of what you'd expect that type of video to be.
Right, like party and whatever.
Yeah, a lot of parties, a lot of girls in short skirts, shaking their booties.
Do you think I look too sexy?
This is so weird to me, by the way.
Why the hell are you asking your own mother about this? Like, what
This
the fuck
is
is wrong with
so... Okay, is it possible that this is some kind of coping mechanism? That she's like, wants her mom to say that it's okay?
Yeah, someone in the chat said that's a lying mom. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, the mom is like, haha, it's so
Puffing
funny.
coke like a motherfucker. You think I look too sexy? What the fucking hell?
Yeah, it's such a bizarre phone call. So if she was being trafficked at this time, right, which would be kind of the claim, right, Alternative hypothesis, I'm not really sure about it, though. It goes on. It's just weird.
I don't think it's possible to look too sexy.
You don't think it's possible to look too sexy? So if I could be in anybody's music video, who would you
I
have?
don't care anymore. Not about that part. So Brittany gets banned, and the quartering, because then she gets banned first, and then the quartering comes in. Well, it's in this article, okay? Twitter locked Venny out of her account for the tweet claiming she violated the rules. At least one of the tweets was reported by an account named Amanda Jean, who said, quote, also, I'm reporting this for the non-consensual image. You don't have to post that screenshot, you salty hoe. This woman is Eliza Blue is the name she goes by now. She used to go by Eliza Cuts. We'll get into that. Eliza, you may have seen the name Eliza Siep there. Eliza Siep is her actual name. And by the way, she's the daughter of a politician, but we'll get to that later.
Oh, that's totally convenient.
Eliza Blue had previously been doing work exposing human trafficking and child grooming, which was highlighted by the Daily Wire in 2022, bringing Blue's podcast to new public prominence. What happened between her and Venti to cause beef between the two isn't clear, but in this instance, it appears Blue is in the wrong in advocating for deplatforming based on public appearances. And here's what she has to say about it. The video in question remains on YouTube. I think easily searchable, and not anymore. Not anymore, at least I could not find it today. But here's what she had to say. I'm going to address this one time and one time only. And again, this woman, she's been on, talk about, here's the Daily Wire back in here again, right? But she's been on all these podcasts, these really conservative podcasts. She's on Tim Pool. She's all over the place. She's been on with Chrissy Mayer. She's been on with a whole bunch of people talking about this stuff. And now has gone after Brittany Venti over... Brittany Venti didn't do anything wrong, obviously. Publicly available video. But here's how Blue responds. I'm going to address this one time and one time only. A non-consensual photo was posted of me yesterday on Twitter. The photos have been removed. The source of the photo has also been contacted. I'm preparing to escalate to the full extent of the law. By the way, all the lawyers on LawTube are laughing at you, Eliza. Hope you know that.
Are they?
Good luck. Oh, yeah. Because this is ridiculous. This is absolutely insane. It's unhinged.
So let me get this straight. Someone took a still photo of you from a YouTube video from 6 years ago. You posted it, and
it's still
salty. Up. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
And here's the thing. The video was reposted to YouTube. It was professionally produced by World Star Hip Hop. It's still on World Star Hip Hop. as far as I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's complete bollocks.
And it's not the only video. There's a couple of them. A couple of these music videos. As she said, talking to her mom, all these music videos I'm in. But at the time, when Brittany posted this, yeah, the video was up. It is disappeared. That Matt also says it's down now. It's gone now. It's all right. I've got it. God, it's so stupid. Yeah, they don't have something here. But here's what she said here also. Blue continued, Twitter did, or right. I'd encourage my, I'm a survivor advocate, and that doesn't stop with advocating for myself as a survivor. Oh no, I missed the whole tweet. I scrolled and got all fucked up. But yeah, photo's been removed. And then she continues, Twitter did an outstanding job, and they will be excluded from legal action. I'm a survivor advocate, yeah. I'd encourage my enemies to study the law. I have been for many years. It might stop you from making rookie mistakes in the future. Every lawyer on planet Earth who has heard about this is laughing their ass off at you, Eliza. What the absolute fuck? Public video up for 6 years that you're on camera saying, or at least regards to other videos, that you're so proud of, and it's a screenshot, and it's removed from Twitter, and the person gets suspended. Well, of course, like I'm
not even a lawyer, and even I look at this case and like
the stipulation is
you're
that
gonna try and put this in a law. You're gonna look like a fucking moron.
Yeah. Of course, the stipulation is Venti can come back, but she has to delete the photos, and she's like, no, and I agree with it. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is absurdist.
Yeah,
it's
fucking fair use.
Now here's where the quartering comes in. Several prominent YouTubers took exception to Blue's grandstanding, including the quartering, who responded to Venti's tweet and was suspended as well with his tweet deleted. Before suspension, he posted, I have never had a bad interaction with Eliza Blue, and the same for Brittany Venti. I have a major issue with Brittany getting her account locked for posting a public image. Her account was locked for sharing private images, but this is not the case. Please fix it, Elon Musk. And Jeremy, even the quartering, has been like a real ride or die guy for Elon Musk.
Yeah, he's probably like his biggest fucking fanboy on the internet.
I know. He has been real ride or die for Elon Musk. And now his Twitter's fucking suspended.
And to be fair to Elon has no fucking idea who he even is.
Nobody knows who Eliza Blue is. Clearly. Because she worked with him on this policy.
Hold on a sec. I have to try and spin this in my favor. Give me a second.
Okay. No Leaf Clover, according to her story, the only people who could have trafficked her were band members of My Chemical Romance. Yep, we'll get to that.
No, but here's what I was trying to make with Spoon was Musk's biggest fanboy. Like, I'm not even remotely fucking Musk's biggest fanboy. Jeremy has me beat by like a fucking
for sure.
earthly magnitude.
But there's no way Elon doesn't know what's going on, because clearly there's really specific treatment that's being given to this Eliza Blue person.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting what Elon does. Like, I feel like if I was Jeremy, I would feel betrayed. But on the one hand, like, he doesn't know who you are, Jeremy, just because, you know, he might. I mean,
Jeremy did do that cringe thing where he, like, no offense, Jeremy, but where he basically asked Elon if he could run Twitter because Elon didn't want to do it.
Well,
so it was a little bit cringe, Jeremy.
I wouldn't mind Jeremy running the
No,
Twitter.
but I'm just,
I think he'd actually be a
it's
good fit for it.
Yeah.
He's not one of the people
Blue Musk. I mean, look, that's my interpretation. Look, I don't know. I don't know if they've had any kind of personal interactions of that sort of nature. I do know that Eliza Blue is Elon's type.
What, a total fucking mess?
No, he likes that though. He likes the colorful hair thought stuff. I mean, look at Grimes. That's clearly his type.
You call those people leftists.
But that's his type. Like, I mean, she did work with him, but I also think he might, think she's hot. I don't know. That Star Wars
gross.
girl, I'm not joking. I think that's true. I don't think it's true. I think it's a very real possibility. I told you this, that he's got absolute dog shit taste in women. I don't understand it. So I don't know if this is if this is Elon simping, this is fucked up, Like, if that's all that this is, it's really not a good look.
Britney's fucking hotter than her.
Yeah. Well, I would hang on. Ooh, oh shit! All my shit's frozen. Whoa.
What?
Oh, my Brave browser's just crashing.
I have seen Britney say some really stupid shit though.
She's also done a lot of bass stuff.
Yeah, but Britney's takes on tits is like fucking stupid as shit.
Oh, she is very she's very anti-porn.
No, it's not anti-porn. Like her take on how she calls it booba is, let's say, I can't hear that phrase without hearing V's fucking voice. And it's like California, nya, nya. I can always just hear that V's voice. But no, she just said, like, she wore like this fucking skimpy tight shirt and just saying like, oh look, the reason like men don't pay attention now is because she's putting on this shirt. And I'm looking at her like, bitch, you're wearing a skin tight fucking shirt. Do you think your tits disappear with that just because you're wearing a turtleneck? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. That was retarded. A woman like, no, don't say that kind of dumb shit. You look like an idiot.
Yeah. That Star Wars girl called it out, said such bullshit.
Like
photos
saying I
from
wear
public
yoga
music
pants
video.
because covering my ass, like people can't see it. Like
right,
fuck.
You can send it to. That's been up on YouTube for over 6 years with 0 age restrictions. It wasn't even. It was an age restricted. It's a really sexually explicit video, and it was not even like you don't even have to sign into YouTube to see it. You didn't like that, so you and your goons abused Twitter support system to get Brittany Vanny banned. Fucked up. Stop lying. So that's that part of it.
It's the story of the miss of the
She was running around for a while, kind of like, you know, taking her W. But whoopsie.
She's a hoe.
There. It's not exactly, and I wasn't sure if it's, you know. Here's part of the video. Twitter also fact checked her though. Make sure that. Can I see that picture on the? Yeah, okay, there it is. I just like the dark theme better. This is, so we already read this. I'm going to address it at one time and one time only. Non-consensual photo. Twitter fact checks it. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. The screenshot in question appears to have originated from a music video publicly available on YouTube for several years.
Apparently, Elon just changed his Twitter handle to Mr. Tweet, and now he himself can't change it back. What the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh, who did that recently, not too long ago, too, where they changed their name to something, like, really screwed up, and then they couldn't change it back? That happened to somebody. Not too.
Yeah, also, we know fucking booba is slang. We're not fucking idiots.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the way that she described tits, I thought was a fucking joke, because it just comes across, like, really dumb. Even if it was satire, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It might have been satire with Brittany, you never know.
Yeah.
But basically, so, like, Twitter, like, They did this
Germans.
though. They put a fact check on it, which is hilarious. But at the same time, they also double down on this. They're not unsuspending Brittany and the Quartering. I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, she's been completely exposed, and so let's do a little bit of exposing, shall we?
Oh gosh, I can play the video, are you? With their fat ass.
No. we're going to Kiwi Farms. So yes, this thread is not finished yet, so that's why you have to log in Prospering Grounds. Now, look, it's Kiwi Farms. They're gonna have a spin on things, but as far as I can tell, look, there's some other deets in here that are interesting, right? And I'm not gonna, like, a lot of people will be like, oh, I just investigated and found this out. No, I went and read Kiwi Farms, okay? So that's where it's coming from. Take the things here that aren't linked with a grain of salt in terms of the framing. If you have been on Twitter for the last few months, you may have come across Eliza Blue, a human traffic survivor, as she claims. She posts about human trafficking and often interacts with Elon Musk after he bought Twitter. Yeah, he likes her tweets all the time.
Oh, God.
Her follower base is mostly QAnon folk. What Eliza doesn't know is that the internet never forgets. If you remind her of this fact, she will block you. This is another thing that happened with Venti, is that this woman had like a thing that she posted on Twitter, and she was like, don't DM me, stop DMing me, I don't want to get DMs. So for people she's actually like following mutuals with, she doesn't like receiving DMs. Although now she's like, if you have any questions, you can DM me, of course, after this stuff has started to blow up, right? So Eliza Blue blocks any actual human trafficking survivor who points out her lies. How dare you damage the grift of a grifter? Trying to silence those who spoke her truth gave us a perfect example of the Streisand effect. Eliza Blue, or Eliza Ann Morthland, is a grifter queen. Oh, it's not so Siep isn't her name either, but I think that's her dad's name, or something like that. Is a grifter queen, former stalker of Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance, an associate of the child molester Jeffree Star. I know she hung out with Jeffree Star, and he is a weirdo. And fundraising partner of a conservative spokeswoman, Felicia Shari's killings. I don't know anything about this person. What a strange.
No,
so I don't know
strikes as a
anything about
grifter.
that. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, it sounds like a real big grift. What a strange history for a person who acts like a human trafficking survivor advocate. So here's the life stuff where it's like, oh my god. So originally it was difficult to nail down her age. Again, like
that sounds familiar.
As of 20, yeah, I'm getting real in terms of the age thing. I get real
Who was the fucking
Taylor
one?
Lorenz.
Yeah,
Taylor Lorenz. Get real hard Taylor Lorenz vibes because she
Grifting bitch.
is different ages all the time from, you know, just what she reports her age to be. She does not age linearly, apparently. So originally they thought her birth date was 1985. It's actually 1981, which makes her
4 years older.
42? Which would have made her in her mid-30s when she was doing that music video.
If she has her birthday so far this year.
Yeah. Well, she'll be 42 soon. Her father, Richard Morthland, so I don't know where the CF name came from, is a Republican politician and former member of the Illinois General Assembly from 2011 to 2013.
A member of the aristocracy.
Here's her father. Yeah. I mean, so you have a political connection as well. See, yeah, personal life. Richard Morthland is the father of Eliza Morthland, sorry. More commonly known as Eliza Blue, Eliza Cuts, Eliza Siep, or Eliza Knows. She has a lot of aliases.
I wonder
she
why.
grew to prominence in reality TV, appearing in Blind Date.
Oh
American
god,
TV
she's
series.
a reality TV star?
And traveling with the band My
God.
Chemical Romance in season 9 of American Idol. Eliza auditioned in Chicago. She later
This
claimed to have
woman
been sex trafficked
screams shady
for
bitch.
15 years. 15 years at the age of 17. How did you do all this shit and then get sex trafficked when you were 17?
No, that's complete bollocks.
This makes no sense. Like, this is why people were calling her out months ago about this. It's just now that it's blowing up because she Streisand affected it.
Yeah, I'm
You
sorry,
know?
I don't believe this woman whatsoever. Like, not even a little.
No. So
How
claims,
the hell do you sex traffic for that long with your father's in fucking politics? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what? I mean, I guess it's possible, but this is really
Yeah, if your
suspicious.
father was Bill Clinton, I can maybe understand, but...
Right.
No, I am not suicidal.
Right. Her most known claim was that she was trafficked at 17 in Los Angeles. She said she was sold for only $500. The year of the
Bullshit.
supposed trafficking would be 1998. The supposed trafficking took 15 years, according to none other than Eliza Blue. Again, this is ongoing thread on TV Forbes.
Total crap. Sorry, I don't believe what it is.
All of this stuff
bollocks.
would have happened. So all the music videos, all of the stuff we're going to look at, she would have been trafficked, being sex trafficked while it was happening, right?
Really?
Yes. Eliza refuses to go into detail about the supposed trafficking. I
wonder
wonder
why.
why doesn't she not? Why don't you name the person who did this to you?
Who produced the video? Which company? Give us any details
World Star
whatsoever.
Hip Hop.
About it. Yeah.
World Star Hip Hop produced it. It's a major hip hop thing. I don't know if it's really a label or what it is, but like.
So who produced
It's not
it?
the only one. She's been in World Star Hip Hop.
No, I mean the person.
Oh, individual? I didn't name him. I don't know. She says that her supposed traffickers would go after her if she names them. Oh, that's why.
That's very convenient for you, isn't it?
I think they'd go after you if you're talking at all about this.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know about you, Agent, but I smell bollocks.
On the 10th of September, for real. 10th of September 2021, Eliza Blue gives a hint and says, my trafficker at the time was a high-profile athlete, yet no names given. Eliza's a self-proclaimed advocate for free speech.
High-profile athlete.
Yeah. Here's that free speech. She has tweeted
I wonder
so
who
much.
that could be.
She has so much. Who knows? She has so many tweets about how she believes in free speech. She believes in free speech. Yeah, unless it's Brittany Venny and Jeremy from the Quartering, huh?
Unless it's anyone that makes you look like a tart.
And again, I don't think. First of all, we know that Brittany wasn't asking that question out of malice, or we have a pretty good idea to, because she was talking to Crabcrawler in DMs, and she was saying the same thing to him. I mean, like, she was saying, like, I just want to figure out, like, what's going on, because this doesn't seem to align with her persona. These music videos seem out of place. Or was it part of her being trafficked? But instead, she has a complete and utter meltdown. And there's so many people who have their names wrapped up in this woman. People involved in politics. Elon Musk clearly does. So that's why, like, normally, like, drama. This actually matters. And particularly now, because both Jeremy and Brittany are currently suspended from Twitter. This is insane, the level of power this woman has. And this should not be the case. You'd ask if she would let people talk. Yeah, because she's a free speech advocate, you'd think that she would let people talk about her past if she supported free speech. The short answer is no. The long answer is that she would silence you for questioning her past. Eliza would report people who posted screenshots of her own videos. Katie Herzog, in an interview here's a short excerpt of the interview where Eliza freaked out when Katie Herzog asked Eliza about her past. Let's listen.
I mean, I don't know if for me to tell my story at length is going to take a while.
I don't even need that.
Answer questions about my story is going to take a while.
So I know the basics of your story because I've listened to your podcast.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the question is.
Well, I can ask you the question.
I didn't agree to this. All I agreed to was answering a few questions about Twitter.
Well, okay, sure. That's totally fine. But can I ask you the questions or email you the questions and you can decide if you want to answer or not?
I mean, did you ask Amanda in advance to do that?
No, I told her that I wanted to ask you about the Twitter stuff and about your own story.
Okay, so you deceived Amanda, didn't tell her everything you wanted to ask
no,
me, and then you got a survivor on the phone and started asking her about her personal trauma.
No, that's not what happened. I said.
Katie, I think we're probably going to be done here. Please, just next time you want to speak to a survivor about their trauma and bring up their own past.
I literally asked her.
She's so incredibly defensive about this.
Yeah, it just comes across as really shady.
Right? Why you have absolutely no details whatsoever? No details whatsoever. You get like I do understand that it can be really, really traumatic, but the difference is that you've chosen to make your career to be
this one thing.
The face of anti-trafficking, right? Which again is like how brave. A thing that everybody finds morally reprehensible. I mean, it is. If it was true, if it were true, and now we don't know for a fact. Thank you, by the way. If it were true that she had been trafficked, and that these people were actually after her, it would be brave, I guess, if they were still after her. But it seems like probably not at this point. Although I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but just the reaction is bizarre, right?
I'm gonna read you. I'll read you the message that I sent her.
Please be honest.
Just real quick, if you're gonna make yourself the public face of anti-trafficking advocacy, expect people to ask questions. This woman, Katie Herzog, who's a journalist, expect journalists to ask you questions about your story if things aren't, whether or not things are lining up, just in general. They're gonna want some kind of detail. It's a big story, and you've chosen to. If you're a survivor and you don't feel comfortable talking about it, then probably you shouldn't become a big public figure associated with that thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not that complicated, I don't think.
I won't.
Because there are times when I feel cool about talking about it, and there's other times when I don't.
I'll read you the message that I sent
like
to
when
her.
you're being recorded.
You're not listening to me.
I was totally comfortable talking about Twitter. If you were going to ask me about my own traumatizing story, I would have appreciated a little bit of a heads up. And you know what? I think you're a cool person. I always have. And I know you're cool with Tim Dillon, and I would have appreciated a little bit more respect just off.
You're not listening to me. Here's what I said to her. I said, I'm interested in the Twitter changes as well as her history as a survivor. That is what I told her.
Okay, then I'm going to speak to her about that, because then she messed up and didn't tell me what's up.
Okay, well,
I apologize for blooping out on you. She should have told me that. I'm going to go get in her ass. So,
can I ask you the questions?
I'm not cool with it. It's been a long few days, and honestly, I don't feel like rehashing my whole own trauma.
This just seems so shady to me, right?
I mean,
so shady.
It's very defensive.
Yeah, which might make sense. Might make sense if you. I mean, it is very possible for someone who's a victim of horrible trauma like that. But it is also, she's like, I'll talk to you about anything, but I won't talk about this. Specifically, by the way, she's fine to talk about it if it's positive towards her, but not if someone's asking questions about it. Like, I mean, her whole thing is that's what she talks about all the time is trafficking. So she was trafficked in, what year was it? 2020, or was it 1998? So all of this, everything down here happened while she was being trafficked. Life as Eliza Cuts between 2004 and 2007. How old would she have been in 98, by the way? Let's see, 98. Oh, right, 17. Okay. So Eliza went by Eliza Cuts because she cut hair as a hairdresser. Very brilliant. She stalked Gerard Way, the lead singer of famous emo punk band My Chemical Romance. She allegedly engaged him at some time around May or June of 2007. Eliza wrote a fan fiction about her, renamed Emma, marrying a rock musician named Paul of a fictional band named Black Pajama Party on MySpace. Her fanfic was reposted on LiveJournal by an MCR fan, so we can read it. I really would rather we not, but it is here. If you would like to read her fan fiction where she self-inserts, I mean, I guess she did know. I mean, she was hanging out. Ugh. I don't really want to read this. It's really long. Also, oh my god, look how long this is. Well, let me see what the comments say. Oh! What? I guess as people were talking shit about her, right?
How dare you say she was nuts? Gerald
Yeah.
loved her at one point, so there must have been something
there's
good.
Okay, so the My Chemical Romance community hates this girl, alright? As far as I can tell.
You know what's really funny?
Yeah.
The name of the
What?
band really suits the situation.
Yeah.
Sick. Fucking, that's some good writing right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Dearest Egan's nuts. She revealed the story of Gerard and her on her MySpace blog as Emma and Paul. It's too obvious it's about them. It's fucking creepy. Check it out. Yeah, this was posted in 2008. So the My Chemical Romance community or fan base has not liked this woman for a long time.
I wonder why.
Oh,
It's definitely not because she seems shady as fuck.
Oh, they put it on KF for posterity. Okay. The MCR fandom absolutely despised her. Eliza was annoying MCR members and fans. She pushed herself into Gerard Way. But here she is. There she is with Gerard Way. She pushed herself into Gerard Way's life by befriending people close to MCR. She was in LiveJournal and MySpace, but most of her content's now missing. As you can see, she was pretty much a little cult back in 2007, along with the MCR fandom. Yeah, I mean, like that's crazy. Like she was hated within a community for a long time, and there's a whole bunch of these of evidence of
Why would you go to
videos
that
of her
level?
just like being a groupie, right?
Okay.
It would be hilarious.
Okay, so hey,
This 15 years ago this was posted, right? So then you have Eliza
famous
Knows
kind of
Eliza's
skanky.
see it right. Begins modeling on Instagram as Eliza Knows. She appears in a very interesting video called Eliza Knows, quote or colon, I refuse a book request to have sex for $150,000. There's the local archive, but let's go to the YouTube video proper. Like, I don't really want to, it's long, it's 21 minutes. But there is something I wanted to point out. So we heard that earlier. Did we hear the video of her talking when she was a little bit younger with the MCR stuff? Oh, no, that is a point to bring up these MCR things, because you can hear her talk in these, and it's...
It was good.
what are you eating?
Foam off a mocha.
Foam off a mocha. Okay, so we just conducted our first part of the interview. How do you feel about
it was
it?
insane. It was insanity.
Do you think that there was? Do you think that I dug too deep, or do you think that I actually could ask you even more intense questions?
You can ask me whatever you want.
I just want you to like listen to the way that she talks, right? She talks like a, I mean, it's a little high pitch, but relatively normal Valley Girl stuff.
Months preparing for a photo shoot, like a collaborative, elaborate,
Smoker voice right there.
intense photo shoot, and it just
It's the American, it's
I don't know
the
if
ghetto
it's
talk.
Why does she talk like a
wise to
Latina now?
Photoshop or anything like that, but yeah, it's just it makes
Because
me
it's put
bummed out,
on.
kind of because I put so
It's
much
just part of a
work and
new
effort
identity.
into my actual photo shoots. So what I actually did as a result of that was start
Actually.
to cut out the middleman. So I stopped shooting with photographers as much, and I stopped.
So she's refusing a booking request to have sex for 15. So she's talking about in this video. She is talking about being
Why
approached
is she
for
talking
prostitution.
like a ghetto hoe? Like she talking like
I
this?
know.
Why?
It's so weird, right? Yeah. I mean, she used to sound. This is very,
so
in my opinion,
before you were talking to a
disturbing
bunch of rock
chameleon-like
boys.
behavior. Yeah.
So when you're talking with the rock boys, you were talking like a
sound-
valley chick because you think that's
valley
what the
chick.
rock chicks like. And now that you're with this ghetto hoe bitch kind of shit, now you're talking like a ghetto hoe bitch.
Now that you're doing rap music videos.
Yeah, it's
And by
totally
the way, again,
audience.
the whole thing here is that she's laughing and recalling with laughter being propositioned for sex. As if you were a human trafficking victim, don't you think that would be really traumatizing? This is 6 years ago. Just after she had supposedly been being trafficked for like
promotional stuff by myself now.
You know,
I just find
a
that
decade.
It's the best way to connect with people. They like the real look, which is cool. I mean, I vibe with it too. Whatever you.
You know, I'm a communication person, so when I see something like that, I go, "Ooh, that's odd. That is strange, unusual." Let's see. There's that video. Eliza made a hip hop song of her own on World Star Hip Hop Eye Candy. Now, it is on World Star Hip Hop. It's gone from YouTube. You can see this, but somebody at Kiwi Farms saved it locally. Whoops. I mean, like, let's just, it's a copyrighted music. I don't really want to play it, but I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's like, this was fine for YouTube, but it's really explicit. Like, and this is supposedly, I mean, and I understand why Britney would want to message her and be like, were you coerced into doing this? Because it's a real question. But I don't think so. There's no evidence of that, right? That this was coerced. What?
No, I'm talking to myself.
I mean, also, okay, this comes out in 2006. 2016.
That's just a fucking lap dance in slow motion.
Right, 6 years ago. She was 36 or 35 when she made this. You know? And I don't know, dude.
Yeah, it's only empowering women, that is.
You're right.
We are so much more than our bodies, so I'm just gonna gyrate fucking slowly, like, alright, then get fucking here, you.
But this is weird. This is unusual. This is strange. Why does this exist, right? You know,
because she's a whore.
Yes, well, I think that's the actual truth. I mean, I guess she's sitting there laughing about being propositioned. I turned down $150,000 for sex. Okay. So
no, I think you were turned on at the idea of that kind of money for sex. Allegedly.
Address, but I don't want to be on screen. Shit, I'm gonna get... Fuck. Please don't see that. Oh my god, I'm gonna get in trouble for that one.
What are you...
Nothing happened.
What?
Nothing
Message
happened.
me then.
Yeah, I'll tell you later. Eliza takes her final form as Eliza Blue in the 20...
Her final form?
It might be that bad, I don't know. In the 2020s,
hold on a second.
Actually, no, it's fine.
Final form.
No, this is fine. This is fine. This is booking. This is an arrest record. It's fine. It's because it has the address on it. But
sorry, I'm still laughing at final form.
Final form, yeah.
You fucking Pokemon.
As an alleged trafficking survivor, after Elon Musk bought Twitter, she worked with him to eliminate sexual content, especially content which related to child abuse and sexual and human trafficking. This is, of course, just like anything she says, is a lie. Despite Musk and Eliza's efforts, Twitter still has essay material. Oh, there's Reset. Didn't see this part. Reset Era was talking shit about her. This is from Reset Era. Daughter of a mega politician, Richard Morthland, and her blue trafficking advocate persona is an act. This is from December of last year. Former American Idol contestant, ex-girlfriend of My Chemical Romance, Gerard Way, associate of Jeffree Star. So even Reset Era, which are like lefties, they were talking mad trash. So here's the timeline so far as we understand it. She's allegedly trafficked in 1998. In 2003, she while being trafficked, appears on Blind Date. In between 2004 and 2007, is hanging around My Chemical Romance. Then someone complains about MCR about her. Then in 2010, she's on American Idol as Eliza Siep. Then her father gets into power as a politician. In 2012, she's in her first music video. Jay Skills, A Million Ways to Love You, begins modeling on Insta in 2014. She was supposed to have been being trafficked the entire time that this was going on. Right?
Mm-hmm.
She just lies about everything constantly, right? So, here's in December, people were questioning her story in December. FYI, I'm sorry anyone is questioning your story. History repeats itself for this very reason. I'm glad we met. I'm glad you're here with us. It's okay, a journalist lied to get a hold of me today. I agreed to talk about Twitter changes, and then she started asking questions about my past, despite the fact that I said I was uncomfortable. Want to see receipts? Yeah, and then guess what? Katie Herzog comes in and posts the damn receipts. Which was the thing we listened to earlier. Eliza Blue knew she was talking to a journalist, knew she was being recorded, and flew off the handle the moment I asked if I could ask about her story. Then she hopped on Twitter and lied about what happened. Be careful who you elevate. By the way, Eliza and I spoke for almost an hour. This was about halfway through the conversation, and she calmed down and answered my questions and acknowledged she flew off the handle. That's why it's bizarre that right after she posts this weird false allegation on Twitter, because I think she's really deranged.
Yeah, that much is fucking clear.
And Matt, you're completely right. Matt, you're completely right. That's what Brittany Venti said exactly too, and I tend to agree. Her behavior shows is that she's got a lot more to hide. Her freaking out like this and shutting down Jeremy and Brittany instantly over this publicly available video. By the way, you dumb idiot!
This draws a lot of attention to you.
Like there were a couple people like who were questioning your story, yeah, but now everybody is.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to dedicate part of the stream today to talk about this, because this is really screwed up. Jeremy and Brittany are still locked out of their Twitter accounts. Elon, I thought like you weren't supposed to let shit like this happen. And then a girl who happens to be your type, who's working on you with something.
Yeah, and also Elon.
He's like, oh woo.
By the way, this is also a confirmation of our position, because this is one of the new Trust and Safety Council thing that Elon has set up, and it's a fucking woman. Elon, for God's sakes, stop delegating power to these fucking idiots. You are the only one that is capable of wielding the power with any sense of benevolence, so for fuck's sakes, stop giving power to these idiots. This is literally how Twitter went to shit the first time around. Don't repeat fucking Dorsey's mistakes. For fuck's sakes, Elon. I don't give a crap what people say, like, oh, it's too much power for one person. No, because if you get other fucking morons, they're gonna chow at it, and they're going to be ruthlessly shithead with it. If you're the one person that can wield the fucking iron fist with the velvet glove, then you fucking wield it. Fuck what all these other people say. Pisses me off.
It said in the overview that someone from who was associated with MCR came forward in 2007. So this is that. It said they wrote to MCR, felt I had a right to you guys to allay some of your fears regarding the rumors and speculation regarding Gerald. There's a reason. There's an old manga that I like called Kamiadori, and the character's name was translated as, or it was spelled in English as Geralt. Or no, not Geralt, but it's Gerald. It was a J. It was like Gerald. It was before Geralt from Witcher was a thing, and so I always fuck up that name now because his name was supposed to be Gerard.
She used to be a porn star?
Translator just screwed it up. She's a porn star basically now. She's an Instagram model. What do you think Instagram model means?
It means I show cooch for $5.
I mean, it's not like I don't know if it's straight up pornography.
Pesos.
I don't know if it's straight up pornography, but she's certainly doing those videos. I mean, I showed you parts of it. Like there's a scene where I don't feel comfortable showing the part of that video where it's like just a full ass.
I like the way you can show like 98% of your body except basically the hole and the nipple.
Just the hole?
Yeah, and that's basically like it's only pornography once you show like 0.05% of your body. It's like the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Right. It's sad to see this division among fans.
You haven't seen
over
my
woman.
tits, yeah, but I have seen 98% of you. It's like, fucking hell. It's so dumb.
From day one, this woman has a hidden agenda. Her manipulation knows no bounds. Some of you may find this difficult to believe, but I assure you I have personally witnessed the two sides of this woman. Her so-called good deeds are nothing more than PR exercises for his benefit. But she's talking about Gerard Way. But he does not see what goes on behind closed doors. We have tried to draw his attention to this, her blatant self-promotion and diva demands. So whatever, like I don't really care about this. Oh, this is pretty short here, actually. Prime example of love being blind. His feelings for her run deep. So this is something like My Chemical Romance community hated this woman forever ago for the same shit, that she's a grifter. Did Buddy Lee for $20 says, did she drop a deuce in the bed? We're yet to see if she goes full Amber Heard. Did she drop a similar Amber Turd? Anyway. So yeah, that's where that's at. Was there anything else in the Kiwi Farms thread? I think there might have been. That's the video that's gone. Oh, just her on, yeah. fucking so cringe. Twitter did it. Yeah, enjoy. This is where they just found out that she was older than she was saying. So yeah, this is. And look, everyone wanted Tim to talk about this either last night or the night before. It was last night. Everyone was like, because Tim had her on not long ago, I guess. And Tim just said, like, I don't want to hear from angry quartering fans. And I understand why, and he says, I don't do drama. I understand why Tim doesn't want to talk about it. It's not Tim's fault that he's now accidentally... There's a big difference.
I'm
Tim
sorry. No, hold on,
Huh?
can I just interrupt that? I don't want to talk about drama. You had Kanye West on your fucking show, Tim. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
but
that's bullshit.
there is... Everybody is calling her... Everyone's calling her Jack Murphy 2.0, right?
Oh, fuck.
Apparently she's dating a 19-year-old,
It's
says
only
No Leaf
drama.
Clover.
Fuck's sake,
Oof.
come on, Tim. That's bullshit.
If she's dating a 19-year-old, oof. I mean, it's legal, but it's a little weird.
My own reasons, I'm not gonna say shit.
Right, but, okay, I do understand, though, but, okay, people are comparing her. How did the Quarter Pounder get banned? Jeremy got banned for linking to a screenshot that Brittany Venti posted when she got banned. Or bring up the same picture of a publicly available...
I've never heard that.
You've never heard that nickname for Jeremy?
Oh, poor Jeremy. Goddamn.
I know. But, it's... Bruh. Like, where was I? I lost my train of thought now. Fuck. The Quarter Pounder thing. Holy moly, is this a Kiwi Farm post? Yeah, it sure is. It's you gotta even log in to find this one. Anyway, it's not done yet. So some of the stuff in there might not be correct, but it's looking pretty horrible. Screw this bitch, you know? This is not acceptable, Elon. Like, it's really not. This is not okay. Did Elon I just hand Eliza a ban hammer? That's how it seems. Also, something really weird happened where, like, Jeremy got banned, and then, I don't know if this is true, but it kind of looked like he got banned, and then unbanned, and then banned again. In which case, in between, he, like, messaged her something. So it sounds like maybe he did just give her straight up a ban hammer, and which would be how, like, maybe she unbanned him for a minute so she could talk shit.
Thing.
Why would you?
Don't give women power.
Oh, also, like, if we were to believe her entire story was true,
No.
and let's say it is. Or let's say you believe it is true. You're Elon Musk. You believe her absolutely, intrinsically. Do you? You don't give someone who's got problems, okay, a ban hammer, right?
No.
Oh, let's watch the quartering video. Right, I forgot about that. The video that you posted. Let's switch over to the watch together that Jeremy had to say about it.
Hold on.
Stop sharing my screen so
go.
it doesn't echo. Go. Right,
Well
one
done.
sec. All right, let's watch this.
Okay, this.
I want to start by thanking everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I get the feeling that video that I made, that fucking joke one, that's
Oh,
probably
you're
gonna be
still
the most,
looking at it, yeah.
like, it's 18,000 views. This is like
Oh shit! It got caught in something.
yeah, it's like 4,000 away from being the most watched video that I've done, which is like,
Damn.
what the fuck? Very bizarre.
That's
weird.
cool, I guess. Not a lot of ad rev on a minute, but yeah.
Oh, there's ad rev
Who
on it.
has
Yeah, no, it's just
Yeah.
a lot. More
Netflix
time.
banned 100 million users.
Did they really? I didn't
Yeah.
hear about that.
No, it's on the fucking video.
Oh, one of the yeah.
If you really watch that
thumbnail.
afterwards, I'm curious as to what Jeremy will say.
I don't know. Let's hear what Jeremy has to say about this one though.
who has continued to support me on Twitter using #FreeTheQuartering.
And yeah, hashtag
We've
free the
actually been
quartering.
trending
Hashtag
for
free
the past
Brittany
few days. I
Venti.
think it's the first time my channel's ever trended. And in this particular case, thankfully, it's not for anything bad. And so I see you. I see your support. I appreciate you. There have been many content creators that have jumped in the fray to voice their concern. Richard Barnes, that Star Wars girl, Viva Frey, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, Drunk 3PO, many more have been supportive, and
I haven't said anything
I appreciate
publicly
that.
really yet. So
we received
I don't feel
essentially
slighted.
some pretty troubling news from the vice president of Twitter's Trust and Safety, essentially the boss. about this ban, and it's very concerning in the wording that it's been put together. So I want to talk about that. So this person tweeted, Gentrified tweeted, "Why is Brittany Venti in the quartering still not reinstated? Eliza Blue has been proven to be taking advantage of Twitter algorithms. Elon Musk, we had hopes Twitter would be better than previously.
Fact checkers work
then shit. Jason Jones rings in,
but this is sending extremely weird mixed messages.
Have you looked into this?
Fact checker
Ella
saying
Irwin,
the video is public,
whoever locked these two accounts clearly got it wrong. It's absurd to force someone to remove a tweet that includes publicly available. Have you looked into this? Ella Irwin. Whoever locked these two accounts clearly got it wrong. It's absurd to force someone to remove a tweet that includes publicly available, legally obtained, consensually produced media."
Correct.
Very well written, Jason Jones. So Ella Irwin actually replied to this. And if you don't know who Ella Irwin is, she is the product and trust leader at Twitter. So she is the new Yoel, essentially. Oh, by the way, I'm going to leave a link in the description and pin comment below. We launched our Valentine's Day. Fellas and ladies, no excuses. I've got your back this Valentine's Day.
You can advertise on our
CoffeeBrandCoffee.com has a Valentine's Day gift box that comes with
and also Dragon's Treasure Tea is an
2 bags of our chocolate-covered espresso beans, 1 bag of our Colombian, delicious Colombian coffee, either ground or whole bean, and a bag of hot cocoa in a beautiful gift box that's all wrapped up and ready to gift. I've got your backs for Valentine's Day. I'll leave a link. You can pick it up, and you can use promo code TheQuartering. Not only will you be supporting the channel because it is my coffee company, but you'll get Valentine's Day out of the way.
Apparently, I need to make a coffee brand. I call it Spoon Brand Coffee.
Do you drink coffee?
And
yeah, you do.
Yeah. I haven't for a couple of days.
I forgot that you drink coffee. Well, you drink tea too, though.
Yeah, but
I can't do caffeine, man.
Yeah, I had to stop drinking because my chest started to beat unusually fast.
That's why I can't.
Yeah.
Well, I used to drink coffee voraciously. I drink so much coffee every day. I drink so much espresso.
Yeah, I pretty much did the same thing, and then afterwards.
I can't do that
yeah,
anymore.
afterwards I realized that my chest is beating unusually high, and I could feel my chest was like pulsating, and like this is not good. The only thing that I eat.
That's what it would do to me.
Yeah, the only thing
it'd give me the jitters,
yeah.
and it'd make my heart race.
Yeah, the only thing that would do that is my coffee, because I don't have anything else. And so I thought I need to stop doing this, and so I started.
Oh, yeah, you did mention that to me the other day.
Yeah, I stopped drinking the coffee and I started working out again.
Mm-hmm.
So I just did like 6 exercises I know I could do in a row, basically. And apparently my avatar is made for selling tea. Yeah, because he does look like a pretentious git.
Well, I mean, your avatar is very, very similar to
Spiff and Brit.
Spiffy and Brit, yeah, who is eternal love of Yorkshire tea gold.
Yes, it inspires me. Yeah, but I started just doing 7 or 8 exercises that I could do with the barbell, and I would just loop them. Like I would do 6 exercises.
I didn't put this in the show notes, but did you see this thing that went kind of viral the other day, where this fucking TikTok influencer made it? I'll pull it up. Actually, I'll show it to you. She is like freaking out about men harassing her in the gym, and all the guy did was
just
he
looked at her and added a weight plate.
He like glanced at her. He wasn't like, and she's like, he's staring at me, and she's freaking out and like giving herself a conniption. And
yeah,
you know,
I saw that. It just made me go, ugh, like, bitch, you're wearing like the skimpiest shorts with a fucking phone pointed at your crotch. Like, if you were interested in your form, you'd ask a fucking gym, one of the instructors, you'd quit.
No, she wasn't. She didn't want him. She didn't like the fact that he was occasionally glancing at her. But the thing is,
he just walked over and just fucking pressed the weight plate.
He put it away for her.
Yeah.
Was what he was doing, because it was just sitting there and she wasn't using it anymore, so he put it away. And then the other thing too is like that woman
is the reason.
Okay, let me tell you why the guy was occasionally looking over and glancing at you is because you're in the other room in a public gym, I mean, it's private, whatever. You're in a place with a lot of other people with your phone pointed at you, talking to yourself and like looking erratic. He probably was wondering if you were okay because you didn't look like you were okay, lady. That was just ridiculous.
You'll look like a hero. I just ask that you don't think of me when you're reaping your rewards. Okay, maybe a little. No. So anyway, go check that out. Ella replies, not absurd at all. Now, this is the head of trust and safety, or vice president, whatever. If someone who is in a video or photo reports it as non-consensual or unauthorized and files the necessary reports regarding the content posted, i.e. YouTube, Google, Facebook, we have an obligation to remove it from our own platform. To which Jason Jones politely replies, thanks for your reply, Ella. I find it absurd because there isn't any spiciness in the video. If there were, it wouldn't be on YouTube.
Yep.
Is Eliza implying that she didn't consent to being a paid actress in a music video she starred in? Also, have you seen it? Then here's where things get really suspicious, and I'm gonna reveal to you, a pretty interesting connection between Ella Irwin and Eliza Blue, which kind of puts it all in perspective. Important to note that the rights owner of the video/photo, if different than the reporter, can always argue against the removal, except in case of non-consensual photos.
It's not
but people reposting the media are not generally the rights owners.
Yeah, this is not how copyright works.
Yeah, so just watch it.
What? So essentially, I can go around, and anyone can go around and say that photos of them are non-consensual and can be locking Twitter accounts.
Yeah, apparently.
You can see, have you ever heard of fair use?
Yeah.
Is there a YouTube video that anyone can see? Free Britney, free the quartering. And you see Michael Tracy apparently responding. Are you whoever Martina Marcota?
Okay,
wrote,
one thing I haven't found evidence of this, but apparently Michael Tracy called her out on this like back in December. So Michael Tracy is also aware of this woman and knows about this stuff.
Michael Tracy's fucking based.
Right.
You're asking why it was taken down from Twitter because the policy is you cannot distribute material without consent. But I don't need consent. It's fair use and it's a public image.
Yeah.
If you feel the need to share spicy images of women, which makes her feel a bad way, you're the good here. That's in reply to Michael Tracy saying, if this is professionally produced music video is an example, if a professionally produced music video is an example of trafficking, let us all know when you're filing criminal complaints against world star hip hop director Gabriel Hart and rapper Q-Tip. He replies there, are you saying that photos of Pamela Anderson from Baywatch get...
There was the answer to your question, by the way. Gabriel Hart, is that it? And Q-Tip.
Posted on Twitter, and years later, she suddenly decides the photos, quote, make her feel bad. She can now claim the photos were posted on Twitter without her consent and get people who posted the photos banned.
Yeah, that's
and then she uses Ella as an Ella Irwin's point. Now, Ella doesn't follow a lot of people on Twitter. She follows 258 of them. That's not very many.
Treat. Right.
Most of them are work-related. Twitter safety, community notes, other people at Twitter, Fast Company, The Verge, news outlets, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson, Twitter engineering, okay? Reed Hastings.
South.
Right? Jeremy Clarkson, Shibatoshi Nakamoto.
Jeremy Clarkson, who's super canceled now and not a leftist, so there you go.
Eliza Blue.
I mean, that is suspicious, right?
Yep.
Eliza, of course, also follows her.
I mean, she does have a lot of followers.
Now, some news media is picking this up, but it seems like head of trust and safety or VP of trust and safety is saying that that nobody can post images of somebody, that if all I have to say is that I feel uncomfortable with you posting my photo, then Twitter has to take it down. I'd like to know what law that is.
None.
Of course, you know, Eliza, and boy, I've got a whopper for you later too, about her whole I was trafficked stuff. I'll have to show you that. That's a separate video.
Well, I think we went through most of it.
She wrote, I'll be in Orlando, San Francisco, and Austin, then DC. Who's paying for all this? Of course, getting just savagely ratioed in the replies.
Your beard is growing.
finally, some people have started to cover it. Here's Giant Freaking Robot
There's a
saying
couple
social media has
articles
begun
about it.
banning people for screenshots of
one of the
YouTube
value
videos. This from Jennifer Asensio. 2 social media personalities have been suspended from Twitter because they posted scenes from a music video on YouTube. Bounding into Comics tells the story of YouTubers Brittany Venti and The Quartering, both of whom are suspended from the popular social media platform after posting screenshots of a music video that fellow social media personality and anti-trafficking activist
Castellan says
Eliza
Elon
Blue.
is paying.
Well, I can tell you,
Is he? Maybe.
what's concerning to me is this individual, Ella Irwin, right, is saying that it's non-consensual or whatever, right?
That's bullshit.
But is it? Sure doesn't sound like it.
2016 is already started, so here we
So
are.
okay, so the video that we watched before, by the way, real quick. As I said earlier, the video we watched before where she calls her mom, that was not related to that music video, to the one in question. This is 2016, so she's not talking about that music video specifically. Her hair is the same color in this video as it is in the music video. If she's not talking about that video specifically, she's talking about something around the same time, so it fits the time frame.
I'm really happy that the World Star video got released. That
She seems like
it's World Star video. That's got to be the same video, or I would imagine it, right? 2016 World Star hip hop video. Really glad it got released. Does she seem like she's upset? No, she's really glad.
she's got a pretty urban accent she's putting on here.
Yeah, see, there we go.
Yeah, Jeremy
So again,
too, yeah.
this is not, what do you mean non-consensual? She's really happy that the video got released. She doesn't even own the rights to that video. She's filing she's filing complaints. Is it because people found out you work for a campsite?
So anybody that wants to contact me personally, like a fan or, I hate the word fan, I hate the word fan, it's so ugly, but anybody that feels a need to contact me personally can text message me through a service called
Why
Chatstar.
the hell are you
Chatstar
talking
is a
like
campsite.
a little bitch?
Again, she's a chameleon. She talked normally when she was hanging around with NCR, and then she starts working in rap music videos, and then she adopts this ghetto accent.
Is that why? Here's a pop topic. Twitter backs Eliza Blue
right, that's what I
despite
called
evidence
earlier,
of deception. You know, the video is still available publicly on YouTube.
Every time there's
which is
a
extremely
fucking
concerning.
woman involved, there's unnecessary
and
fucking.
I don't really understand what I'm
This
supposed
is
to do here. People said last night,
You know the way that
hey,
you said you
don't
hate women?
delete the tweet. Hold your.
Yes, and I quoted my favorite YouTube comment of all time, which is that this song goes very hard. Greetings from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much. It's unreal. Yes.
Yeah, when you see this kind of shit, like you can sort of see
I understand.
why.
You get it? This is
Yeah.
ridiculous. Why does she have this much power? You understand why I said I thought that she might be banging. You didn't seem to agree with that. She's like his type. He's into like dyed hair stuff. You know?
I didn't know Elon was into ghetto whores.
He was into Grimes, obviously. And, like, she's not ghetto, but like he's into like art
Grimy.
hoe kind of.
That's not art hoe. That's just a hoe.
Yeah.
Ground.
Fucking
And so
nothing
I
Nazi about
won't.
it.
I will not delete the tweet.
Based.
Because I didn't break a rule. People are telling me now from inside Twitter though that I'm going to lose this. That internally
Why does she have
Twitter
so
has
much power?
sided with Eliza and that they won't be removing my unfair suspension. By the way, Eliza only seems to care if big accounts share her image.
Real quick, Fubar Temp in the chat says Eliza Blue should get mocked like crazy and her grifting should be stopped, but Venti should not get her account back.
Why?
Could you explicate why you think that? I don't know. What has Venti done?
The image exists tens of thousands of posts under the hashtag free the quartering. None of those
Yeah.
people are getting banned.
Right.
So she's selective in her feelings of being outraged.
Of course. Because she's trying to.
You know,
catch
and I
up.
think
Right.
it's very concerning that people aren't making a bigger deal about this. I know you, my viewers are, and Brittany's viewers are, and that Star Wars girl's getting in there, but this needs more coverage. Like, I don't understand what planet this person can ban entire accounts
That's
because
crazy.
it's inconvenient. I believe it has something to do with the timing in which that music video was recorded and how it relates to her quote-unquote advocacy, which no one can actually tell me, by the way. Can somebody tell me a tangible thing this woman has done to help victims? I mean, I'm genuinely asking. I'm not saying she hasn't. I'm just saying, can somebody point me to something? Because every conservative talking head that has given her softball interviews over the years has just said, I really think the work you're doing is really impressive. What work?
I mean, as I said, if it's just because she comes out publicly and says human trafficking is bad.
That's not work. That's stating the obvious.
Yeah. So I put up a poll if you guys knew about this controversy before the stream. I think people probably knew a little bit of it because, of course, Jeremy and Venti have been making videos about it. But Venti should not get her account back. What? Because it's funny? No, it's not funny. So we'll let that poll run for you guys.
Why is it funny?
I don't think it's not funny.
It's not funny. Release the troll.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that Brittany Venti is a troll. Let her troll.
Release the troll.
Banning people from Twitter for posting your publicly available images? I don't understand. And I don't understand this. It's very frustrating that I can't be sharing this message on Twitter. Because I feel like, look, Elon, a lot of people are like, Elon, people have close to Elon have emailed me and said, oh, Elon knows about it. He's looking into it. Well, I mean, he's been in court all week, I think. I doubt I factor into his thought process a tiny.
Well, here is something then. If Elon's serious about this, about cracking down on bullshit within Twitter, I know this woman worked with you. I know this woman worked with you, but she's bad news. And you, oh, my mic flipped around again. Whoops, my bad. You can't let this happen. This is clear abuse of power.
This is where you put bitches in their place.
And but it's exact same thing that you were complaining about, Elon. That's why you bought Twitter.
Yes, because it's full of bitches.
This cannot be allowed to happen. The Quarterade and Brittany Venti didn't do a single damn thing wrong.
Elon, you literally said that you were going to run Twitter like a monarchy. Not like a fucking oligarchy. So get your fucking oligarchical talking heads in a line.
If it's really just that he's busy, okay. And I get that this is, if he's in court, that this is small potatoes compared to that, right? And also, he is a busy guy. He's running like a billion different companies and stuff. Like, he's got shit to do. But you have to get your house in order. You know what I mean? You have to get your house in order. And this makes him look terrible.
Yeah.
It makes him look complicit. It makes him look like he's protecting this person. And it makes, I'm just saying it, I'm not the only person who have said it at all. A lot of people are saying, not most, but a lot of people are saying, it makes him look like he's simping for her.
Yeah, it's
like he wants to bang her.
Oh God, Elon, that's gross. You might catch an STD from this fucking chick.
Oh, for sure.
That's a tiny percent.
It's
absolutely absurd that I think they know that this is not correct, but they refuse to fix the error because it makes them look bad after they prop this woman up.
That's fucking politics.
It's embarrassing.
If that's what it is, that's also pathetic. It seems that more than a third of the audience, 62%, said they had heard about this before the stream. 38% said no. So this really is not something, I mean, I know that most of you who tune in here are generally tuned into politics.
We should hope so.
But the fact that it's nearly 40% of you hadn't heard of this story, and I guess I should have elaborated if you'd heard of it or if you had any idea of like the extent of it. Like, I mean, there's a reason I went through that Kiwi Farms thread, because it's a rabbit hole. It's a damn rabbit hole. And this is just, it's absolutely, it's not cool. Okay. You want to go for like another half an hour?
You pushing
Spoon, how are you feeling? How are you feeling in terms of awakeness?
I'm awake. Am I?
I'm quite awake.
You're usually wired.
I know, because doing this stream makes me wired. So, what would you like to do next? We've talked about our two main topics of the night, but I have a couple other ones. Okay, I'm gonna go into them. So the topics, actually, I'll throw it out to a poll.
Oh God!
One of them is really, really long, but we don't have to cover all of it.
Why are we asking the audience? We're not fucking Democrat fans.
Yeah, but let's ask anyway. So
no, fuck that. Give me the topic. Other side. I'm the monarch here. Fuck you.
Velma's show is a complete flop, and
that's
it's
funny as
really
shit.
funny. It's really funny.
That's good.
You
What's
wanna
the
just-
other one?
Okay.
What
The general
reactions?
segment is just called "Not Just a Clown World, It's a Circus World."
That's
So I
good.
have that article that you had about that bitch.
What Bill say?
The bit Mindy Kaling's taking over Rick and Morty.
Oh god,
What?
yeah.
Okay, I'll find that when we'll have to cover the Velma thing then real quick. But
Yeah, the
so
main actor from Rick and Morty's been fired.
Justin Roiland, it's because he's in a domestic abuse. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if he's domestically abused fucking shit.
No one's gonna watch it without Justin Roiland does the voices of Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh jeez, Rick. Like, okay, are there about 1 million people who can do that voice?
No.
Oh yeah, Morty. I can't. I mean, I can't do it. I'm a woman, but like, yeah, like a lot of people are quite good at doing a Rick and Morty impression, but you really, like, you can't replace. I mean, it's like replacing Filthy Frank. Like you, it's a very iconic voice. It's never. No one's gonna. I can't imagine anyone's gonna want to watch that show without Justin Roiland voicing it.
Yeah.
Anywho, so here's the individual. Here's the headlines that I have included. Describe the links, right? So this is Circus World. The bitch bragging about taking advantage of men. That's that dates a week thing. Did you make a video about that?
Which?
You did, didn't you? The woman who's like, I go on 6 dates a week and have all my food paid for by men.
Oh god, no. I caught that today.
Did you make a video about that though?
No.
No? Okay.
I do want to because my god, do I hate that
work.
woman? We can talk about it now if you want.
An article about how the Bible is transphobic. I want to cover the Aretha Franklin thing because it's so funny. Okay, let's.
Whoever did that, a pickaxe through your forehead.
All right. Let's do these.
No, the
Circus
Bible
World.
one. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, let's do the Circus World thing first, and then if we have some time, we'll do Velma.
I don't
all
give
right,
a
so
fuck if the Bible is transphobic. The fact that the Bible is transphobic is what makes the Bible based.
It's just so funny that the article even exists, right? One last thing that I have to say. I'm gonna share my screen again. I have one last thing on the Elon topic that I forgot about, which is that European official warns Musk era of Wild West for free speech is over. There will be sanctions.
Fuck you, I'll use a VPN.
Here we go.
After Mr. Musk took over the Twitter with his freedom of speech absolutism.
Well, how's that working out for Jeremy and Brittany Venti? Not great, huh?
We are the protectors of freedom of speech as well.
No, you're not.
But at the same time, we cannot accept, for instance, the illegal content online and so on.
Oh yeah,
So,
name them. What illegal content?
Like what? Because again, one of the first things
Like
that
a
Elon
grumpy
did when he took
whore's
over
ass?
was work with this crazy woman, Eliza Blue, to do something good, though. I cannot... I don't know to what extent she had to deal with this, with getting rid of the legitimately predatory CP that was all over Twitter. But it was good of Elon. And if she had anything to do with that in any real way, then that's one positive thing I can give to Eliza Blue. If she helped get actual CP removed from the website, then that is a good thing, and I would commend her for that. Not for anything else, but for that.
our message was clear. We have the rules, which have to be complied with, and
Fuck off.
otherwise there will be sanctions.
We have, fuck this. So, yeah, it looks like Elon's in a little bit of hot water, as he constantly is, right? A story about
I hope
Mindy
he
Kaling
wins
taking over Rick and
because
Morty.
Fuck you and fuck the European Union.
Okay. Hasselhoff, Bill told me that story, okay? So, the story about Mindy Kaling taking over Rick and Morty was posted by something called the Prolapse Press. I believe that's what you would call a joke. That sounds like
so he's not fired?
No, Roiland's done. But Mindy Kaling taking over is a joke. I was gonna say that would be insane. That would be nonsense. Bill, you fell for the Prolapse Press.
Why is he fired?
Justin Roiland, because of his involvement in domestic violence lawsuit.
But who cares?
People do. Whoop.
I don't give a flying fuck what the hell my artists do in their free time. I don't give a fuck if he beats bitches till they're blue in the face.
It's not a good it's not a good look. So okay.
But who
so
cares? If I didn't know about this, I wouldn't give a shit. How is his voice acting? Oh, it's fantastic. Then beat bitches for all I fucking care.
You know that's not how it works, though, Spoon.
Yes, I know,
You
but
know
that's how the real world should work, because in reality, no one gives a flying fuck about the artist, the personal life.
Yeah.
Separate the art from the artist.
Oh, she's not German. She's Czech. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean by accent as a non-speaker. She sounded German to me. My bad. Did I call her German? I probably did. My bad. Okay, so you sent me this article.
That's gonna get taken out of context.
What?
What I said about being bitches.
Oh yeah, for sure. So you sent me this article. I went on 6 dates a week, and I didn't have to buy groceries for 2 years.
Okay.
This is infuriating, by the way. But this is late stage feminism right here, folks. Vivian 2 addresses her viral TikTok where she claims she went on 6 dates a week to avoid paying for groceries. Forget Dine and Dash, former Wall Street trader dined and to save cash. Vivian 2, known on TikTok as Your Rich BFF, went viral in 2021 with a clip in which she bragged that she went on 6 dates a week to avoid paying for groceries. Between 2016 and 2018, I didn't buy groceries once. I probably saved about $150 a week. She captioned in the post in which she mouthed along to Lana Del Rey's Jealous Girl while on the beach. Now in an interview with Elite Daily, TikTok superstar 2 admitted to her 2.3 million followers that she jokingly made the controversial video, and she didn't start going on dates just for food.
Yes, you did.
I got this. I have a great article to transition into after this one, and it'll be a pun there as well, because it's this. It is
a lie.
So many times with these people. No, but here's what it is. Hang on.
If read through the rest of the article, and then you'll see why that's a bunch of crap.
Right. Hold on just a second. Excuse me. Actually, I might have to ask you to take over here for a minute because my voice is starting to give out. It's this meme. Her guys, look how retarded I am. Her. Fuck off, retard. Joke's on them. I was only pretending. Of course you were. Like, oh, I made this post, but it was a joke. It was a joke. I swear to God, it was a joke. Okay. Sure. She didn't start going on dates for food. However, she really did notice an ease with her finances while looking for love. To explain to the outlet that she was really on dating apps to find a connection when she first moved to New York City, but quickly realized, oh, I can go to a fun tapas restaurant for probably free, or I can spend my own money on food at the grocery store that I still need to cook, and it's probably not going to taste as good. Admitting to you that she can't cook.
Yeah, I also thought
Drop
the same thing.
I like tapas, Bill. I don't know if you could hear his fuck you, but I like tapas. Bill, actually, we're not that far from Spain. There's no excuse for you to get bad tapas here. Oh, it's because it was in London. There's your problem. See, Bill doesn't like tapas because he ate it in London. That's not tapas' fault. That's London's fault.
Yeah, but I have to agree with you on that one.
Bill said Spain, London doesn't matter. They're all full of foreigners, and none of them are white.
That's actually true. Mm.
This is why you and Bill get along so.
What? Because we're both kind of racist.
He said, "Reconquist this dick." There's obviously some conscious thinking that goes into it, she admitted. However, 2 also said, in my opinion...
Shit.
Yeah, no shit. In my opinion, deliberately going on dates for a free meal isn't a great idea. I am very much in the camp that you're dating to find love. You are trying to explain this shit to yourself.
For 2 fucking
for
years.
2 years. This is like this cope of like, well, it's bad, but it's not really. It's just a meme. It's just a joke. Oh, we have to get into this because I told you the topic we talked about where I got really
She's
mad.
not even that good looking.
She's not bad looking though. But she's not like a 10. She's like a 6. You know.
I don't. Yeah.
She
Every girl that I've been with has been better looking than her.
And this is in New York City, where there are literal models walking around. You know. I mean, that's where they live. She further explained that while she was making $95,000 a year. To be fair, that's like poverty level in New York City, I would imagine. Her living expenses were very high. Oh, she was in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen used to be a shithole, hence why Daredevil lives there, but now it's very upscale. 2 said it wasn't the easiest to find affordable groceries nearby.
What we call a slam pig.
Slam pig, slam hog, yeah. Your mom's house uses that phraseology.
Yeah. Good throwback.
The market closest to my apartment was incredibly expensive, so I never felt comfortable shopping there. Instead, I would hole my butt on the subway 15 blocks to Trader Joe's and grab all that I could carry.
By comfortable, she means it's too expensive.
Yeah. It wasn't easy, and I really had to think strategically about what I was buying. Usually they're turkey corn dogs and supreme frozen pizza.
Yeah, you really can't cook, Henry.
But she's not cooking, she's buying frozen shit.
Yeah.
Patricia says she's a 7. I mean, I don't think she's ugly. She is not, like, you need to pay for me to eat. And so, look, if she's doing 6 dates a week, or was it 5 dates a week?
6.
Was it? 6 dates a week. That's not with the same guys, is it? I would imagine. So maybe some repeat customers, right?
Yeah.
But she is just, how are you dating a guy a night if you're not, look, that is not, okay, what someone looking for love is doing, is dating going on a date with a different person every night.
Yeah.
You can't, I mean, even, or a couple of different people even. If you're going on a date 6 out of 7 days of a week.
For a year, yeah.
For 2
52.
years.
Yeah,
Isn't
52
it, I thought she
sometimes 6, it'll be 312.
So
312 different
that's
men,
not
that
looking
is
for love.
every guy. So even if it's
That's not-
half, it's still, even if it's 20%, that's still 60 different guys in a year.
I don't know how she's not, like, really fat from eating out that often, but I don't know. Some people, whatever. Anywho, maybe she didn't order expensive stuff. By going on dates, Tu realized she was saving 50 to 100 per week. That's from her not buying groceries. The cost to the guys, on the other hand, is going to be 50 to 100 per week. It's 100 per sitting to eat in New York City at a restaurant. You out of your mind? Like, what a cute way of phrasing it, right? Of how much she saved rather than how much those guys spent because she just taken you for a ride. And, you know, the question that you and I talked about is, do you think she banged the dudes?
Of course she did. Someone took her for a fucking ride as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
There's a reason why her body count is not listed on this. Probably because it's hiding in the bill.
Yeah. For real. Oh my goodness. That was a good one. That was good.
Thank you. Around like sex jokes, I'm really fucking good. Around sex jokes, I'm fucking quick on the draw.
Yes.
Because I can last a while.
Oh my god, I knew it was coming. Which man
I didn't even say that one. That was all you.
I know. I didn't mean to, but yeah. Which amounted to thousands in discretionary income, while she spent on things like savings, investing, and a black Prada bag to replace my tattered Longchamp tote. Oh, she had to skimp for her Prada. But Tu's practices continue to divide TikTok users. Some have crowned her a girl boss, while others called it borderline unethical. It's not borderline, it's directly unethical. You're a vile bitch.
Yeah.
Smarter, not harder, one reported. One supporter reasoned. Finesse the bag, another cheered on. Toxic femininity, one hater declared. This is the New York Post. They're like, they really aren't on her side, but it's so funny they called him a hater. If you were good with money, you wouldn't need all those dates. I mean, it is New York, like, it's expensive. But what she was doing is gross.
I get the feeling stooping low describes not only her sexual habit, but also her ethics.
Exactly. Hang on one sec. Oh, I had a cough. Alright. That was dumb. Okay, here's the Bible article. Oh, no. You know what, completely
I still have to do a video on
this
because I do want to trash this one because, dude, this is like...
Yeah. Here's the article that mirrors that one.
I have so many things to say. The reason why this bugs me is because this woman openly claimed that she was not doing this for money, and she described some of the guys... She described the process that the worst case scenario, you would split the bill, which she always offered for, and then she said... like the cheapskate thing apparently on the New York Post. And I thought, let me get this straight. So you offered to pay for half of it, okay?
Yeah.
But...
Oh yeah, she made that claim.
Yes, right. But you say it's cheapskate. So if you offer to pay half and the guy accepts it, he's a cheapskate.
Then he's a cheapskate.
But if you can give me the system and get him all paid for it, that's because you're a smart businesswoman. Like, you're a fucking whore. Yes. You just did it indirectly for food money.
Right.
But
and the other thing about that,
you are a whore.
The other thing about that, we can split it thing is that I'm assuming most of these are first dates. There was a chat. What was a chat that like absolutely fucking killed me?
I would not pay for a fucking a whole chick's fucking dinner on the
Wait,
first date.
Solomon Birch said, "Think of all the dogs that were saved."
Oh my god.
And Gary Thomas for 5 says she looks like Margaret Cho, so I don't get how she finds a guy every time. If she looked like Gemma Chan, then I'd better understand. So here's what I wanted to get to. She must have just been like, I've never used one of these apps. Is it you swipe right if you're saying yes?
No, for her it was swipe in and out.
No, I'm just saying like she's just like saying yes to every single guy.
Again, you totally missed my joke.
Oh fuck. Dude. Oh my god. Anywho, so
I bet your
I
food
think
isn't the only thing she swallowed.
The thing is, I think she was probably just accepting literally any dude who looked like he had a couple of pennies to put together for a date. And as a man, and this is part of the situation, right? You're supposed to pay. Like, that's like the social contract, right? Because you want to display your value to the woman. Oh, look, I can provide for you. That's how it works. She took advantage of this 100%.
Yeah.
And you know that if a woman comes to you, you're on a first date, which it sounds like what she was doing. You're on a first date, and she's like, "Oh, we can split it." On a first date? You're not doing that. As a man, you're not doing that. You want to bang her, don't you?
The people in the chat saying "spoon I'm eating." That's your own fault. I'm gonna say some funny shit in this stream when it comes to this kind of stuff.
It's pretty bad. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
but again, like this woman, you know, you're in a first date. You want to bang her, right? So you're gonna pay for a fucking meal so that you can take her home and bone, you know, stick it to her, right?
Yeah.
Not the shack, but something else. So you know, like, so. If a woman's like, "Oh, we can split it."
How big is your appetite?
No. As a man, you're not gonna do that. As a man, you're not gonna, for the most part. If you're trying to get to the goal, then you're gonna be like, "No. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I got it." She's just a bitch, and it's, you know,
Gross.
like. And here's the thing with, like, okay, I told you this earlier. I haven't been on like a lot of. I've never been like a date with someone I didn't know. Everyone I've ever dated was a friend first. Right?
Can I just say something in the chat? Send me your funniest jokes for this, because there's so many puns with this. Because I want to make a video.
Yeah,
and
been
some
thinking
of them
about
are good.
it. So
yeah, I'm so gonna use some of these. Basically, I actually use some of the jokes to see how that lands in the audience.
Nice.
And so far, it's been pretty well.
I personally, I've never been on. Have you ever been on like just a date with a person you never met before?
Like a blind date?
Or like you meet on, because the only way that this is happening, like clearly it's like they're meeting on dating apps, right?
I've never used a dating app because it's fucking cringe.
Nor have I. It's not for everybody. My accountant.
Yes, it's not for people that have standards. Yeah.
My accountant met his girlfriend through a Christian wife, and now mother of his 2 children through a Christian dating site.
See, that one I can understand.
Yeah.
Because like there, you're actually looking for people that are actually looking for a relationship.
You have a specific thing that you're looking for. It's like, I am looking for a wife who is conservative and Christian.
Yeah, like that's not so bad.
That worked out, you know?
It's like the people who fucking use fucking what's the name of people
Tinder
use?
or whatever.
The Tinder is like the fucking whore app. Like, let's be real. Yeah.
I personally, I have never been
it's
on
like
a date
the fucking
with someone.
Uber of pussy. Like, get fucking real.
Right. I've never been on a date with someone I didn't already know. So, and like the thing is, like, you know, if Bill and I don't go out to eat very often, I'm actually like, I've really been wanting. I like cooking, but I was thinking about going to the UK. I talked about this before about going to the UK for a vacation that I put off for years. And Bill couldn't come to the US. You know, for the trip where I was on Tim Pool and was for our friend's wedding. I was saying like maybe like sometime next year we could go to the UK for like a couple days, right? That would be cool. And especially to go to Bath, because I've always wanted to go to Bath. But the thing is that basically Bill and I don't go out much. But like if we did, we'd split it, because that's a normal thing I think for adults who have been in a relationship for a long time. I should say, excuse me.
Yeah.
For people who have been in a, it's like I'll cover this one, you get the next one. That's normal. Or let's just split it, you know? it's one or the other. Like if you're both bringing in income.
Yeah.
The splitting thing is something that you do with somebody you've been dating or been with. And that's another thing is that like, but when you first meet somebody, one person's gonna pay, and 99% of the time, it's the guy. Oh, that's not true. My lawyer, when I went on my first date with him, because I thought he was so cute, and I asked him, I wanted to go out with him for like a year, and he was like, no, he didn't want to. I had paid for him on our first date, but that's because I'd been asking him out for a year.
See, I don't think that's that bad. Like, if the girl asks the guy out and she wants to pay, like, yeah, I feel like that's normal.
But that's normal, right? Like, I don't know why I was like so like into Connor. I just like I'm not doxing him or whatever. It's just my lawyer. It's fine. It's just his name.
Aiden likes the lawyer boy.
Well, he Spoon. He wore a suit and tie every day to school in undergrad. You understand? He wore a vest.
Okay.
Every day to school. It's attractive to women. It's like, oh my god, you're wearing a vest and a suit to go to class as a freshman. Bruh. Like, okay.
Sounds like he's got swag.
It was swag. He had swag. It was like, damn, okay, this boy is gonna,
Go
well, I say
places.
boy. Yeah, I was a year older than him, but I was like, yeah, he's younger than he's a freshman, I'm a sophomore, and he's wearing a suit. So I had like a huge crush on him. I did, and I asked him out, and he was like, "No, I'm trying to focus on my studies."
Now he's playing hard to
come
get.
on. It was a vest, yeah, Abigail. It was a vest, Spoon, and he had a pocket watch and everything.
Oh, basically, so he was like fucking my avatar, basically.
I know, he really was. He was stripped the fuck out every day. It was awesome.
Yeah, so basically you dated my avatar. Well done.
Yeah. He didn't have a top hat, but yeah.
No, that'd be fucking Woodrow Wilson.
I know, right? It was. I liked his drip. But I also liked him as a person. Like we're still friends, obviously. Like, was he straight? Yes, he's straight. I think he's married now. I actually haven't talked to him. No, maybe he isn't. Oh, he was. Oh, I'm not getting that. I think he was maybe gonna get married, but whatever.
I think you can wear a fedora if you're wearing a trench coat.
No, you can't wear a fedora ever.
No,
if you wear a fedora with a trench coat, then you look like a school shooter.
I was thinking more like mafia dude, but okay.
Oh.
That kind of shows you what your head's fucking at. I was thinking of like the guy who does like the fucking St. Valentine's Day massacre. So yeah, so definitely shooting, but yeah, definitely just
So, getting back onto topic, we had that article of the, haha, I was just pretending to be retarded, a little bit. This article and this story is the epitome of, haha, joke's on you, I was just pretending to be retarded. Trans activist who dissed Aretha Franklin's song deeming it offensive says it was satire. The Twitter account, which calls itself Trans Cultural Mindfulness Alliance, had criticized the 1967 song for being offensive and demanded that it be removed from both Apple and Spotify.
Now, here's the thing. There's two problems with this. One, on the one hand, it does look satirical because it is a fucking retarded thing to do. That much is true.
Yes.
The problem is, this is not the first time you jackasses do this. In fact, you do it all the fucking time. So there is where your credibility gets shot by your own previous actions. This is the problem, is that it's impossible to determine, and it really looks to me like this person got called out and then was like, I was just joking. Yeah.
The Twitter account claiming to be run by a trans activist has claimed their tweets criticizing Aretha Franklin's song, Natural Woman, for being offensive to trans women was nothing more than satire. The account, which calls itself Trans Cultural Mindfulness Alliance, has criticized the 1967 song for being offensive.
That's definitely not satire. Yeah. That's a fucking.
But the account claiming to be founded exclusively by trans individuals rode back these tweets and claimed they are a parody account in a tweet and changed their bio despite defiantly insisting that they were a genuine group. It's satire. There's no actual TCMA that I'm parodying. It's a commentary on the state of the woke movement in general. A person who runs the account told dailymail.com. Really?
Are they actually a satirical account?
Here is the account. They joined in 2009.
Oh, so it's been a while. That's a long time to be a satirical account.
That is a long con you're playing, isn't it?
Yeah, and a trans one when it didn't even exist back then.
Well, it did, but
Really? It's 2009?
yeah. I mean, it was very small, but that's what makes me think
Who was
it's...
the most popular trans person in 2009?
Again,
oh yeah, Michelle
okay,
Obama.
Look. Join 2009. The which can't be changed. Trans mindful. I don't think this is a satire account.
Neither do I.
How,
that was a funny joke.
You made an account in 2009 called Trans Mindful, claiming to represent this transcultural mindfulness alliance. Before you called Aretha Franklin's song transphobic, it just says founded in January of 2023. The account is old as fuck though, exclusively by trans activists. But you know what? It's possible then that they bought this account, right?
Or that
they purchased it. They purchased it and changed all the information.
It's
founded in Oslo, Norway, which I have something to say about Oslo, Norway here, or about Norway in general in a moment. Oh my god, there's so many great transitions. Not this type of transition, but there's so many great transitions in tonight's show that I didn't even notice. I just now noticed the Norway thing. Whoops. Sorry, after the account since changed its bio to parody satire. This is a parody account. The user who refused to give their real name told iHeartRadio, never imagined anyone would take it seriously, LOL.
No, and how this the stream is not going to get demonetized.
All our streams are demonetized. They said adding it was intended as a commentary on woke culture. What do you guys, I don't know, do you guys believe this?
No.
Right? So here's some of their, alright. The post received by many as satire before the account claimed, perceived by many to be satire, before the account claimed it was a parody account, began by asserting the song is offensive to transgender people as there's no such thing as a natural woman. Aretha Franklin's 1968 song, Natural Woman, this is a quote, perpetuates multiple anti-trans stereotypes, the post reads, erroneously listing the song's 1967 release.
I'm sorry, but get a life, you fucking losers.
I know.
Like, I'm sorry, like, you people are just fucking perpetual wankers looking for something to bitch.
Is this satire or salt?
No, it's salt. That's fucking lethal doses of sodium is what that is.
I think it's salt. But that's just me.
No, it's definitely salt.
There's no such thing as a natural woman. The organization went on to declare...
Yes, there is.
Yeah, hello.
There's no such thing as a natural woman if you're born with an XY chromosomes.
Yeah. Before claiming the song had already helped inspire acts of harm against transgender women.
You know
Here's another tweet though. There have been zero meaningful studies into the gender of pet identities of pets. Like, look, they post insane shit, but there is no way to delineate this from someone who's sincere, you know? Because they are this crazy. It seems meaningless, but many children learn gender from their pets. I've actually heard trans activists make this argument though.
They learn from gender from their pets?
Yeah, that's why like gendering pets is important because it's like, here boy, here girl, you know? I've legitimately heard this argument from transgender activists. I'm not joking. I've heard this shit.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Just because you bring home a gendered pet, allow your child to choose the gender of the pet. Don't assign it one at will. Allow your child to assign it one. Weird, right?
How the
statements made by the account.
How does that make any sense?
Which had defiantly claimed it was genuine and not a parody account, have spawned outrage, including its January 20 request to pull the Franklin song from streaming platforms. Social media users question whether the account started just days ago was a joke designed to fan the flames. It wasn't started just days ago. It was started in 2009. Daily Mail, you fucked this up.
These people are retarded.
It could be that they just bought the account, right? But how did they? But the account is called Trans Mindful, made in 2009. I don't know this. I don't know. How do you guys? Let's look at the poll. 13% say satire, 87% say salt. I mean, again, like saying it wasn't made a couple days ago. It was made over 10 years ago.
Who the fuck are the 13%? You guys need some brains.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're fine. So that was very silly. What? Okay. Let's do the transgender Bible things. It leads into this.
Oh God.
Stop using the Bible to dehumanize transgender people, says Newsweek writer Serene Jones.
No, that's just you trying to fucking subvert the Bible.
Who is the president of the Union Theological Seminary.
They're fighting an actual woman, Jesus.
state senator in Oklahoma recently proposed a bill that would ban people under the age of 26 from receiving gender-affirming care. That means having their breasts and genitals cut off, including launching a massive aggressive attack on the transgender community. The move sends a clear signal that anti-trans leaders are gearing up to be even bolder and more combative in their crusade. As with the mountain of other anti-trans legislation sweeping the nation, this new bill is based on so-called Christian views. Even in the name, Milestone Act of 2023 alludes to a Bible passage that calls for those who cause children to sin to be drowned. As a Christian theologian, a minister, and the president of a seminary with many transgender students, why does your seminary have so many transgender students?
I wonder why.
I'm confused by this. I am
So are
horrified by the I'm horrified by the continued use of Christianity and the Bible to viciously attack the transgender community. The Bible never said that being transgender is wrong. Because this is a thing you invented. Look, had there been people throughout history who have obviously felt gender dysphoria, yeah.
You know the way the Bible says a
right?
man is made in God's image? Yeah, that means it's not in yours in a fucking scalpel, you stupid bitch.
Well fucking said.
Thank you.
In contrast, nearly every page of the Bible tells us we must love and care for another, not degrade and harm each other. No, not entirely.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Not harm and degrade each other. You mean like you're doing with the scalpel again?
Like you're destroying the body. Yeah, that's. How are you a theologian? But it seems like you haven't read the Bible.
Yeah. I'm not a theologian, and even I can school the shit out of you on this shit.
I know. What the hell are you talking about?
But then again, I'm also a genius, so, that's what I'm saying.
Where did I lost my place? Dang it.
This is what happens when you're very clever and you're well-read. You can debate really basic things with people who talk out of their asshole.
This message of love and care is clear, not a false extrapolation. No, the message of love and care is clear, but it's also that there's things you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, do you know how I love my care for my body? By not taking excessive amounts of hormones.
You're not supposed to have sex. Gay sex is pretty clear in Leviticus.
A man who lies with another man should be stoned.
Yes, it's fairly clear in Leviticus. If you want to talk about like you're reading into the Bible too much, like
and that means stoned by rocks, not by fucking smoking rocks.
Like, how much more clear do you want it to be? The Bible is not pro-trans. There was no such thing as trans. But in this legislative onslaught, a biblically false hate message is the prized weapon of attack. The new Oklahoma legislation was proposed by Senator David Bullard, conservative, quote, Christian, who consistently references the Bible in legislative work. Last year, he used the false biblical interpretations to spearhead a law requiring public school students to use bathrooms that match their biological sex.
Wow.
Is this actually in the Bible? No.
The Bible didn't have bathrooms.
I mean, people shit in outhouses, yeah, but you old and outhouse did not have a male and female sign. Do you see why I want to cover this article? It's insane. It's insane. Like, you're out of your mind.
Well, yeah,
meanwhile, in Texas, State Representative Steve Toth, an ordained pastor, recently proposed a bill that would make it a second-degree felony to provide gender-affirming care for minors. Again, meaning to remove their genitals. To minors. Minors. Removing their genitals, causing permanent disturbances to their naturally developing biology by giving them hormone blockers, preventing the natural development of puberty, and giving them cross-sex hormone.
I have a theory on that. On the whole transgender movement thing. Because I was thinking about this earlier. If I'm looking at these people in four ways, or rather if I look at the World Economic Forum's view on the world's population, and their idea of
that's
revolution,
obviously part of it.
Yes, but it covers all bases, which is
that's prima facie evident at this point, I think.
Yes,
World Economic Forum says, and all the left-wing media says, the world's overpopulated, we need to stop reproducing. Well, also at the same time, we're advocating for cutting off people's genitals and making them infertile.
Yeah, exactly. So
weird.
Just
a coinky dink.
Yeah, so it's either you are making people infertile, you are making people suicidal.
Let's not call them infertile. You're sterilizing them.
Yes, you're making people suicidal, and what's more is that you are robbing them of their money before
there's
you
also
kill them.
no evidence. Yeah, there's no evidence that there's any decrease in suicidality amongst transgender people who before and after having
Yes.
gender reassignment surgery.
And you're making people miserable as fuck by indoctrinating them, which would either make them kill themselves or revolt and destroy the system. So the entire movement fits really well with the World Economic Forum's global plan.
Well, just a coincidence.
Coincidence, yeah. Not at all shady as fuck.
Right. And in Tennessee, State Representative William Lambert, the staunch Christian, she keeps putting in quotes. You know what, also? You're not supposed to do this stuff.
Which?
Like, you're not supposed to question somebody else's Christianity and faith as a Christian. You're not supposed to do that either. I mean, anyone who does that, like if they're behaving in ways that are actively non-Christian, then you can, but how is this? They're not. You have nothing. You can't draw from anything in the Bible. You're like, there are things in the Bible that support me, but you don't name it, do you? How curious that you don't point to the part of the Bible, you don't point to the scripture that shows that the Bible was cool with transgender bathrooms. What are you talking about? Absolute sociopath. Introduced a similar bill barring minors from accessing gender-affirming treatment, claiming such services are profoundly unethically and morally wrong. Can these policies be supported biblically? Absolutely not. Oh, transgender surgeries isn't supported by the Bible?
I don't think surgeries are supported by the Bible.
Are you... What kind of lunatic would take this shit seriously?
Have you seen the way that our academia is run right now?
I know. It's crazy. It's deeply disturbing. This monstrous anti-trans crusade is based on assumptions drawn from two main sections of biblical texts. In some claims that in Genesis, God explicitly created... Some claims that in Genesis, God explicitly created two biological different genders that cannot be changed. He created man and woman. He created woman from man. There's only two. Oh my God. Others refer to a passage in Deuteronomy that prohibits people from wearing clothes of the opposite gender. Should we now forbid females to wear pants? That's not what it's talking about. Obviously, you knew what it was talking about. It's always what the Bible was talking about. It's obvious now. Men wearing dresses, right? Or feminine clothing back then. I don't know exactly how it would have played out, but yeah. This is... What do you mean, some claim? Yeah, some claim God made man and woman. Like, have you read Genesis? How are you a theologian? Why the ardent, vicious attack on transgender people? In the same vein, the Bible also includes sections that support gender fluidity. For example, oh my God, I've read these before. I haven't read this whole article. I read a little bit of it, and I was like, we gotta read this on stream because it's insane. But I've heard some of these before. For example, while God is typically described with he pronouns, Isaiah often offers comparisons of God with a woman in childbirth. Are you comparing yourself to God? First of all, God's way outside of our understanding. God did give birth to the world, right? So that's why Isaiah is making this comparison. It's not that God is male and female. God's like way outside of that shit. He is the typical referring language, but that is part of the Trinity as well. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. This is absolutely crazy shit. There are also several instances in which God is compared to a mother bird protecting her children. Yeah! Also protector of the flock. There's all kinds of verbiage like this within the Bible, obviously. Why are these passages never lifted up in legislative sessions? Because they have nothing to do with being transgender. That's why. Nothing. The reality is the Bible leaves a lot up to interpretation, not the parts that you're getting upset with. It's easy to cherry pick sentences and warp them for a political agenda. There's plenty of passages that Christians...
right now?
Right. There are also plenty of passages that Christians clearly reject, like amusingly warnings not to wear clothing with two different types of material. Yeah, there's stuff that's like, you know,
dated.
Well, that's so dated, yeah. And I mean, you could, if you were a really, really serious biblical Christian, maybe you would find problem with that. It's 100% cotton and nothing else, or 100% wool and nothing else. No blends. Maybe. Some people are that serious. Alcidius for 5 says, I actually had to deal with people like this in my old Episcopalian church. Yeah, Episcopalian could be that way. This is why I went conservative back in the day. This lady's nuts. How mad do you want to get?
Oh God. When you ask me that, I'm kind of worried.
The gay activist couple jailed for molesting adopted child. Kind of mad.
Oh God, yeah, I did hear this story.
Yeah, this story has been out for a couple of months. They're in jail now, and now there's people coming out with articles about how here's their reports from jail. So Mia Cathell, by the way, from Town Hall, has done amazing journalistic work uncovering this entire series. Kudos to you, Mia. This has been fantastic. So when was this originally posted? Just a couple days ago. So months-long Town Hall investigation reveals disturbing new details about an affluent LGBTQ activist couple accused of sodomizing their young adopted sons, now ages 9 and 11, and disturbing homemade CP of the SA. I'm sorry for using acronyms, guys. It's because YouTube really hates these words. We're already demonetized, but I don't want to be taken down. Half a year after a shocking story made the news, Town Hall is the only outlet following up on the criminal case in Georgia that has since seen zero headlines written about it. We found that it's far, far worse than what was originally reported. Not only did the married men allegedly are the two boys who were adopted through a Christian special needs adoption agency. That just makes it so much more sickening. I didn't even mean for this story to bleed into the previous story about the Christian stuff, but it did. I didn't know. I forgot about. Well, I did know about that, but I forgot about the Christian agency thing. They were pimping out their children. Oh my God. Can you cover this, Spoon?
You want me to cover this shit?
It's making me deeply upset. I'll scroll through.
I like the way that it's.
This one hurts me. I
find it funny that you put this in my face and you go, "How mad do you want to get?" And then you know it's gonna piss me off, and then you tell me this is upsetting me. How about you do it? It's like, really?
I want to hear your justified rage at how sickening this is.
My justified rage. My rage usually involves a cannon. Like there's a reason why there's a meme of me with a cannon, or my videos because.
Also, my voice is. I need to rest it. I think for a second.
Let's see. A Christian special needs adoption agency. Already crucifixions.
Yep.
They were pimping out their children to nearby pedophiles in Atlanta. Okay, I already wanted to mangle people.
I know this story is unbelievable, right?
Like already the first two sentences, and I already want to get the cannon.
Oh, I want to. These people need to be fired out of a cannon. Apparently, they're having a fun time in jail.
I'd rather be shot with the cannon.
There was another article that I was reading about that was reporting on their experiences in jail, and they're like, "That's not so bad."
I saw that.
Yeah.
And with these people, yeah, I imagine the jailers are not fans because jailers do not like the kiddie fiddlers.
I don't know what. It's weird.
Kiddie fiddlers get
bizarre.
killed in jail.
It was bizarre. They seem to not really be having such a bad time.
Oh no!
They probably put them in like special protection or something.
Oh, I had something completely differently.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because one of the guys ended up in hospital because he was roofied.
Oh right. Well, he said that, but then they couldn't find any evidence of it. He begged to be taken to the hospital. So, like, yeah. So they're they're in jail now and good where they should be, which is thank God, the positive side of the story.
There's better places for them to be.
Oh, for sure, and they will end up in.
Yeah, 6 feet under.
Yeah, and in hell, burning forever for the shit that they did. Anyway, please continue.
Let's see. Recorded jailhouse calls a trove of never before seen court documents and testimony from a family member who spoke exclusively with Town Hall uncovers the extent of the physical and emotional trauma the two elementary school-age brothers had endured, as well as the red flags that the state overlooked during the same-sex couple's fast and expected adoption process. Yeah, this might be controversial, but I don't think gays should be allowed to adopt children. Ever. Under no circumstances. No, fuck off.
Look,
like, none.
To be fair, well, I don't know about under no circumstances, but the data are pretty clear on this. Lesbian couples beat the shit out of each other. The domestic abuse rates amongst lesbian, which you might think like, oh, well, lesbians, they're fine. Like, there's two women, There's two women, like, women, take care of children, they rear children. Lesbians beat the shit out of each other. Really badly. So I'm a little bit, just statistically, concerned about that. If they're beating the shit out of each other, will they beat the shit out of kids, right? Gay men, this is an individual, this is one individual case, but this is horrific what happened. And the thing that makes it so much worse is that they were activists. I mean, like, look how gay our family is. I mean, continue reading the article, but like, I get where you're coming from. I'm not saying I don't know if I have a strong, probably do have a strong opinion if I think about it for a minute. But I don't want to take a strong stance because I don't know, because every individual is different. Like Dave Rubin, he adopted kids.
Yeah, I'd stand by my statement.
All right.
I don't
think
want
Dave
gays.
Rubin's a decent guy.
Yeah, I don't
know
care.
him, but
Gays, no, you're depriving a child of a mother and a father. Fuck off.
okay, I do actually agree with that part. You put it that way.
Yeah,
I get it.
So,
you
no.
do need both. You need the dyad. You need the dyadic experience.
Yes,
I agree with. All right, never mind. You won me over. You're right.
Thank you. They're part of an anti-gay hate campaign. Why is it that everyone who advocates for the shit that they are supposedly for, they're always against it in practice? Like, I'm against anti-gay shit.
It's the grift.
Yes, I'm a...
And they are extreme grifters. They were extreme grifters. Like, I mean, like, some of the shit, like, their whole house was, like, full of rainbow gay stuff. So, even if they hadn't been molesting the kids, which is by far the operative issue and the problem here, but they were grooming these kids into being gay from second one. Or into something like that.
People say...
Which
I'm a utensil.
By the way, I don't think you can groom people into sexuality. It's why they inevitably fall back and whatever their real shit is. You can try to, though.
Also, this I may be on a principle.
Don't yawn. I got shit to do.
Yeah.
I got shit I want to cover.
What the fuck? You said give me a half an hour. That was a half hour ago.
I know. I said give me an hour. Actually.
No, you said half an hour.
I said an
no,
hour.
You said half.
Give me an hour.
Chat. What
I got a couple more things. I got a couple more things I want to go through.
Did she say half an
hour
hour or an hour? You didn't say. You didn't say maybe an hour.
I think I said maybe an hour.
No, you're pulling this out of your ass.
I totally did. I totally said it.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Well, you wanted me to talk about my hatred of cops, which is not all cops, so why I don't like cops. You and I had an argument about that
Do you see what this woman does to me on a weekly basis?
No, you. Continue to read the horrifying article, please.
God, fucking homosexuals. See, promoting, sorry, NOHB, I don't even know what the fuck that stands for. An art magazine which holds the nation's highest circulation among the Rainbow F-word coalition has, it's fucking really dark on my screen, has repeatedly asked them if its website Pride Cages can feature their photos taken at the Atlanta Pride Parade. Canon. Lighter fluid.
Yeah. These people are evil. Man. There's no question behind this. This is sickening.
It's the adopted father's 33-year-old government worker.
Of course he works for the government. Of course he works for the government. Of course he works for the government, right?
And a
banker. They thought they were immune, is what this is. And they showed off all this shit on their like Instagram.
Accused of raping a child.
He had already been accused of this? I didn't notice that part. So like and they were fast tracked for adoption of these two boys.
Okay, can I say something controversial? You know the way that gay people were sort of depressed and discriminated, or suppressed and discriminated against, and generally treated quite badly in society? There might have been a reason for that.
Well, not all.
Maybe some of that discrimination was actually kind of, justified in keeping children safe.
Like
that seems to be a thing.
I'm bisexual. I think most women, not most, maybe most, a lot of women lean bisexual. There's evolutionary proclivities as to why women lean bisexuals, because like the men die in harsh evolutionary conditions, right? So women comfort themselves, they comfort each other. Excuse me. Produce an oxytocinergic connection, right? Oxytocin is produced by any skin-to-skin contact. So if the men are dying, chasing mammoths off of cliffs and stuff, then or fighting in wars, then women will comfort each other, right? We see it in our 8 cousins, in bonobos, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some evolutionary rationale for women being gay, in terms, or like not. There's some evolutionary rationale for it. What? You don't like that?
No, I have to press.
And also,
my
I want to say, like,
rage.
you know as well as I do that there are based good gay people and there are based cool trans people. Like, not. That's why I had to put this hashtag not all caveat on this, because it isn't all. It really isn't all, and it's incredibly diminutive to and reductive to say that it's all people. Some, maybe even a lot, yeah, but all, no.
So just that Spoon just talk over her, it's easier. Apparently you
Go
talk
ahead.
over me.
Oh, do I? Sorry.
That you do sometimes.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
don't mean to. I just get excited
Yes,
about this. This
I
makes
know.
me sick.
Yes, but you should also learn to, like, you know, control your emotions.
Spoon. Woman. Come on now.
Yes, but you have masculine tendencies.
Yeah, I'm autistic.
Like,
But that also makes it difficult for me to know when to
No,
stop
no,
talking.
you're monarchist. That's quite masculine.
Yeah, but I am also autistic. So
My disapproving grunting is hilarious. I should do that in videos more often.
Just prove it in front. All right, I'm back. Okay. William and Zachary are facing over 9 life sentences. They were indicted by a grand jury on charges of incest, aggravated sodomy,
They basically
aggravated
did a bunch of
child
pussies because they had
molestation.
9 lives.
Oh my. Oof. Oh, nice. Oh,
Thank you.
awful though.
A little bit, yeah.
According to a copy of the 17-count indictment, Town Hall has obtained, the adoptive dads allegedly performed. I don't want to read this.
Yeah, do we have to?
I actually don't want to read this. Like, it's really gross, the things that they did.
Yeah.
They were 11 and 7. Whatever. I hate this article. I hate this. Be aware of it. I want people to be aware of it. I want to show you some of their social media posts. Here's their house. Pictures they post on social media. They built the house, I guess. But here's like the stuff they would post on Instagram, right? Or Facebook, I guess. Love is love. The whole house is full with rainbow shit. And Disney stuff also.
Okay, so how many times do you have to
coming
see
out of your
this
shell
before you have to realize that these people are just degenerate F-words?
Look at this. These were their things they posted. The gayest place in town doormat. And it's basically a zoo in here. Well, I guess it was. Sickening. And these people they're activists. They're not just like you know, they weren't just like regular gay people. These people were activists.
You see when you see that picture right there, that's the kind of thing. If you say like, those are the kind of people that if you were around the neighborhood like several years ago, you would get beaten up for how you look. And if you look at what they've done, then that ass kicking is entirely justified, actually.
There's way more to the story. It's really awful. It's really awful. And Mia has been covering it. If you want to read more for coverage, I would highly suggest it. I don't want to talk about it anymore because it makes me sick. Has a hopper for $5.
It doesn't make me sick. It just makes me violent.
Yeah, I don't have like violent. I don't think I have.
Oh,
like, a
I
violence
do.
gene.
There's a couple of people that's like instantly.
I can get
wood
angry,
chipper.
but Hasselhoff for 5 says before being adopted, they don't have a mother or a father. 700,000 kids in foster care. I know, it's horrifying. High standards are good, but sexuality as a parent as a metric isn't. I do agree with that. There are so many kids who need parents. There's so many, and I'm not saying like don't reproduce because there's kids who need homes. Like, you know, there. You know, Ricada, who's got 5 kids, he also fostered. He and his wife also fostered kids. Who has been covering its town hall.
He's got 5 kids. He's clearly a busy man.
Yeah, you know that. I'll link this article. Mia Cathell. She is the one who's been covering this. She's covered it. This is like a multi-part series. I don't know. We should be able to find all of it here on Town Hall because this is where all the reporting is.
The details alone make me want to
It's sick.
reach for a pipe wrench.
Thank you, Mia Cathell. Like here, you can see if you just click on her her name there in the Town Hall website that I just linked. you'll be able to access all parts of the story. I don't really want to cover it anymore, though, personally, because it makes me bleed uncomfortable and upset. Oh, how do I go back to whatever? Okay.
You guys ever play GTA?
Of course.
You play GTA 5?
I mean, where's the?
You know what Trevor? You know what Trevor does with that one taxi driver guy? Yeah, if you play GTA 5, you know what I mean. I kind of want to do that.
Where'd my thing for Brave go that lets me turn on dark mode? Oh well. Can't find it now. Whatever. So Planned Parenthood sex educator teaches how minors can acquire spicy toys or substitute with vegetables. I'm just gonna play the clip.
Invest in wood chippers.
Oh, this isn't it. This is a woke sex educator. There's a video here too. Thing. Oh, there's not in this article. Okay, there's in another article. This is this woman on TikTok. She's just telling kids, use fruit. Everyone deserves pleasure in the way they want to experience pleasure. Reminder, pleasure-based sex education can be tailored.
It's always a woman. It's always a fucking woman.
Yeah. It can be tailored to blah, blah, blah. Text-heavy graphic with 5 slides. Slide 1 is beige color. This is them describing it. What is pleasure-based sex education? Slide 2 is the same background. When comprehensive sex education is pleasure-based, it emphasizes that sexual activity should be pleasure-focused and normalizes the idea that giving and receiving pleasure is not just a sexual activity, but not just in sexual activity, but in relationships as a whole. Pleasure is inherently about feeling happy and fulfilled. Pleasure-based sex ed helps students develop healthier relationships, both with themselves and their partners, increasing their overall life satisfaction. This one works with Planned Parenthood, by the way. Works with or for. It's a little bit. She's a Planned Parenthood sex educator, and it's like, here's some look at her with her vegetables. I don't know how you're using it. Oh, I know about the grapefruit. Do you know about the grapefruit?
Yep.
You know what grapefruiting is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Chat, do you guys know what grapefruiting is? Grapefruit because this clip is, yes, I love this clip. Oh my god, okay, I love this clip. It's so funny. I'm just gonna play it because it's so funny.
Now, this is my bonus technique, the grapefruit.
Uh-oh.
Normally, you can only get this technique in one of my classes.
I want you to just hear.
I wanted to share this with you
because the sound is really funny.
Once you do that, you're going to place it on the plate.
Oh, she's talking about
the navel's on the outside.
The grapefruit, all right.
You want to take a knife here.
You got the grapefruit.
So now, your man is in the bed.
No, I'm going to tell you what she's suggesting to do, by the way, is to take a grapefruit, hollow it out, and put it over the pee-pee. She's going to now demonstrate.
Suck his dick, just like you said you were going to do.
Wouldn't that burn? Yeah, probably. Let's just have a quick replay.
His dick, just like you said you were gonna do.
You know what that noise actually sounds like now that I'm hearing it?
What?
It sounds like the noise that Nibbler makes when he eats pigs in Futurama. It like legitimately sounds like Nibbler eating the pigs.
Whoa! Hang on. Whoa, Brave is freaking out on me. Okay. Oh my god, okay. So Dylan Mulvaney's back, and he seems to be a little bit frustrated with his LARP. Okay, if you don't know who Dylan Mulvaney is, he's the guy who worked with like Tampax and I don't remember what the beauty brand was. It was like Dior or something, and has been doing this. Here's my day. In this case, day 271 of girlhood. People have been very critical of Dylan because
it's
he uses
a guy.
The word girlhood, and he's weird and creepy, and he talks. The video of him looking at a tampon. I have never seen someone look at a tampon with like just so much obvious lust as Dylan Mulvaney. I didn't know that was a thing. By the way, being in that certain situation right now myself, it's not fun, and and it's not glamorous or beautiful or sexy unless you're a weird freakazoid, okay? Gary Thomas Purdue says it sounded like a squirrel in a garbage disposal. Yeah, kind of. But the reason I bring up this Dylan video is because he seems a little bit upset that people are critical of him. He seems, in other words, he is seething. Seems to be seething. Tell me what you guys think is. I'm going to put up the. Now, hang on.
I will say the makeup job was on point.
I put up the poll. Don't answer it yet, guys. Is Dylan yes or no? People are going to probably immediately answer yes, but listen to this.
Of being a girl, or I'll say woman for this one, because this video is for the women on Twitter who just really don't like me.
Yeah, because you're weird
ladies.
and gross.
We got a lot to cover, but let's first talk tampons. I haven't talked about tampons on here lately because I don't use them. I'm a woman who doesn't have a uterus. I know
But you made
this,
so many videos
and
about
science
your obsession with
was my only
tampons.
subject in high school. I was also shockingly good at math.
Doubt.
I digress. I just sometimes carry one in case anybody needs it. And that seems to have just set the world on fire in some pretty nasty ways. And this is a conversation that's been going on for months. I just haven't chimed in because I'm so tired of sticking up for myself over something that was so pure intention.
Oh, I don't think so.
But now Twitter is just ablaze. And this week, there's some women that are now coming for Tampax, and I wanted to clear the air. So, I have some amazing news. Are you ready? I have never worked with Tampax before. The most that happened was they sent me a few boxes of tampons.
That means you worked with them!
Just in case I bumped into anyone, including yourselves, and I gave them all away. I've got a few left.
That's so weird. That's so weird. That's so weird. No woman wants you to do that. No woman does that for other women. I've never heard of, I mean, okay, like, if you're, like, with friends. All right, okay, that's not true. Like, I'm move back. It might be if you're in a public restroom and be like, oh shit, like I don't have any tampons. If you happen to have one, you run into another woman. Oh, that's happened to me actually. At a convention. I was at a convention and somebody asked me if I happened to have one. I've also been asked if I had like Midol and stuff. Yeah, but I'm another actual woman and that's because I have to have it for my own stuff. I'm not packing it along to like, you know, help women out. It's so weird. It's so weird.
And this one's really going to blow your mind. Yeah. I have never made $1 off of feminine hygiene products.
It's not even, I mean, that was an added part of the issue, Dylan. The main part is that it's creepy and weird.
So, I hope that it helps you sleep better at night knowing that. And no need to bring Tampax into this. But the bigger problem at hand is that you feel me carrying a tampon around is a threat to you and your womanhood. How is someone doing something nice so repulsive to you? Because listen to this.
It's not, you're not doing it because you want to be nice, Dylan, that's why. It's because you're weird and creepy and obsessed with it. That's why people find it, that's why people are offended. Because you're not doing it to be nice. You're doing it because it's a fetish. And that's why people are upset with it.
Whether he was your boyfriend or your husband, could even be your gay best friend.
If I went to a gay friend's house and they had tampons, I'd find that weird as fuck. If I went to a boyfriend's house and he had tampons, I would assume they're from his ex, if we had not been dating for a long time and they're not mine. And I said this, okay, I know that it's a completely sanitary product that is wrapped, but I would feel kind of weird about using like my boyfriend's ex's tampon. It's weird. It's gross. This is very, very intimate stuff, Dylan. Like, this is grotesque. If I went over to a guy's house and he had tampons, I would assume they were from his ex. Because it's a normal thing to assume, right? That she left them there, and I don't want to use that. I know it's all safe and hygienic and secure, but I don't want to do it. I wouldn't want to use that. It's a weird violation.
Kept a tampon for you at his house, just in case you needed it, you'd gush over him. You would run to brunch on Sunday and tell all.
I would not gush, I wouldn't run to my gal pals. This is like, again, like what pure coke? You have no idea what it's like to be a woman, because you're not. So you're making this shit up in your head because your idea of being a woman, Dylan, is based on like movies and media and not in real life because you are not a woman. You never lived as a woman. If I was at my boyfriend's house, if I wasn't married, went to a guy's house I was dating and he had tampons, I'd be like, I would just assume they were his exes and I wouldn't gush to my girlfriends and I also probably wouldn't use them because it's weird.
all your gal pals that he's so thoughtful and he cares and he listens.
No.
And then a trans woman does it, and all of a sudden I'm the reason that there's a tampon shortage.
There is a tampon shortage, but that's like the shortages of everything. This is completely and utterly deluded and insane. It makes no sense.
You know, it's not because I'm misogynistic, it's because you're transphobic.
No, you are misogynistic, Dylan. You're very misogynistic. Bill, do you have a point? Oh, wait. Veritas has a new thing?
Oh,
we don't have time to cover it tonight.
Oh,
unless you want to.
Okay, but hold on a second. Here's a new video by Jeremy.
Oh?
Yeah. Oh, look at the title.
Oh, this was actually up when we did our video. It was in the chat or in the recommended. Thank you, Bill. But it's also sent me that there is a new video from Veritas breaking at Pfizer exploring mutating COVID-19 virus for new vaccines. Don't tell anyone. Oh shit, we gotta watch this real quick. Let's finish this fucking Dylan thing. Fuck off. We'll get to this.
We gotta work through this. And babe,
thank you, Bill.
Caring for others, it's the bare minimum. You know, you might not like me, but I care about you.
I don't think you do.
I care about your feelings.
No, I don't think so.
I care about your opinion of
China
me.
demands
that I do believe.
huge boobs and no black people.
I know you care about people's opinion of you because that's all you care about. But yeah,
get over.
But your entire fucking grift is.
And the last thing I would say, and this will probably make you feel really good, is that I'm jealous of you. You know, I wish I was born in your body.
This guilt trip shit. No, fuck off. Fuck off with this guilt trip shit. I don't think you do. I think you enjoy doing exactly what you're doing, which is taking advantage of.
I wish I had a uterus. You know, my sex assigned at birth was a biological male.
That's because you
Does
are
that
one.
make you feel better hearing me say that?
No, you dumb bitch.
It's just not what God had in mind. So here I am. You know, there's probably a lot of women that you don't like to group yourself with, but they're still women. And so am I.
You're not a woman, you're
not.
dumbass. You're a guy.
And you're not. And like, by the way, I have never in my life referred to Blair White as a man. Like, I mean, if I was to say biologically, yeah, Blair White's a male, but I have never used male pronouns to refer to Blair White. And it's not just because, like, I mean, I'm friends with Blair, not really. I mean, by the way, I'm sure that, like, Blair and I would be completely cordial and friendly with each other, but, like, I'm not friends with Blair particularly. But it's because Blair's not a weirdo like this person who is clearly a grifter. So that's why. And Blair's a nice person. As far as I can tell, this guy is nuts.
It feels like high school, and it feels like you want...
If you were in
like
high school with this attitude, you would
bitchy?
have gotten your ass kicked.
Right, you don't like that women are bitchy? Welcome to girlhood, Dylan.
Me to experience the pain and trauma that you've had to endure as a girl. And the fact that here I am, you know, attempting to enjoy womanhood is incomprehensible to you. You know, whether it's that I carry tampons, that I'm too feminine, or I call myself a girl, or that I'll never birth a child, well, here's some more good news for you. I'm not enjoying my womanhood as much as I was, and my pain might be different.
Yeah, you're getting criticism for the crazy shit you post. Even while you are being sponsored not by Tampax, apparently. They did send you products, which is a form of sponsorship, by the way. But
I wish I could do a video on this
companies.
thing, but there's no one how to put it on YouTube.
No, you can't talk about Dylan.
No.
Dylan's protected.
I would use the F word.
I mean, we're talking about it now, but
with copious mans.
Dylan's infuriating.
Different than your pain, but it's very real.
No, it isn't.
So if that was your goal, then congrats. But
he's done this a bunch of times. Your
pain is about as real as your female genitals, dude.
Right. All right. I'm done with Dylan. Hang on. I copied Bill's name in the Discord thing. Anyway, here we go. Here's the Project Veritas video. Let's watch this real quick and then head out. It's only it's 9 minutes. We'll see what we can get through. Okay. Oop. Let's leave it small. So I This is if I understand correctly, Pfizer. Does this guy work for Pfizer? Let's see.
No idea.
Stating COVID? Well, that is not what we say to the public. No, don't tell anyone this. Probably don't tell
his name is Jordan Tristan Walker, Pfizer Director of Research and Development, Strategic Operations, and mRNA Scientific Planning. Don't tell anyone this, by the way. You have to promise you won't tell anyone. Okay, let's look into it. What do you have to say?
publish what's on it. Okay? We're exploring like now. You know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we can create undoubtedly develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that.
Okay, so that's called there's a specific name for that.
Bill Gatesing it.
No. There's this. Oh God, come on, brain work.
Come on, that's funny.
Gain of function research is what he's describing. It's called gain of function research. So they intentionally will mutate the virus. This is not unusual. This is called gain of function research. People intentionally mutate the virus to help them develop new vaccines. That's not unusual. However, it's illegal in a lot of parts of the world.
Someone said, please play Hayes, he's a guy. No, play Aerosmith's Dude Looks Like a Lady.
Where is legality? Where is gain of function research legal?
China? The Wuhan lab?
Yes, in China. Yeah. That's exactly where gain of function research is legal. So, let's legality. Okay, in the United States, gain of function research moratorium from 2014-2017, the White House Office of Science and Technology and Department of Health and Human Services instituted a gain of function research moratorium and funding pause on any dual use. On December 19th of 2017, the NIH lifted the moratorium because gain of function research was deemed important in helping us identify, understand, and develop strategies. So it was illegal in the United States for a couple of years, but now it's back.
Yes, because it was done in China.
Mm-hmm. In the EU, European National Ethics Council presented a report to Bundestag on the proposed guidance for gain of function. The report called for national legislation of I don't know what that is. I'm reading Wikipedia. Like, anyone can read this. So yeah, at least people are look. You know why it's dangerous. The reason why COVID exists is because COVID was created. I'm not saying anything that's not now accepted science, Susan. COVID was created in a lab via gain of function research. Okay.
If we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating viruses. Be, like, very controlled to make sure that this virus that you mutate doesn't create something that, like, it goes everywhere.
Something crazy.
Is the way that the virus started in Wuhan. To be honest, like, it makes no sense if this virus popped out of nowhere. Like,
yeah, I know. Meet Jordan Tristan Walker, a director of research and development strategic operations and mRNA scientific planning at Pfizer.
It sounds like gain of function to me. I don't know, it's a little bit different. I think it's different. It's like it's definitely not gain of function. It sounds like
but it is gain of function, what you're describing. You just want to change verbiage. This is the thing, leftists always just want to change words, right?
Mm-hmm. It is, I mean, it's okay.
No, directed evolution is very different. Well, you're not supposed to do gain of function research of the viruses, like, they recommend not. But you do, like, these, like, selected directional mutations to try to see if you can make more potent.
Yeah.
So there is research ongoing about that. I don't know how that's gonna work. We're not.
Look at how flippant he's been. I know he's drunk and he's on a gay date, but god damn, this is sickening. I can't imagine discussing something like this, even on a date, in a jovial manner like this. You're talking about creating super viruses, super bugs.
And look, man, this man's taking one for the team. You have to commend the hustle.
Not being more outbreaks, just like Jesus Christ.
The gentleman seems to have absolutely no moral compass at all.
For all government officials, it's pretty good for the industry, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone else in America.
Thanks for saying the quiet part out loud,
yeah.
you piece of shit.
Why is it bad for everybody else?
Because if the regulators who have to approve our drugs know that once they stop being regulated, they want to go work for the company, they're not going to be as hard for the company. They're doing their job.
If this is the quality of individuals within Pfizer that are making these huge decisions that risk global public health, it's profoundly corrupt.
What is Pfizer doing, I guess, to optimize, the vaccines now?
Oh, we actually have a meeting about that today, so there's a lot.
Really?
They're doing
Look at how it's not just this guy, but like this is the case with like so many of these Project Veritas leaks. They are so excited to talk about this shit they know they're not supposed to talk about, but they're like giddy to talk about it because they know they're doing evil shit, so they're giddy about it. as soon as you get a drink in them on their gay date, they're giddy to talk about it.
I don't know if I should say this.
Our undercover journalist asked Walker how Pfizer is handling the fact that their COVID vaccines are ineffective against virus variants. What he said is disturbing. Listen to this.
We're exploring, like, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is, like, why don't we just mutate it ourselves so we can create untriply develop new vaccines, right? So we have to do that. If we're going to do that, though, there's a risk of, like, as you could imagine, no one wants to be having a pharma company mutating viruses.
Yeah.
So we're like, do we want to do this? So that's, like, one of the things we're considering.
Okay.
Like, the future, like, maybe we can, like, create new versions of the vaccines and things like that.
Okay, so Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No. That's why it was a thought that came out.
No, not just thought that came up in a meeting. That means it's happening. Okay.
In a meeting, and we were like, why do we not? It was like, we're going to consider that. There'll be more discussions.
Okay.
That exact reaction, right? We're like, wait a minute, like, people won't like that.
That's right.
Shit, you think so? Oh, you think so?
Pfizer is internally discussing the possibility of mutating the COVID virus themselves in order to tailor a vaccine to sell to the public. Listen to Walker describe in detail just how they would conduct such a scientific experiment, first in living animals.
So the way that we're thinking about it, don't tell anyone this. You probably shouldn't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Okay, bro. So the way it would work is, like, we put them in the virus in these monkeys.
Okay.
And then we successively, like, cause them to keep infecting each other. And we collect serial samples from them, and then the ones that are more infectious, like the virus, we'll put them in another monkey and just constantly actively mutate it. That's one way.
Okay.
He's talking about creating the most infectious form of the disease. COVID's already extremely infectious. He's talking about making a more infectious. Is it more deadly? Right now he's saying infectious, which is this exactly because it's very. Have you ever played Plague Inc? Spoon?
I was thinking more Outbreak.
Or I think it's like the same game, isn't it?
No, the monkeys.
Oh no, there's a game called Plague Inc. It used to be originally
that's
originally
the,
was a
the spreading the plague all over the world.
Yeah. Originally it was just a fun little like
movie.
mobile game. Oh, yeah. So that's what you do. Is that if you want to make it more infectious, that's how you win that game. Is by making it as infectious as possible, and then mutate. This is not like it's a game, right? You make everyone have it. They don't notice they have it, and then you drop in a bunch of shit that makes it deadly instantly. I don't think that's not what they're doing, by the way. I don't think so. Maybe I don't know. But it's so disgusting and disturbing to me, the joviality at which he describes these things. Really creepy, right?
Or you could even do like directed like simulation, which like we tend not to prefer, and then you just sample what the different proteins on the surface of the virus look like over time. Okay. So then you can see the mutation, and you can kind of force it to mutate in a certain way you want. Okay. But you have to be like very controlled to make sure that this virus that you mutate doesn't create something that it goes everywhere.
Something crazy.
It's the way the virus started and moving. To be honest, it makes no sense if this virus popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, I know.
COVID virus experimentation on live monkeys? This is unethical, to say the least.
No
and Walker
shit.
describes those experiments as if they are ongoing and not simply a hypothetical discussion.
So, I mean, when is Pfizer going to implement the mutation of all these viruses?
I don't know. It depends on how the experiments work out. Because this is just like something we're trying, right?
It sounds like gain of function to me.
I don't know. It's a little bit different. I think it's different. It's like it's definitely not gain of function.
It sounds like it is. I mean, it's okay.
It sounds like it is gain of function, because it is.
No, directed evolution is very different.
Direct evolution.
Directed evolution.
Directed evolution. Okay. Well, so I mean, is that what it is?
Maybe. Well, you're not supposed to do gain of function research with the viruses. They recommend not. But you do like these selected directional mutations to try to see if you can make more potent.
Yeah.
So there is research ongoing about that. I don't know how that's gonna work. There might not be any more outbreaks because Jesus Christ.
So tell me more what's developing with the whole virus mutation process.
Well, they're still kind of conducting the experiments on it, but It seems like from what I've heard, they're kind of optimizing it, but in the growing smoke, they were very cautious. Like,
right.
Obviously, don't want to kind of accelerate it too much.
Yeah.
But I think they're also just trying to do it as an exploratory thing because you obviously don't want to advertise that you're trying to figure out future mutation.
Right. So, did the whole virus mutation thing come from your executive, Sarah?
No. That came from we have chief scientific officers in the other divisions.
In a subsequent meeting, our undercover journalist asked if this type of gain-of-function research is already being studied at Pfizer. But no, as long as it's called directed evolution, Pfizer's in the clear.
What's the goal for Pfizer of doing that?
So probably what they want to do is to try to figure out, to some extent, there's all these new strains of variants that just pop up. Why don't we try to catch them before they pop up in nature, and we can develop a vaccine prophylactically for new variants.
Yeah.
So that's why they're thinking if we do it control in the lab, then we say, this is an epitope. And so then if it comes out later on, in the public, we already have a vaccine kind of working on it.
Oh my God, that's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the best business model though?
His undercover
just
guy, just that's
control nature before nature even happens itself, right?
Yeah. If it works.
What do you mean if it works?
Because some of the times there were just mutations that pop up, right? And we're not prepared for it, with Delta or Omicron,
right,
and things like that. So. Who knows? I mean, either way, it's going to be a cash cow. COVID will probably be a cash cow for us for a while going forward.
What's also insane when talking about a disease that was made in a lab via gain-of-function research. This entire shit with COVID was made in a lab in China using gain-of-function research, doing the exact same thing he's describing. He's just using a different terminology for it. And this is... I'm glad Bill said this to me. This is a bombshell. This is insane.
Well, yeah, I obviously like it.
Well, I think the whole, research of the viruses and mutating it, would be the ultimate, cash cow.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Now, you would think that creating viruses to sell the vaccine would be illegal.
Shit. He said the quiet part out loud. Did you know?
Pharmaceutical industry.
He said developing new viruses and inventing a vaccine for it before it's released would be incredibly profitable. And that guy from Pfizer said, yeah, that would be perfect.
So you're basically the antivirus software that creates the virus that requires the software.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be as if your antivirus software was creating the
very thing
virus for the computer.
You buy for, yeah.
Yep. I mean, that's what it is.
People are just fucking cunts.
It's out of the horse's mouth.
Industry, as Walker puts it, is, quote, a revolving door for all government officials, unquote.
A revolving door for all government officials?
Wow.
Yeah, for any industry though. So in the pharma industry, all the government officials who review our drugs, they come work for pharma companies. In the military, all the army and defense government officials eventually go work for the defense companies afterwards.
How do you feel about that revolving door?
It's pretty good for the industry, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's bad for everyone else in America.
Why is it bad for everybody else?
Because if the regulators who have to approve our drugs know that once they stop being regulated, they want to go work for the company, they're not going to be as hard for the company.
They don't trust you, yeah.
We talked to Dr. Robert Malone, physician, scientist, and author, to get his take on the comments made by Jordan Walker.
You're
Twitter.
gaining
Thank you, Dr.
function. You're creating a new function in virus 1 by adding elements from virus 2, infecting one monkey and then another monkey. That's called serial passage. That appears to have been one of the technologies deployed in the Wuhan Institute of Virology with the humanized mouse strains that I believe were obtained from EcoHealth Alliance. That's an example of directed evolution. The gentleman seems to have absolutely no moral compass at all about what he's doing. The hubris and arrogance and immaturity. If this is the quality of individuals within Pfizer that are making these huge decisions that risk global public health with such a casual disregard for the human toll, it's profoundly corrupt in terms of would it be feasible for Pfizer to circumvent international or national law. I think that is undeniable. And the gentleman in your investigative work has clearly indicated that Pfizer believes that it has successfully captured the regulatory apparatus of the United States government and
of course they
presumably worldwide. Pfizer has completed regulatory capture is quite proud of it.
With governments turning a blind eye and Pfizer hiding information from the public, this is an ongoing story. Be brave, do something, spread these videos, and stay tuned.
Thank you, James O'Keefe, for that, because
I like James O'Keefe. He's good people.
I do as well. That was horrifyingly revelatory.
But it's not something we didn't know.
No, something we didn't know. Okay, we're gonna end the stream now. It's very late. Thank you for staying up with me, Smith. I really do appreciate it. I'm still wired, because I always am after doing the stream. My video is done. And so what I will be doing is that if you guys would like to join me, I will be streaming my new video for people who are part of Discord. There's a Discord link.
If you're not, are you fucking crazy?
I will be doing it. Look, it's like 7 p.m. Not even, and it's like 5 in the afternoon in Yankee Land. It might be like 3 p.m. on the Western Coast. I don't know. Like my brain can't think about that stuff. Numbers are hard for me. Look, there's like too many numbers. Okay. To quote Beavis and Butthead, even though I'm a statistician. But anywho, that was downright creepy. Thank you, Nagalok. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Anywho, if you would like to join me in a screening of my new video before it comes out, because I'm still waiting for sponsor finalization, I will be over there and do that in about like 5 minutes. So if you'd like to come and watch that, I'll be there. And you can see it on our Discord. I'll pin that comment real quick with the Discord link. And I hope you all have enjoyed. Thank you for staying up, Spoon. I know it's very late.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we will see you all next week, if not sooner. I don't know. I don't think we have anything else. I mean, I have a bunch of stuff that I didn't get through about like the Biden document.
We'll probably do a video on our stream on Saturday or something.
We might. Yeah, we might. We'll see. Anywho. Thank you all so much for joining us for this episode, and we will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.